July 4th, 1996. Tokyo Haido Town. On a narrow street, a black Porsche 356A rested against the wall of a villa. Even in Tokyo, this vintage Porsche model was an exceedingly rare sight on the road. In the passenger seat of the Porsche, a cold-faced man in a long black trench coat and a tall black top hat deftly used his right hand to press the tip of a Jaloise's cigarette against the car's built-in lighter. Once the end glowed, he brought it to his lips and drew in a deep drag. As he smoked, the pale gold hair pressed beneath the tall black hat was gently stirred by the breeze slipping in through the window. The scene should have been leisurely, yet the murderous glint that flickered now and then in the eyes hidden under his long hair together with that left hand that had never once emerged from his pocket made it feel as though the air around him were locked in a sub-zero gale, stripped of all warmth and leaving only biting chill. With such an appearance and attire, and that distinctive Porsche 356A as his vehicle, his identity needed no further explanation. He was none other than the organization's tireless workhorse, Jin. Big bro. A muffled voice sounded from the side. Along with it came a man in black wearing sunglasses, Jin's underling Vodka. Vodka skillfully pulled open the door of the Porsche 356A and slid into the driver's seat. Dangling from his hand was a plastic bag filled with several boxed bentos. Jin watched Vodka get into the car, without saying a word, simply finishing the cigarette in his hand in heavy, deliberate drags. He cast Vodka a sidelong glance, and his gaze naturally slid from Vodka's broad frame to the plastic bag in his hand. Right, big bro? Vodka, prompted by Jin's glance, suddenly remembered the main matter. He hurriedly pulled 2 bentos from the plastic bag. Your meal. Jin accepted the 2 boxes from Vodka with his right hand, 1 curry omelet rice and 1 box of pan-fried dumplings. With one hand, he opened the food box and set it on his thigh. Still using his right hand to wield the chopsticks, he began to eat with a certain restrained elegance. Though he had already eaten curry rice just yesterday, he was not a picky eater. Besides, Vodka had likely noticed this and had deliberately bought an extra box of fried dumplings to go with it. Seeing Jin start eating first, Vodka also pulled out the 2 large fried chicken bentos he had chosen for himself and began wolfing them down in big bites. Big bro. Vodka chewed on fried chicken and rice as he grumbled indistinctly, don't you think that guy is putting on way too much airs? Making you wait for so long. If he hadn't been so late, we wouldn't have to be eating bentos here. Vodka. Jin halted, his chewing, his icy voice sounding out as he spoke Vodka's name. What is it, big bro? Vodka blinked and looked at him. Jin shot him a frigid glance. Shut up. Oh. Vodka looked a little wronged, but he would never dare disobey his big bro's command. Jin withdrew his gaze from Vodka and focused his eyes straight ahead through the windshield. After staring for a second or two, he opened the car door. He's here. Huh. Vodka looked completely baffled. Seeing that Jin had already gotten out of the car, he did not dare dawdle. He quickly set down his half-finished fried chicken bento and opened the driver's door as well. By now, Jin was already standing in front of the car, straightening his long black trench coat and adjusting his tall hat. He stepped forward with casual, yet remarkably even strides, carrying with him a chilling aura that needed no deliberate release to make others' blood run cold, and walked toward the figure approaching from ahead. Having just gotten out of the car, Vodka naturally adjusted his sunglasses and hurried to follow closely behind Jin. With Jin as the vanguard, Vodka was able to calmly study the man they had been kept waiting for. The man's attire fit the organization's disposition perfectly, a black trench coat from head to toe, a single glance enough to cool a person's mind. He was quite tall. By Vodka's rough estimate, his height was almost the same as Jin's, though he lacked Jin's long, lean frame and was not as hulking as Tequila. Instead, he gave off a sense of balanced proportion. What surprised Vodka most was that in the blazing height of summer, the newcomer was carrying an open black umbrella. From this distance, Vodka felt that the impression the man gave him could be summed up in a single word: precision. The left hand holding the black umbrella was like a motionless machine. The umbrella did not tremble in the slightest, perfectly steady. His other hand was buried deep in his pocket with no intention of emerging. His footsteps were the same. Each stride seemed measured with professional care, nearly identical in length, yet his gait did not appear forced in the least. This is someone whose every inch has been meticulously honed, Vodka concluded silently in his heart as he watched the man approach. As the two parties drew near, they finally converged at the gate of a villa. Face to face at this distance, Vodka was able to observe the man more clearly. He had tousled black hair and black eyes. His features were quite good-looking, yet left no particular impression on the viewer. His expression was very calm, or rather he simply had no expression at all. Unlike Jin's icy, expressionless face, this man's lack of expression revealed no emotion whatsoever. Or perhaps it was simply indifference. Only now did Vodka finally confirm one thing. The guy was taller than his big bro, though not by much. You're late. Jin's frigid voice rang in the air, laced with faint threads of killing intent woven into his words. Hearing Jin, Vodka's heart inexplicably tightened. The newcomer, however, showed no such reaction. Late. His voice was steady and calm, the tone as devoid of emotion as his expression. He rotated the wrist of the hand holding the black umbrella ever so slightly and glanced at the watch exposed there. His black eyes lifted to Jin. There are still 9 seconds until 1 o'clock. You're the ones who arrived too early. The umbrella in his hand remained perfectly steady, and the right hand in his pocket stayed where it was with no intention of emerging. At his words, Jin's brows knitted ever so slightly. Beneath the brim of the black hat, his dark green eyes narrowed, locking onto the speaker with a hard, unwavering stare. As for Vodka, his already uneasy heart grew even more tense. This guy is trouble. He isn't going to start a fight with Big Bro the moment they meet, is he? Those were the only two thoughts swirling in Vodka's mind at that moment. Obviously, things could not possibly unfold the way Vodka imagined. Jin and the man holding the black umbrella were not going to fight. Instead, Jin spoke again, his voice icy as he introduced himself and his subordinate to the newcomer. Jin Vodka, MM. The man gave a faint, indifferent nod. Long before he came, that certain person had already informed him by text of the code names of the two he was to meet. It was precisely these two code names that made him realize what kind of world he had entered. Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou was the name he bore in this world. Oh, as for the name from his previous life, he had long since forgotten it. Jin listened to this name, his face still expressionless, yet his eyes lingered on Lin Jiayou for a brief, probing moment. Follow me inside. With that, Jin led Vodka toward the courtyard of the villa and walked in. Walking behind Jin, Vodka did not dare look back at all. Although it was their first meeting, he had to admit he felt somewhat intimidated by Lin Jiayou behind him. This man was different from the boss. He was like a machine. In his heart, Vodka secretly branded Lin Jiayou with a label, someone not to be provoked. Lin Jiayou was unaware of this. He simply continued to hold his umbrella, his steps precise and measured as he followed behind Jin and Vodka. After only a few paces, Jin stopped in front of the villa's main door. His left hand finally emerged from his pocket. He transferred a key from his left hand to his right, then inserted it into the lock and turned it slightly, opening the villa's front door before stepping in first. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou took his right hand out of his pocket as well. With his left, he pressed the switch on the umbrella. With a soft whoosh, the canopy folded up. He casually set it down by the villa entrance, then followed Jin into the villa. Vodka was the last to enter. Before going in, he deliberately glanced at Lin Jiayou's umbrella, the puzzlement in his eyes lingering as he fretted over why Lin Jiayou would need an umbrella on such a bright sunny day. Already inside, Lin Jiayou seemed to sense Vodka's confusion. He turned his head slightly, casting him an emotionless sidelong glance as he said in a flat tone, "For those who dwell in darkness, disliking the sunlight is only natural." Yeah, that's true. Having his thoughts laid bare, Vodka felt a wave of awkwardness. Coupled with the faint dread he harbored toward Lin Jiayou, he did not dare meet his gaze and silently lowered his head. In truth, Vodka was overthinking it. Lin Jiayou himself was not sure how he was supposed to look him in the eye. After all, Vodka constantly wore sunglasses. Who could tell what his eyes actually looked like underneath? Humph. Walking ahead, Jin heard Lin Jiayou's remark, his brows knitting as he let out a cold snort through his nose. He rather liked that sentence of Lin Jiayou's, yet he was far from pleased with the way Lin Jiayou treated his subordinate. Still, the other man had been personally chosen by that gentleman, so for now, it was not convenient for him to make a move. With that in mind, Jin strode over to the sofa area of the villa and sat down. His cold gaze swept once over Lin Jiayou and Vodka, as he said in an icy tone, "Sit." Before he had even finished speaking, Lin Jiayou had already sat down opposite him, his demeanor utterly natural. His composure was such that it felt as though he belonged in that seat by right. This left Jin somewhat unsettled. It had been many years since anyone from within the organization had behaved so casually in front of him. Vodka glanced at the already seated Lin Jiayou, then furtively stole a look at his boss's face, feeling that Jin's expression had grown even darker. Sensing Vodka sneaking looks at him, Jin swept him with a frosty glance and said in an icy voice, "Vodka, you sit as well." "Ah, yes, boss." Vodka nodded vigorously, answering in quick succession. He also found a place to sit, but he did not dare get too close to Lin Jiayou, choosing instead the section of sofa closest to Jin. Watching his subordinate's behavior, Jin could not help but sigh inwardly in disappointment, yet he knew this was not the time to bring it up. Jin lifted his head slightly, his expression cold and arrogant as he looked at Lin Jiayou. "From today onward, you are considered a member of the organization. What do you wish to know? What are my benefits?" Without the slightest hesitation, the words slipped from Lin Jiayou's lips, his face blank and his tone flat. His reaction drew a derisive chuckle from Jin. As expected of a bounty hunter, very much in line with your usual style. "Take the money, do the job," Lin Jiayou replied, coolly uttering the 4 words as if stating a simple fact. It was the guiding principle of both his lives. If someone paid, he would do the work. Natural, justified, and beyond reproach. Heh. Jin let out another cold laugh, though the mocking edge in his expression had softened. A pure profit-driven pragmatist was for the organization the easiest kind to control, far preferable to those ungrateful wolves who could never be truly tamed. Looking at Lin Jiayou's calm face, Jin spoke in a stiff, frosty tone. "Our organization has always provided generous benefits. As for accommodations, this detached villa you see now belongs solely to you. This is your private space. The organization will not interfere." As he spoke, Jin took a bunch of keys from his pocket and tossed them onto the coffee table between the two of them. At the same time, he quietly observed Lin Jiayou's expression. Just as he had anticipated, the other man remained utterly unruffled, perfectly composed. A villa worth over $1 billion yen seemed to mean little to him, as ordinary as any trivial object. Jin found this deeply admirable and nodded inwardly. The organization needed precisely such people, those who valued profit, yet would not be swayed by paltry short-term gains. With that thought, Jin produced another set of keys and tossed them down in front of Lin Jiayou. "This is the car the organization has assigned you, a Lexus LX parked in the villa's garage. The car is part of the organization's standard issue, so it's relatively ordinary. After you receive your salary, you can get yourself something better if you wish. Lin Jiayou gave a slight nod, his expression unchanged. As expected, this guy has no interest in cars, Jin concluded silently in his heart. Given that even a property worth billions failed to move him, Jin was not at all surprised that a mere car left Lin Jiayou completely indifferent. Tell me about the salary. Lin Jiayou cast out another question in an even indifferent tone. Hearing this, Jin drew a bank card from his pocket and as before tossed it down in front of Lin Jiayou. Your hourly wage is 15,000. Each day is calculated at 12 hours. Every mission comes with extra income. Your pay will be transferred to this card on the 8th of every month. Sure. Lin Jiayou was sparing with words, merely providing a simple answer, his expression showing no change whatsoever. Jin Jiao found no issue with such an expression. It seemed he felt that this treatment was still lacking compared to the technical work of the organization. He even added the organization offers many other benefits, including regular monthly allowances for meals, which like your salary, are deposited into the same card. As for entertainment, the organization's recreational venues, including bars, dance halls, and various establishments, are all free for you. Regarding training, as technical talents, our skills must not fall behind. Therefore, the basement of the villa is equipped with some basic equipment and a small training area to help you maintain your skills. In addition, our organization has 3 large safe houses in Tokyo, each equipped with the most advanced training equipment in the world, including holographic projections and virtual devices. There is nothing you can't think of that isn't available there. I heard someone say your marksmanship is impressive. There are many skilled individuals within the organization who often train there. If you're interested, you can go there and spar with them. You need not worry about your future. The organization is thriving and salary guarantees can only go up, not down. The organization is also filled with talented professionals. Next to me, Vodka is a high-tech talent with capabilities in both execution and intelligence. Within the organization, each department has its own responsibilities, with the action, intelligence, technical, and logistics departments working closely together in an orderly manner. The organization encourages healthy competition and does not adhere to the outdated practice of seniority found in traditional enterprises. Everything prioritizes ability. Lin Jiayou listened to Jin Jiao's lengthy monologue. Though his face remained cold and stern, Lin Jiayou surprisingly felt that Jin Jiao seemed to appear somewhat gentle while introducing the organization. This discovery left even Lin Jiayou feeling a bit incredulous in his heart. However, he naturally showed no sign of it on his face. So what do you think? Join us. Jin Jiao paused his lengthy discourse, opening his cold, sharp eyes to seriously regard the expressionless Lin Jiayou across from him. Fortunately, Jin Jiao had finished speaking. To be honest, Lin Jiayou felt that if Jin Jiao had continued, it would have turned into a rallying cry of the military and civilians unite, follow me to restore the Han. Meeting Jin Jiao's gaze, Lin Jiayou extended his right hand straight out, saying, of course. Welcome aboard. The organization will not disappoint anyone who sincerely contributes. Jin Jiao firmly grasped Lin Jiao's hand, solemnly promising. Lin Jiayou nodded heavily, this time his voice carrying a hint of emotion, a seriousness regarding the job. The organization pays well, and I will get the job done beautifully. Good. Jin Jiao was filled with countless sentiments, squeezing Lin Jiao's hand tightly. He was truly exhilarated at heart. In this day and age, there still existed such a genuine person as Lin, which was a blessing for both Jin Jiao and the organization. The two exchanged silent glances, but both felt they saw a bright future in each other's eyes. Afterward, Jin Jiao introduced Lin Jiayou to some of the organization's basic affairs, such as their website, contact information, and the process for task publishing and receiving. Overall, Lin Jiayou felt not bad. 10 minutes later, Jin Jiao returned to his cool demeanor. Standing at the villa's entrance, slightly tilting his head, his high hat remained unmoved, and his long coat billowed in the wind. Let's go. His voice was cold and emotionless, completely unreflective of the enthusiasm he had shown just 10 minutes prior, while introducing the various benefits and treatments of the organization to Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou gave a faint nod towards Jin Jiao at the villa's entrance. 2 men in black stood at a distance, gazing at each other with eyes full of reluctance. Jin Jiao saw the organization's future in Lin Jiayou, while Lin Jiayou saw his prosperous future in Jin Jiao. As always, we both have a bright future. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Jin Jiao and Vodka left. Today was a rest day for Lin Jiayou, but for Jin Jiao and Vodka, it was still working hours. After confirming that Jin Jiao and the others had left, Lin Jiayou first walked expressionlessly with precise steps to the door to retrieve his black umbrella, which was a treasured item that could not be carelessly left outside. Then he took strides that remained even yet were much quicker, arriving in just a few steps beside the large pile of inheritance left by Jin Jiao. The key to the villa in Tokyo, the key to the Lexus LX, a bank card with a monthly deposit of over 5 million, and a bunch of various membership cards I can't even be bothered to count. Lin Jiayou murmured to himself. Although his voice remained monotonous, this facade of calmness could not conceal the genuine excitement within his heart. Let's put it this way, the moment he chose to join the organization, this sum of over 2 billion yen worth of assets immediately became his. How could Lin Jiayou not be excited? In 2 lifetimes in his previous life, he was a somewhat famous bounty hunter, strong, yet a lone wolf belonging to no organization. In this life, although he had crossed over for 3 years, he still maintained the tradition of his previous life, remaining a lone bounty hunter, having only become a bit stronger due to the reason of his reincarnation. However, when it came to money, he still felt tempted. When Lin Jiayou initially revealed that this villa belonged to him, he nearly couldn't help but jump up. As for why he ultimately did not jump up and instead appeared calm, well, it was actually due to the issue with this body. Lin Jiayou didn't know what to say inside, since crossing over his strength had increased, money had multiplied, everything had improved, yet the only thing that did not obey was this body. This body of his seemed designed as a defective product. What does a defective product mean? Well, it roughly means that no expression can manifest on his face, every action is as calm and precise as a machine, even the tone of his voice shows no fluctuations. In short, he is the quintessential cold-faced male god persona. Yet, Lin Jiayou felt somewhat helpless. In his previous life, he was quite the chatterbox. Alright, let's not dwell on the issues of this body any longer. Lin Jiayou set down a large pile of assets in his hands and rubbed his face, forcing himself to calm down. 3 years ago he arrived in this world, and to survive he continued in his old profession as a bounty hunter. However, after being a lone wolf for too long, he naturally began to envy the stable lives of others. Thus, during a suitable opportunity at the invitation of a gentleman in the organization, Lin Jiayou agreed to join. Of course, at that time Lin Jiayou was still unaware that this organization was the same as the one in Conan. It wasn't until he heard the names of gin and vodka that he realized it was the black organization. This realization finally made him understand what kind of world he was in. On one hand, Lin Jiayou felt completely at ease. The worldview of Conan follows the real world, meaning that the timeline within it actually spans from the 1990s to at least 2024, and who knows how much further it will go. In this span of nearly 30 years, Lin Jiayou's life would be completely worry-free. The organization, as the ultimate opposition in the world of Conan, would always exist. As long as the organization exists, Lin Jiayou's life would be secured, and he would no longer need to worry about finances. Even if the organization were to be destroyed, that would be a matter of decades later. For now, he would enjoy life and think about it later. Besides, with him in this world, who knows where the organization will head in the future. On the other hand, a great ambition ignited within Lin Jiayou. What leaves the deepest impression about the organization? Is it the cold and captivating AI Hybra? Is it the tirelessly busy Kaido? Is it the endless stream of undercover agents? Or is it the armed Apache helicopter that can sweep across Tokyo Tower? None of these. The most impressive aspect of the organization is the A-drug. The A-drug represents the forefront of biological science and technology, or in essence, it is the very technology of the Conan universe. What it implies is immortality, or rather eternal youth. Eternal youth, what a tantalizing phrase. Everyone in the world would risk everything for it. Loyal individuals would go astray, the steadfast would waver, the cowardly would become brave, and the humble would remove their masks for it. Lin Jiayou is no exception. Once he learned the names of gin and vodka and realized this organization is the black organization, he set an ultimate goal in his heart. He would pursue immortality. This is not an easy goal to achieve. After all, even his superior, the gentleman of the black organization, has pursued it for many years and has only barely touched the edge of it. However, he is a transmigrator. He has his advantages. The future is full of possibilities. Before achieving this goal, his primary task is to firmly root himself in this great tree of the organization. Only by making good use of the organization and utilizing all the acquaintances in this world can he have a chance. Lin Jiayou thought to himself. At this moment, he regained the appearance he had when meeting gin and vodka. Dressed in a black suit, legs crossed with black tousled hair and dark pupils, and a face devoid of any expression, as if the entire environment around the villa had quieted down. Suddenly his expression darkened as he thought of something. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Hello, Jin. What is it? Jin's cold voice came from the other end of the line. Although still icy, Lin Jiayou felt that there was a hint of something in his tone. Hidden delight. What about my codename? Lin Jiayou's calm voice echoed. He had just realized that he hadn't received his codename. Remembering how Jin had talked a lot about the benefits of being a formal member, but hadn't given him a codename, he couldn't help but make the call. On the other end of the line, Jin seemed to pause, not answering the question directly, but began to ramble. As you know, there have been many matters in the organization recently. Vodka and I, along with others, have been very busy. Originally, each member's codename is assigned personally by the gentleman, but due to certain reasons. So what about my codename? Lin Jiayou interrupted Jin, asking coldly. Jin's speech halted again. Although his voice sounded cold, it seemed a bit awkward. This is what I wanted to tell you. The gentleman is unable to assign codenames for certain reasons, so we've decided to use a lottery method to determine the codenames for formal members. As for you. So what is my codename? Lin Jiayou was too lazy to listen to Jin's continued rambling and asked straightforwardly. Sherry. What? Sherry. Lin Jiayou felt he might not have heard correctly. Isn't Sherry the codename for AI Hybra? No, not Sherry. Sherry is already taken. Jin quickly refuted and repeated Lin Jiayou's codename. It's Cherry Cherry Cherry. Cherry. Lin Jiayou felt that if he were a character from an anime, he would definitely have a bunch of black lines above his head. Cherry. This sounds like a feminine codename. How can it be used for a man? Moreover, he is a 193-meter tall, cold-faced god with mechanical precision. Jin must have made a mistake. Yes, he must have made a mistake. That's right, Cherry Cherry Wine. That's your codename. Jin's cold words dispelled any glimmer of hope in Lin Jiayou's heart, and without giving Lin Jiayou a chance to resist, he added, all right, that's it, a vodka, and I have tasks to attend to. After saying that with a click, he hung up the phone, leaving Lin Jiayou, who had a blank expression but was crumbling inside, alone in the villa, utterly flustered. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. Lin Jiayou had long accepted the nickname Cherry during this time, accepting it was inevitable, as the will of the organization could not be altered by his personal preferences. Yesterday, Lin Jiayou primarily spent half a day familiarizing himself with his villa. Well, or rather, he used the time to get acquainted with the training grounds of the villa. This underground training facility was quite different from what Qin Jiao had described. It was not a small area. From Lin Jiaou's perspective as an experienced operative, it could be considered a rather excellent and well-equipped training ground with some representative models of various types of firearms and ammunition. At the very least, regardless of the specific skills Lin Jiayou possessed, he could find relatively suitable weapons here. Of course, there were certainly some special weapons that were not available here, such as Lin Jiaou's black umbrella. Even so, Lin Jiayou couldn't help but exclaim, the official organization is truly fantastic. This was far better than being alone. As for the responsibilities he bore for the organization. What did you say? What responsibilities? He didn't hear. After all, he was a mystic focusing solely on learning from bell mode, saying nothing and doing nothing, just practicing Tai Chi. Thinking this, Lin Jiayou changed into a set of casual black homeware, picked up a coffee cup, and used the villa's coffee machine to brew himself a cup of coffee. The surface of the coffee was half a finger's width from the rim of the cup at a perfect temperature of 72 degrees Celsius. From the moment he brewed the coffee to placing it on the coffee table, the surface of the liquid must not show the slightest ripple. After completing all this, Lin Jiayou finally settled comfortably onto his sofa, crossing his legs and taking a sip from the coffee he had prepared. After the coffee came the cigarettes. Skillfully, he took a pack of 7 stars from his luggage, opened it, retrieved a stick, lit it, and silently took a deep drag. If the organization had no tasks for him later, he still had something to attend to. It wasn't a big deal, but these matters still needed to be confirmed. Dingling, dingling. Just as he thought about it, the call he was expecting arrived. Lin Jiayou glanced at the 3 letters Jin displayed on his phone, feeling a bit nostalgic. Upon answering the call, Qinjiao's cold voice came through. Cherry, there's a mission for you to undertake. Cherry. Lin Jiayou took a deep breath. Indeed, he found it difficult to adapt to this codename so quickly. Hey Cherry, are you listening? Lin Jiayou didn't respond immediately, raising Qinjiao's alertness. His voice grew colder as he asked again. I am. Lin Jiayou replied in a flat tone. Qinjiao continued in his icy voice, I'll send you some information via email shortly. Find a way to eliminate the person listed in the documents. I can provide you with an intelligence officer, an operative, and a sniper. Their details will accompany the email. Understood. Lin Jiayou replied casually. Qinjiao grunted in response and hung up without saying more. Lin Jiaou's expression was emotionless, yet a glimmer of thought sparkled in his eyes. Was Qinjiao testing him? Brother, are you testing Cherry? Vodka asked curiously as he drove, having listened to the entire short call that lasted less than a minute. Qinjiao replied, not hesitating to elaborate a bit more to his loyal underling Vodka. While skillfully typing quickly on his phone with one hand, he answered Vodka's question. That gentleman said that Cherry's operational ability, organizational skills, and capability to handle affairs are all top-notch in the world. I hope he truly lives up to that gentleman's words. That would relieve us of considerable work pressure. I understand, brother. Vodka nodded heavily. Inside the villa, Lin Jiayou received an email from Qinjiao. Target name, Yamazaki Shinji. Gender male. Position, general manager of the Mihua branch of the Hakaran Bank. Personal profile, born in 1952. Joined Hakaran Bank in 1975. Shortly after Lin Jiayou finished reading the target's profile. In summary, this general manager, Yamazaki Shinji, as a branch manager, held considerable authority. Having served for many years, he had cooked the books and laundered a significant amount of money for the organization. However, this manager Yamazaki now felt he had made enough money. For some unknown reason, he had begun to feel fearful and wanted to withdraw. But while he wanted to withdraw, the organization would not let him do so easily. Moreover, given the numerous fake accounts he had created over the years, allowing him to resign would be detrimental to the organization's control. Thus, they decided to eliminate him outright. This was the mission that Qinjiao had handed over to him. Overall, the difficulty level was quite low, but there were many options. Along with manager Yamazaki's identity information was a list of operatives, intelligence personnel, and snipers that Qinjiao could provide him with. Operative Tequila. Intelligence Officer KIR. Sniper Calvados. Looking at this list of available personnel, a hint of speechlessness appeared in Lin Jiaou's otherwise expressionless face. Qinjiao truly knows how to pick people. The self-destructing warrior Tequila, the counterfeit liquor producer KIR from the CIA, and Calvados, who isn't even worthy of a face after licking to the end. He couldn't help but wonder if when he took these people on a mission, he would also end up not returning. Alright, these individuals cannot be used until he determines whether this world is reasonable. For now, he would rely on some mysticism. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Lin Jiaou's eyes. Hakaran Bank, the manager with the surname Yamazaki, felt somewhat familiar. Could it be that? Lin Jiayou once again pulled out a cigarette from the 7 stars pack, lit it, took a deep drag, and then closed his eyes. Moments later, Lin Jiayou opened his eyes. He remembered. The case of the general manager of Hakaran Bank Yamazaki being murdered marked the first appearance of Kudo Shinichi, and the plot of the Conan world began to unfold. Then perhaps he should also make an appearance. In this world, he might still find a public identity to disguise himself. A week quietly passed. On this particular evening, Lin Jiayou donned a standard and formal black suit, opened his black umbrella, and stood at the entrance of a villa marked with the characters Liu holding a noble invitation adorned with gilded designs. Sir, this is a private banquet. The waiter smiled and slightly bowed as Lin Jiayou approached. Lin Jiayou maintained a neutral expression, slightly raised his gloved hand, and extended the invitation to the waiter with his right hand. The waiter accepted it with a smile, examined the invitation carefully, and bowed again to Lin Jiayou, saying, "Please forgive my previous rudeness. Do come in, esteemed Mr. Lin." Lin Jiayou waved his gloved hand slightly and began to put away his black umbrella, preparing to enter. At that moment, the waiter pointed to an umbrella rack by the door and said, "Mr. Lin, you can place your umbrella in that rack over there." "I'm sorry, but may I take it inside?" Lin Jiayou replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Although his face showed no emotion and his tone was perfectly normal, he carried an inexplicable air of pressure, a sensation the waiter had often felt from high-profile individuals. Seeing this, the waiter refrained from saying more and offered a polite smile, saying, "Of course, Mr. Lin. I apologize for the delay in your entry." "It's all right." Lin Jiayou turned around indifferently, leaving a casual remark before stepping into the villa with mechanistic precision. Phew. The waiter secretly sighed in relief, instinctively wiping the cold sweat that had emerged on his forehead. The aura of this Mr. Lin was truly formidable. He wondered what influential figure the old master had befriended. However, the waiter felt puzzled. How could it be that just a few seconds had passed, and he could no longer recall the appearance of this Mr. Lin? All he retained in his mind was a figure in black, indifferent in demeanor, precise in movement, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Yet he couldn't recall the man's features no matter how hard he tried. "Forget it, I won't think about it anymore." The waiter shook his head and continued to wear his formulaic smile, welcoming guests from all walks of life. On the other side, in the banquet hall of the villa, Lin Jiayou, dressed in a black suit, stood like a solitary towering pine in the center of the hall. Around him, people were exchanging toasts and drinks. In the crowd, an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair, described as exceptionally clever, basked in the flattery of those around him, with sounds of laughter continuously reaching Lin Jiayou's ears. Lin Jiayou remained a cold observer. His purpose for the past week was merely to gain entry to this banquet. And then, he awaited good news. As the drinks flowed, the target Lin Jiayou had in mind, Yamazaki Shinji, stealthily slipped away unnoticed by the crowd. Upon seeing this, the head of the Liu family, Liu Jian, also found an excuse to leave the banquet hall. All these actions were observed by Lin Jiayou. Before long, bang, the sound of gunfire shattered the revelry of the banquet, breaking the chatter of the guests. Everyone looked up confused, scanning the area for the banquet's host, Old Master Liu. "What's going on? Why is there gunfire? What has happened? Quick, go find the master." The butler shouted loudly to the surrounding servants in the center of the banquet hall. After issuing commands to the servants, the butler led the guests in searching for the source of the gunfire. Soon the head of the Liu family, Liu Jian, wheeled himself out from a nearby room. His face appeared somewhat flushed, as if he had engaged in some vigorous activity. Gritting his teeth, he shouted loudly to the crowd, "What's happening? What's all this noise? Where's the butler? Someone explain what's going on." "Master, I'm here." The butler hurriedly moved to Liu Jian's side, bending slightly. As he spoke to him, "Master, we just heard a gunshot from our home for some unknown reason, and everyone was startled. We also found you missing and are currently searching for you and the source of the gunfire." "Humph. I'm fine now, I just want to handle a minor issue," Liu Jian snorted, and then laughed heartily at the guests. "As for the gunshot, I will have the servants check it out, so please don't worry. Everyone please continue the music and dancing." Despite Liu Jian's assurances, the wealthy guests remained uneasy without seeing a definitive outcome. Before long, the source of the gunfire was finally discovered by the servants. The body of General Manager Yamazaki Shinji was also found. Under the urging of the crowd, Liu Jian hastily dialed the police. After a while, Officer Muro, the head of the investigative division for major crimes at the police department, arrived at the Liu residence, accompanied by the renowned high school detective Kudo Shinichi. After Officer Muro's arrival, he quickly conducted a detailed inspection of the entire villa, thoroughly investigating the scene where the deceased Yamazaki Shinji had been found. After a thorough search, it was discovered that the room where Yamazaki Shinji died was located in a guest room not far from the banquet hall, with several guest rooms connected nearby, although they were not close. Furthermore, the guest room where Yamazaki Shinji died had been locked from the inside, and the glass door leading to the balcony was wide open. Thus, Officer Muro quickly reached a conclusion. This was a robbery in which the intruder had attempted to break in, but encountered General Manager Yamazaki, and to prevent exposure, the intruder killed him. However, regarding this matter, the savior of the Japanese police, the renowned detective of Kanto Kudo Shinichi, had a different perspective. "Officer Mumu, how long do you intend to detain me and my guests?" The head of the Sei family, Sei Jian, sat in a wheelchair flanked by the family's butler and his personal maid. He glared at Officer Mumu with a stern voice. As the head of the family, even though Sei Jian was seated in a wheelchair, the oppressive aura he exuded was not something ordinary people could withstand. "My guests and I do not have the time to accompany you officers in this baseless investigation." "Mr. Sei, please remain calm," Officer Mumu said, feeling the pressure from Sei Jian's aura. He quickly smiled and tried to soothe Sei Jian's emotions. "After all, the deceased were guests at your banquet, Mr. Sei. The general manager of Hachibana Bank, Mr. Yamazaki, was murdered here in your presence. In any case, I ask you to endure a little longer, Mr. Officer Mumu's words made everyone around perk up their ears. Sei-jin's expression darkened again. Officer Mumu, are you implying that the murderer of my friend Mr. Yamazaki is among my guests? Sei-jin's voice was laced with suppressed anger, as if he would pounce if Officer Mumu failed to provide an answer. Officer Mumu was at a loss for words and instinctively wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. At the same time, he couldn't help but complain internally. Kudo, where are you? You asked me to help secure the scene and gather everyone, and I've done that. Where did you run off to? Come out quickly, if you don't this old man will tear me apart. Just as Officer Mumu was inwardly complaining and sweating profusely, a voice rang out. Mr. Sei is correct, the murderer is among the crowd. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a young man in a dark blue suit with a red bow tie who looked youthful and somewhat naive, yet radiated a strong sense of justice, stepping forward with one hand in his pocket. Seeing this person, Sei-jin's first reaction was, I don't like him. He felt a bit unsettled. The newcomer was too arrogant. The other party's upright posture, piercing gaze, and the casual hand in his pocket combined with that intense aura of righteousness all indicated that he was the embodiment of justice, ready to confront all evil. Who are you? Sei-jin's expression darkened as he sternly rebuked. Has the crime scene become so relaxed that any student can walk in? Mr. Sei, this is because. Officer Mumu instinctively tried to explain in the face of Sei-jin's reprimand. However, his explanation was interrupted by Kudo Shinichi, who raised a hand and said, Mr. Sei, I am Kudo Shinichi, a detective. Boom. Accompanying Kudo Shinichi's words was a distant rumble from outside the window. It seemed like it was going to rain tonight, but it never did. Kudo Shinichi. Is he the high school detective? I've heard he's quite a formidable detective. Yes, it said he has solved many cases. While the rain outside wouldn't fall, the discussions among the guests inside surged like a tide, flooding towards Sei-jin in the center of the crowd. Kudo Shinichi. A detective. Sei-jin's eyes narrowed, his fierce gaze sweeping over Officer Mumu as his aura erupted once more. Are today's police so incapable that they need a detective's assistance to solve cases? Or is it that with the title of detective one can interfere in investigations without restraint, even restricting the personal freedom of us ordinary citizens? This is pressure. Officer Mumu's heart sank. Sei-jin was indeed applying pressure on him. The only way out now was to quickly solve the case, leaving no grounds for Sei-jin to criticize. Otherwise, if these ordinary citizens pressured the police department, Officer Mumu wouldn't be able to handle it. With that thought in mind, Officer Mumu turned his gaze to his younger brother Kudo Shinichi. Kudo, you better step up. Kudo Shinichi indeed stepped up. He paid no heed to Sei-jin's words, smiled easily, and began to narrate. The crime scene was a locked room. The door was locked from the inside. From what we examined at the scene, the murderer entered through the window of the neighboring room on the third floor and escaped through the same window, leaving no footprints below it. Thus, it is evident that the murderer cannot be an external thief, but is likely an insider of the villa. In just a few sentences, Kudo Shinichi had redirected the focus of the case, defining it as an internal crime. This also provided Officer Mumu and the others with a reason to secure the scene. Sei-jin's face darkened again as he slammed his wheelchair and shouted loudly, nonsense. While there are guest rooms next to that room, the windows between them are at least 10 meters apart. How could the murderer possibly jump over? Kudo Shinichi remained unfazed by Sei-jin's reprimand. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, although the distance between the windows is indeed great, if one were to use the eaves next to the window, the distance to Mr. Yamazaki's balcony would only be less than 2 meters. This little distance I believe anyone could manage, right? Naive reasoning. Sei-jin coldly snorted, his face already turning red as he fixed his eyes on Kudo Shinichi, continuing to question, then how would one leave? Even if there is a 2-meter distance, the eaves are less than 10 centimeters wide. One slight misstep would lead to falling down. It's utterly impossible. Well, considering what you said, it does seem difficult. However, Kudo Shinichi revealed a sly smile. How do you know so much about the structure of your own house, Mr. Sei? 10 meters, 2 meters, 10 centimeters. Did you measure them specifically? Oh no. Sei-jin panicked at Kudo Shinichi's words, because he actually had measured it. After all, if one was preparing to commit murder, they would surely make adequate preparations. Just as Sei-jin was in a state of panic, Kudo Shinichi continued, regardless of how you know, let's talk about the method of escape, which is not particularly difficult to accomplish. All the murderer needs to do is take a rope while sneaking over and tie it to the balcony of Mr. Yamazaki's room, then they can climb back using the rope. Kudo Shinichi's words left everyone around him in silence. Although they hadn't examined the scene as meticulously as the police, just listening to the young detective's reasoning made them feel an irresistible urge to nod in agreement. Officer Magyar was even more inclined to applaud as he realized that the problem that had troubled him for so long had just been solved by his younger brother Kudo. However, he still had a question. Kudo, how will we retrieve that rope? And why was Mr. Yamazaki's room a locked room? It's very simple. Kudo Shinichi stepped forward slightly and smiled. As long as you tie a stick to one end of the rope and secure it between the railings, you can easily pull the stick away after loosening the rope a bit when you go back. The evidence for this claim is that the police have already discovered traces of friction on the railings of Mr. Yamazaki's balcony where he died. As for why Mr. Yamazaki's room was a locked room, I believe it was because the murderer falsely claimed there was something important to discuss with Mr. Yamazaki in private, which is why Mr. Yamazaki locked the door. Enough. Shibu-kin could no longer listen, angrily banging his wheelchair's armrest. He shouted sharply at Kudo Shinichi, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me who killed my friend Yamazaki." "Hee, do you really not know, old man?" Kudo Shinichi's gaze sharpened as he spoke with implication. "In this house, the person who is so familiar with the structure that they can move freely during this banquet without drawing suspicion and who can make Mr. Yamazaki obey them is none other than you, Shibu-kin. That is you, Lord Shibu." "Lord." Kudo Shinichi's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone turned in shock to look at the figure in the wheelchair at the center. Shibu-kin's expression changed drastically, but soon he sneered, "Kudo, no matter how famous you were before, what kind of detective you are, I must tell you now that you are wrong. I didn't kill Yamazaki. Do you think I, who can barely stand up from a wheelchair, could commit murder?" Shibu-kin said, pointing to his right leg, which was wrapped in bandages and plaster. After he said this, the guests around turned their attention back to Kudo Shinichi. But Kudo Shinichi smiled confidently. "So since there is only one truth, sometimes, even if you don't believe it, that truth still exists." As he spoke, Kudo Shinichi picked up a globe from the Shibu household and hurled it directly at Shibu-kin. Whoosh! The globe flew swiftly, and this scene came suddenly. The surrounding guests, including Officer Megure beside Kudo Shinichi, had no time to react, as the globe had already been thrown. Kudo Shinichi was full of confidence, believing that his reasoning could not possibly be wrong. The Shibu-kin was just pretending to be sick. His leg was definitely fine. So this sudden globe would surely cause him to instinctively stand up and dodge. However, things were far beyond Kudo Shinichi's expectations. Shibu-kin indeed wanted to instinctively stand up to dodge, but at the moment he pushed himself up from the wheelchair, his expression suddenly changed, and he sat back down in pain. Shibu-kin could not stand up, and the globe was about to smash into his face. "It's over." Kudo Shinichi's eyes widened, a look of unexpected shock appearing in the case for the first time. He realized Shibu-kin truly couldn't stand up and wanted to rush forward, but a person's speed could not match that of a flying object. Moreover, Kudo Shinichi was not a martial arts expert, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. Bang! Just as everyone thought the globe had smashed hard into Lord Shibu's face, Officer Megure was even prepared to take the blame for Kudo Shinichi. A completely black umbrella appeared like an iron rod in front of Shibu-kin, blocking the flying globe. This sudden scene left everyone frozen in place. Thud! The globe fell onto the villa's carpet, and the sound of it hitting the ground awakened the stunned crowd around. Shibu-kin, with a look of lingering fear, raised his head to see who had saved him. He looked up the black umbrella towards its handle and saw its owner. It was a very tall young man dressed entirely in black, holding the umbrella with one hand while the other hung straight down at his side. His appearance was quite ordinary, but his expression was cold and indifferent. If Kudo Shinichi gave Shibu-kin a feeling of arrogance and disdain, then this black-clad man seemed to exude an aura of being isolated from the entire world. Not just Shibu-kin, but the surrounding guests, including Kudo Shinichi and Officer Megure, who looked as if they had survived a disaster, were all drawn in by the man in black. "Young man, you are still too impatient." Lin Jiayou withdrew the umbrella that had been in front of Shibu-kin, standing it up beside his feet, and placed both hands on the black umbrella. He maintained a blank expression, but everyone knew he was speaking to the high school detective Kudo Shinichi. "You have countless ways to confirm whether his leg can move. Why did you have to choose such an extreme method?" I'm sorry, I was too hasty." Faced with the reality before him and Lin Jiayou's indifferent expression, which sparked no inclination to resist, Kudo Shinichi lowered his noble head for the first time at this crime scene. "It's good that you realize your mistake, detective." Shibu-kin, seeing Kudo Shinichi admit his fault, felt his previously anxious heart regain its composure. He pointed at Kudo Shinichi, angrily berating, "You little brat, thinking you can hit me with a globe just because you can't frame me. I will definitely have a good talk with your parents. And you, Officer Megure." Shibu-kin then turned his ire toward Officer Megure. "Tomorrow, I will have my lawyer sue the police department. Oh, just wait. Lord Seba, this is all a misunderstanding. We can discuss it calmly." Inspector Mori, hearing Seba-kin's furious words, grew instantly flustered and rushed forward to offer profuse apologies, striving to soothe the nobleman's agitation. Too late. Seba-kin let out a cold snort, a flash of smug triumph flickering in his eyes as he tilted his chin upward. "You incompetent officers not only failed to uncover the truth behind my friend Mr. Yamazaki's death, you even believed that high school boy, nearly injuring me in the process. Had it not been for this gentleman, would I even be standing here speaking with you today? Apologies, sincere apologies, Lord Seba. This is entirely our fault." Inspector Mori, embodying Japan's renowned spirit of deferential craftsmanship, bowed deeply 3 times, with each sentence flawlessly conveying his remorse. "Kudo-kin, you've truly doomed me this time." Thinking this, Inspector Mori turned sharply toward Kudo Shinichi and snapped, "Kudo-kin, hurry and apologize to Lord Seba at once." "Mie." Kudo Shinichi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Seba-kin. Apologize to this murderer? Though he could not fathom why Seba-kin's leg remained injured, Kudo remained utterly convinced his deduction was sound, and thus, a spark of resolve gleamed in Kudo Shinichi's eyes. He would find an opportunity, soon, to test Seba-kin's leg injury once more. "Ha ha ha. It seems Detective Kudo is unwilling," Seba-kin sneered, waving dismissively. "No matter. I won't stoop to quarrel with a child." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze toward Lin Jiayou, who stood quietly nearby like a silent sentinel, and said, "Sir, my deepest gratitude." Had it not been for you just now, I'd have spent another 2 days hospitalized. Huh. He laughed heartily, perhaps to ease the tension, perhaps to vent his simmering resentment. Yet he failed to notice the glint of wry amusement that flickered across Lin Jiayou's eyes. No need, Mr. Seba, Lin Jiayou replied, hands resting atop the sleek black shaft of his umbrella, his posture rigid in immaculate black formal wear, his expression impassive yet voice chillingly calm. I am about to escort you into custody. Your thanks are premature. What did you say? Lin Jiayou's words struck like thunder, shocking Seba Ken, freezing Inspector Mori midbow, and jolting even the dazed Kudo Shinichi from his stupor. Haha, you're joking, sir. Seba Ken's laughter died instantly, his face stiffening. He forced 2 hollow chuckles, then pointed emphatically at his right leg. You heard the high school detective's reasoning. Those techniques demand full mobility of both legs. My right leg is severely injured. I couldn't even dodge that globe moments ago. Such feats are utterly impossible for me. Is that so? Lin Jiayou slid his right hand back into his pocket, held the black umbrella loosely in his left, and tapped the plaster and bandages on Seba Ken's right leg with quiet disdain. Your leg is injured now, Lord Seba, but that does not mean it was injured at the time of the crime. What do you mean? Seba Ken's expression darkened. He slammed both palms onto his wheelchair's arms, preparing to erupt. Are you accusing me of fabricating my injury? You may consult my attending physician. The nature of the injury differs, doesn't it? Lin Jiayou murmured, voice low and incisive. You sustained this injury 4 months ago. Even if not fully healed, it should be near recovery. Let us examine your wound closely. Then the forgery will be unmistakable. Indeed. Lin Jiayou's words pierced through the fog. Inspector Mori and Kudo Shinichi, suddenly grasped at an injury sustained 4 months ago, could never mimic one freshly inflicted today. All that remained was to formally request Seba Ken's cooperation in a forensic medical examination, under the pretext of assisting the investigation, and the truth would emerge instantly. Realizing this, Inspector Mori's expression hardened. He stepped forward and addressed Seba Ken with grave authority. Lord Seba, we require your cooperation in a medical assessment. Our Metropolitan Police forensic specialist will determine whether your leg injury occurred today. I. Seba Ken stared at the stern-faced Inspector Mori, then at Lin Jiayou. Calm, unreadable, utterly unshaken by the unfolding drama. Within him a fierce inner struggle raged. After a storm of shifting expressions, he finally relented. The patriarch of the Seba family sighed deeply and gave a single resigned nod, a surrender that marked his decisive defeat in this confrontation. With Seba Ken's capitulation, Inspector Mori completed his mission, and the cordon around the Seba residence dissolved naturally. Reporters who had long gathered at the villa's gates surged forward like sharks scenting blood. They swarmed the guests lingering nearby, clamoring for details, seeking the full chronicle of the case and the definitive truth behind its resolution. Having accomplished all he intended, Lin Jiayou judged the moment ripe. Leaning lightly on his obsidian umbrella, he strode toward the villa's entrance, where reporters now thronged. The instant Lin Jiayou emerged, his signature black attire, black umbrella, an imposing silhouette unmistakable, the assembled press knew their long-awaited subject had arrived. Sir, are you the one who solved this case? Sir, is it true you outshone the famed high school detective Kudo Shinichi in solving this case? Are you a professional detective? Did you attend this banquet specifically to investigate Lord Seba, Ken, the head of the Seba household? Sir, please answer our questions. Faced with their barrage, Lin Jiayou felt a quiet surge of satisfaction, but his face remained utterly impassive. From the breast pocket of his black suit jacket, he withdrew a business card, black with gold edging, and handed it casually to one reporter. I am Lin Jiayou. I operate a private detective agency. With that terse declaration, he gently parted the press-packed crowd, raised his black umbrella, and walked steadily away, ignoring their frantic calls and urgent entreaties. Watching Lin Jiayou recede into the distance, the reporters felt a twinge of frustration, but not despair. At least this case had yielded a sensational story. A black umbrella, a black suit, a figure of superhuman poise, an icy detached demeanor. He had intercepted a plummeting globe, then pierced the heart of the mystery with a single devastating insight, eclipsing the celebrated high school detective Kudo Shinichi. Alone, these elements were striking. Together, they wove an aura of profound enigma around Lin Jiayou. The reporters knew this mysterious black-clad detective would dominate tomorrow's front pages, the ultimate bait, drawing countless readers to their papers. Yet they failed to notice Kudo Shinichi, standing nearby, staring after Lin Jiayou once more, lost in reverie. Not long ago, eager journalists had dubbed him the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era. And now in Kudo Shinichi's mind, Lin Jiayou might well be Moriarty. Not identical to the literary villain, but uncannily intuitively Kudo felt it. He sensed with quiet certainty that this man might become his lifelong adversary. Leaving the villa of the Liu family, Lin Jiayou got into the Lexus assigned to him by the organization. In the car, he expressionlessly took out his phone, found the email he had edited long ago, and clicked send. Resolving Cherry. Well, it seems he still could not adapt to this silly codename. The next day, Chinjio and Vodka were sitting in his Porsche 356 with Vodka, holding the morning's newspaper from the daily selling TV station. The headline of the newspaper prominently featured the murder that occurred yesterday. The cover story was a side profile of Lin Jiayou captured by a reporter as he turned to leave. Even if it was just a side profile, Chinjio and Vodka instantly recognized their organization colleague. This Cherry truly is Vodka smacked his lips, organizing his thoughts. A quite unconventional, Head child's trick. Jiayou glanced at the newspaper and disdainfully tossed it aside. However, the faint smile on his lips revealed his true thoughts. Without spending any manpower from the organization and only consuming some basic expenses, he dealt with the target required by the organization, and throughout the process there was not a single trace connecting it to the organization. Lin Jiayou even gained a considerable amount of social attention and traffic through this incident. For this operation, Jiayou could only say it deserved full marks. He was not afraid of Lin Jiayou becoming arrogant. As for our protagonist Lin Jiayou, he was leisurely preparing a typical Chinese breakfast, soy milk and youtiao, after which he began to appreciate his masterpiece featured in the newspaper. Sure enough, this is the correct way to utilize foresight and insight. Regarding the incident with Liu Jian and Yamazaki Shinji, he had not interfered at all, because he knew that this case would arise without his interference. By not interfering naturally, there would be no traces left behind preventing anyone from associating this incident with him, and it would not expose the existence of the organization. What he truly needed to do were only two things. The first was to obtain a reasonable identity to appear at the crime scene. He had not been in the island nation for long, and was not a well-known detective here, making it difficult to enter the scene after the incident. Thus, he needed to secure an invitation letter in advance to give himself an identity to enter. Fortunately, this banquet was aimed at a wide audience, and with his money and connections, he could easily obtain an invitation. At the same time, to better promote himself after solving the case along with some careful considerations, he also needed a public identity. After some thought, he chose to be a detective. There was no other reason, it was simply in line with the trend of the times. In this world where the status of detectives was so high, having foresight and insight, it would be unreasonable not to take advantage of this benefit. Thus, a detective named Lin Jiayou, who ran a detective agency and attended the banquet, was born. The second thing was that he needed to ensure he could overshadow Kudo Shinichi and establish his own reputation. This task was not difficult. He remembered that Kudo Shinichi would use a globe to smash Liu Jian at the scene to test Liu Jian's physical condition. All he needed to do was make Liu Jian's physical condition poor, and then suddenly appear to block the globe, interrupting Kudo Shinichi's train of thought and capturing everyone's attention, thereby reaping the rewards of the case. As for the method, it was also quite simple. He just needed to find a time to change his identity and approach Liu Jian from the side, making him aware of the flaws in his plan. Naturally, after committing the crime, he would be ruthless enough to injure his own leg. Having gained this foresight and insight, Lin Jiayou could then take advantage of Kudo Shinichi's moment of distraction to expose everything and solidify his own reputation. After completing all this, Lin Jiayou rightfully enjoyed all the fruits of victory. He gained fame and secured a public identity, making it much easier to do many things in the future. He also earned trust from Jiayou. Jiayou had no idea that Lin Jiayou possessed foresight and insight. He would only think that all of this was accomplished by Lin Jiayou. He even believed that the reason Liu Jian went to kill Yamazaki Shinji was due to some means secretly employed by Lin Jiayou. Even if Liu Jian later claimed that the case was entirely his own idea, Jiayou would not agree. He would only view Lin Jiayou as more powerful, believing that this organization's cherry had the ability to manipulate people's hearts without leaving any traces. After quickly reviewing his accomplishments in his mind, Lin Jiayou stood up from the dining table. He walked to the villa's cloakroom and chose a black trench coat and a pair of black trousers. Then he went to the basement, selected a Beretta 92F, along with several magazines. He didn't know why, perhaps it was because he walked in the same dark world, but like Jiayou, he also quite liked this handgun. Having just completed a task, there should not be any work for a short while. So today was a rare holiday for Lin Jiayou. He decided to take a good rest today. Amusement parks, arcades, shopping, watching movies. He wanted it all. Lin Jiayou stood at the villa's entrance, turned the doorknob, leaning on his black umbrella with a resolute and determined gaze. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Hello? Cherry, the organization has a task for you. Can I boldly say no to Jiayou? Lin Jiayou thought to himself as he did just that, saying, I don't want to go. This task is very simple and won't take up too much of your time, Jiayou said in a gentle tone, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. I can arrange for you to have at least a week off after you complete your task today. All right. Lin Jiayou immediately agreed. Had he known there was a week off, he wouldn't have wasted so many words with Jiayou. Seeing Lin Jiayou's agreement, Jiayou explained the details of the task. You need to go to Baijiu Pharmaceutical and accompany Sherry to meet her sister. By the way, Sherry is the owner of the codename you want. I know, Lin Jiayou replied, coldly rolling his eyes in his heart. He really wished the matter of the codename would not be mentioned again. Also, he did not want the codename Sherry. At the entrance of Baijiu Pharmaceutical, Sherry, or rather Gongye Zhihui, wore a standard white lab coat and stood quietly at the entrance, surrounded by about 10 bodyguards in black. Her expression was aloof, as if she were not the one standing among the crowd. However, even the most aloof person would have things that troubled them. Every half-minute or so, Gongye Zhihui would raise her wrist to check the watch she was wearing. The more she looked, the more irritated she became. Is he not here yet? A cold voice escaped from Gongye Zhihui's lips. This voice was like a piercing cold wind, causing the 10 or so bodyguards around her to shiver. Director Gongye, said the closest bodyguard, stammering. That person said he would be here shortly. You said that 10 minutes ago. Gongye Zhihui was furious inside. 10 minutes, another 10 minutes. At this rate, how much time would she have left to meet her sister? Director Gongye, he's here. The furthest bodyguard, seeing a Lexus approaching in the distance, assumed it must be that person and hurriedly shouted to Gongye Zhihui. Gongye Zhihui immediately turned to look at the stopped Lexus. A man emerged from the Lexus dressed in a black trench coat and black trousers. He was tall, but not overly imposing, holding a black umbrella with unremarkable features and a blank expression. After getting out of the car, he walked toward them. Gongye Zhihui coldly snorted at the sight of him. Another person like Lin Jiayou. In Gongye Zhihui's mind, Lin Jiayou was just like this, and this was the image she disliked the most because she felt no trace of humanity from such people. "Let's go, Sherry." Lin Jiayou got out of the car leaning on the black umbrella and expressionlessly said to Gongye Zhihui. Gongye Zhihui nodded coldly. The two of them had barely exchanged a few words before they were about to get into the same car. They thought there was nothing wrong with this, but the other bodyguards behind were anxious. "Hey sir." The bodyguard closest to Gongye Zhihui hurried forward wanting to say something. "Moi." Lin Jiayou stopped, half turned his head, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Is there a problem?" This sir," the bodyguard said, bracing himself against the pressure emanating from Lin Jiayou. "Lord Vodka ordered that we must follow along." Sigh. She knew it would be like this. Gongye Zhihui sighed inwardly. She knew the organization wouldn't let her go out alone with any member. The organization's policy towards her had always been strict protection, every outing accompanied by a large number of bodyguards. Rather than protection, it was more like surveillance. She had thought today would be a little easier, but it seemed she was overthinking it. After staring at the bodyguard for a few seconds, Lin Jiayou nodded. "All right." "Phew." The bodyguard let out a sigh of relief. "You can come alone," Lin Jiayou said flatly, and then sat in the driver's seat of the Lexus. Seeing this, Gongye Zhihui was slightly taken aback, feeling inexplicably relieved. Then she quickly opened the car's rear door and sat in the back seat. The bodyguard was now completely at a loss. As a mere peripheral member, how was he supposed to accompany two big shots and ride in the same car with them? "Waiting online, very urgent." "Hurry up." Gongye Zhihui in the back seat spoke coldly. Upon hearing his superiors speak, the bodyguard hurriedly tried to open the back door, preparing to get in without a second thought. Then, he felt the icy glare from Director Gongye that could freeze a person. 3. He'll sit in the front. The bodyguard quickly changed his position and opened the front passenger door. After getting in, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person driving didn't treat him like Director Gongye, otherwise he really couldn't handle it. Lin Jiayou glanced at the bodyguard beside him, and after seeing him fasten his seatbelt, he looked at the rearview mirror and asked Gongye Zhihui indifferently, "Where to?" "Jianggudian Ailan Cafe." Gongye Zhihui in the back seat said coldly. She crossed her arms, one leg slightly raised over the other, gazing blankly out the window, lost in thought. Listening to her words, Lin Jiayou fell silent. This cafe indeed had a rather nice name. However, was the location really Jianggudian? Should he go check out that place? After all, he felt that this world was not simple. After more than 10 minutes, under Gongye Zhihui's constant checking of the time, Lin Jiayou finally arrived at their destination. Inside Ailan Cafe, a gentle and elegant woman with long black hair had been waiting anxiously. "Zhihui." As soon as Lin Jiayou and Gongye Zhihui got out of the car, she couldn't wait to wave her hand and rush out from the cafe. "Sister." At this moment, the icy-faced Director Gongye finally showed a change in expression upon seeing her only relative. A smile blossomed on her face like a snow lotus blooming atop an iceberg, able to melt the surrounding ice and snow despite being in a snowy landscape. Gongye Akemi appeared even more overwhelmed as she embraced her sister tightly, holding her in her arms. "I've missed you so much. It's so good to see you again." At that moment, Miyano Shiho seemed to have returned to her childhood, nuzzling gently in Gongye Akemi's embrace, not intending to break free. After a moment, Gongye Akemi released her embrace, collecting the tears in her eyes and replacing them with a gentle smile. "Shiho, let's go inside. Sister is very curious about how you've been living these past few days." Saying this, Gongye Akemi pulled Gongye Shiho along, heading into the cafe. Gongye Shiho did not resist. She glanced back at Lin Jiayou and the bodyguard in black beside the car, her meaning crystal clear. "Don't follow us." The bodyguard in black was clearly intimidated by Gongye Shiho's icy glare, standing frozen in place with a troubled expression. The organization required him to stay close, but Director Gongye wouldn't allow him to follow. Although the organization's orders were clearly more important, he dared not contradict Director Gongye's wishes. Caught in a dilemma, the bodyguard cast a pleading glance at Lin Jiayou. "Sir, could you please give me some direction?" Lin Jiayou felt the bodyguard's gaze, but pretended not to see. "If she wants you to stay here, then just stay here," Lin Jiayou said lightly. The bodyguard felt a sigh of relief in his heart. With this gentleman's approval, he likely wouldn't be held accountable by the organization. Shouldn't be right. Just as he thought this, Lin Jiayou propped up the black umbrella in his hand, stepping forward with his characteristic steady pace toward Ailan Cafe. "Hey, sir." The bodyguard still wanted to call out to Lin Jiayou, but Lin Jiayou paid him no heed. His steps remained precise as he measured the ground at the most suitable pace, walking through the cafe's entrance. Lin Jiayou felt a cold smile rise within. "You think you can stop me? Good afternoon. Welcome. What can I get for you, sir?" "I'll look around myself." As soon as Lin Jiayou entered the cafe, he was greeted warmly by a server nearby. At that moment, Gongye Akemi and Gongye Shiho, already seated in a booth, heard someone enter and instinctively looked toward the door. Then, They saw Lin Jiayou. Gongye Shiho's delicate face instantly turned cold. The organization's hound. She cursed inwardly, her eyes filled with rejection and disgust. Lin Jiayou, feeling the blatant disdain in Gongye Shiho's eyes, found it not unpleasant, but rather a bit amusing. Realizing this, Lin Jiayou immediately engaged in a brief moment of deep reflection. Oh, I'm truly sorry, my darker sense of humor has resurfaced. After his reflection, Lin Jiayou faced Gongye Shiho's cold and fierce gaze, walking forward. Finally, he arrived at the seat next to Gongye Shiho in Gongye Akemi's booth and sat down. Gongye Shiho felt even more displeased. Does the organization have to intrude on even this little bit of personal time? However, despite her frustration, Gongye Shiho did not explode on the spot. She merely let out a small sound of discontent. Having been in the organization for so many years, she knew one thing: no matter what, she could not oppose the organization's intentions, so she could only accept it. Opposite her, Gongye Akemi was equally helpless. She also wished for a private space with her sister. However, she was even less willing for her sister to provoke the organization's dissatisfaction, especially after that person's incident. The two sisters sat facing each other, momentarily unsure of what to say. You two chat, I won't interfere. Lin Jiayou lounged with his legs crossed, holding a free magazine provided by the cafe, speaking in a detached tone. He considered himself neither a monster nor a villain, and felt there was no need for them to be so guarded against him. Of course, the Gongye sisters did not think, so if you sit here, how can we chat? Both thought this in their hearts. However, they couldn't say this outright. Gongye Akemi was contemplating that perhaps this newly arrived organization member was indeed a formal member. Although he seemed cold, he had said this, so perhaps he was not incapable of conversing normally. Gongye Akemi decided to test the waters. Sir, are you a formal employee of the organization? With her signature gentle smile, Gongye Akemi softly asked Lin Jiayou. Sorry to ask, it's just the ones who accompanied Shiho before were all company bodyguards, so I wanted to ask if Shiho is in the company. Don't think too much, it's just a mission, Lin Jiayou replied flatly, his actions flipping through the magazine, unchanged, not glancing aside. I just returned to the country. Oh, I see, thank you, sir. Gongye Akemi's smile grew even softer as she listened to Lin Jiayou's words. By the way, may I ask how you are addressed, your code name? Here it comes, it's finally here. Lin Jiayou shouted internally. This damned question could not be avoided. Damn that changing, damn that gentleman, damn the organization's codename generator, damn his luck. Lin Jiayou felt extreme embarrassment and wanted to storm out. But his body's functions wouldn't allow him to do something that would tarnish his aloof image. He simply continued to look at the magazine, responding in a very casual, indifferent tone. Cherry. Huh. Both girls voiced their confusion simultaneously. Not just Gongye Akemi, even Gongye Shiho, who originally did not want to engage, expressed her doubts. Cherry. Isn't that her Shiho's code name? Does the organization allow duplicate names? Is Cherry? Lin Jiayou looked at the expressions of the two and could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath and pronounced the word that irritated him in a more standard accent. Cherry. Gongye Akemi and Gongye Shiho exchanged glances, sensing a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Smile. Cherry. Gongye Shiho spoke for the first time since Lin Jiayou entered the cafe. Her voice remained icy and her expression showed no change. However, Lin Jiayou always felt that she was mocking him. Indeed, Lin Jiayou was not mistaken. Gongye Shiho was indeed laughing at him. She scrutinized Lin Jiayou once more. He was a tall man, nearly 2 meters in height, exuding an air of indifference with movements as precise as a machine. He had thought that the other party would have a code name that matched his own demeanor. For instance, vodka is called vodka, tequila is called tequila, making one feel that the code name was not misplaced. As a result, he was named Cherry. If one did not see him in person and only looked at the code name, one would certainly think it belonged to a very cute girl. Wait. Gongye Shiho suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that this man had specifically requested the organization for such a misleading code name to confuse his opponents? If that were the case, this man would be too terrifying. Huh. Lin Jiayou sighed inwardly again, his gaze turning a few degrees colder as he glanced at Gongye Shiho and said in a nonchalant voice, this code name was drawn randomly. I had bad luck and drew this. Cherry. Lin Jiayou's words immediately dispelled Gongye Shiho's suspicions. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief, perhaps because she did not want a man entirely devoted to the organization sitting beside her. Seeing Lin Jiayou's eyes gradually grow colder, Gongye Akemi also understood that he did not wish for others to discuss his code name. Thus, Gongye Akemi quickly picked up the cafe's menu, stood up, and placed it in front of Lin Jiayou, smiling as she said, thank you for accompanying my sister today, Cherry. Oh no, Che. Sir. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gongye Akemi almost wanted to slap herself. Knowing full well that the other party did not want to discuss this code name, she still instinctively spoke it out. It was all because of how catchy this code name was, a big man named Cherry. Lin Jiayou listened to Gongye Akemi's words, feeling helpless inside. After shooting her a cold glance, he said, my name is Lin Jiayou. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin, for accompanying my sister today. My name is Gongye Akemi, I am Shiho's sister. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Seeing that the other party provided her with a way out, Gongye Akemi quickly took advantage of it. She opened the menu and asked Lin Jiayou, what would you like to drink? Feel free to order, it's my treat. Then I won't be polite. Lin Jiayou took the menu and began scanning the coffee drinks, various pastries, and small dishes. He's really not polite at all. Sitting quietly and saying nothing, Miyano Shiho rolled her eyes at Lin Jiayou's actions, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Lin Jiayou was unaware of her thoughts. Even if he knew, he would only smile lightly and let it go. Why not take advantage of a benefit? He refrained from saying the next sentence. Lin Jiayou turned the menu and calmly read out one name after another. Orange juice with ice, blueberry cake, strawberry cake, matcha cake, vanilla cake, mango cake. After naming 8 cakes, Lin Jiayou finally stopped. That's it. Saying this, he returned the menu to Miyano Shiho. At this moment, Miyano Shiho was completely bewildered, staring blankly as she accepted the menu. Miyano Shiho also cast a cold glance this way, then quickly turned her head, unable to suppress her thoughts. How can he order so many cakes? Can he finish them? Does he really think of his sister as an ATM? And why is he drinking orange juice? Does he think he's still a child? 1 orange drink and 8 cakes. Lin Jiayou clarified his order calmly, saying, "That's it. Is that all?" As soon as Lin Jiayou said this, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. Wasn't this enough? Could it be that people in this country eat a lot? Oh, that shouldn't be the case. 1 iced drink and 8 cakes. Lin Jiayou reiterated his order and added nonchalantly, "That's it." Miyano Shiho also realized that she had acted a bit foolishly and quickly nodded, saying, Okay, I'll go right now." Saying this, she hurriedly left. Actually, it was not necessary to go to the front desk to order, but Miyano Shiho felt that staying here any longer would make her seem a bit silly, so she ran to the front desk. Upon reaching the front desk, she took out a card from her pocket and handed it to the waiter. The waiter, upon seeing the card, immediately greeted her, and after placing the order, proceeded with the card on the machine. This scene was seen by Lin Jiayou. He frowned slightly and looked at Miyano Shiho beside him. "Does your sister have a membership card here?" As soon as Lin Jiayou said this, Miyano Shiho looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. While Lin Jiayou was confused about what he had done, Miyano Shiho's cold voice rang out. "This cafe is an asset of the organization. Although my sister is an outer member, she still receives a meal allowance every month." Her expression was aloof, but the more she spoke, the angrier Miyano Shiho felt. She knew that formal members could eat and drink for free at the organization's properties. Whatever this guy wanted, he could just order it himself. Oh, after all, he wouldn't have to pay. Yet now he wanted her sister to settle the bill. Miyano Shiho simmered in silent anger, but didn't dare to express it. After all, her current meeting rights were still in his hands, so she couldn't offend him. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayou, who had heard Miyano Shiho's words, was also secretly angry with himself. Damn it, he had been careless. If it weren't for this outing, he would have forgotten that he still had the right to eat and drink freely at organizations under the company. With the organization so vast, it must preside over numerous enterprises. Very well, decision made. From today, I will set a modest goal. Within a year, I will eat at every single subordinate shop the organization runs in Tokyo. Lin Jiayou, who had silently sworn grand ambitions, sat quietly against the cafe sofa. Though his face remained composed, the tip of his shoe tapped out a steady rhythm, and a faint gleam lit his eyes, small betrayals of a good mood. In the adjacent booth, the sullen Miyano Shiho watched Lin Jiayou's expressions with constant attention. Seeing so many little signs of his cheerfulness only fueled her anger. He's doing this on purpose. He must have known this place belongs to the organization. When my sister politely invited him, he seized the chance and ordered a mountain of food to bleed her dry. He must be taking revenge on my sister because I teased him earlier. Damn you, Yingto Ojiu. I will remember this. As these thoughts churned through Miyano Shiho's mind, the aloof expression on her face melted away. She bit her soft lower lip with her teeth, casting irritated glances at Lin Jiayou from time to time. She wanted to sulk openly at Lin Jiayou, but his status as an official member of the organization and the deep prison-like aura he exuded left her frozen with fear. Lin Jiayou's senses were keen. He noticed the instant Miyano Shiho glanced his way. Coupled with what she had said earlier, he quickly guessed her thoughts. At that, he could not help but smile. This Shueli, truly cold in appearance, yet warm at heart. It was unpleasant to be resented, but having lived 2 lives, and with today's meeting serving both a mission and his future plans, he would not lower himself to spar with an 18-year-old girl. "Mr. Lin, your items are ready." Miyano Mingmai's gentle voice came from behind him. He did not turn before she had already appeared at his side. She carried a large tray bearing 5 small plates, each holding a single pastry, 3 cakes, and 2 sandwiches. "I am terribly sorry," Miyano Mingmai said apologetically. "There were simply a few too many items, so I could only bring 5 for now. Please have the waitresses assist with the rest." As she spoke, Miyano Mingmai began taking the pastries off the tray one by one. "It's no trouble," Lin Jiayou replied calmly. "It's all right." Miyano Mingmai bowed once more. "I am truly sorry." Her face was full of contrition and her demeanor humbly low. After placing the blueberry, strawberry, and matcha cakes on Lin Jiayou's table, Miyano Mingmai turned and set the 2 sandwiches on Miyano Shiho's table. Behind Miyano Mingmai, a waitress approached carrying a large tray that held the 5 remaining cakes for Lin Jiayou and a glass of orange juice studded with ice. "Sir, my sincerest apologies for the wait." After setting the tray down, the waitress performed a perfect 90-degree bow to Lin Jiayou and launched into a formal apology. As she bent, Lin Jiayou noticed a palpable flicker of terror in her eyes. He wondered to himself whether she had realized his identity. Lin Jiayou took a sip of the orange juice and thought this over. He said nothing more, merely gesturing a dismissive wave toward the waitress. The woman instantly reacted as if absolved, bowing deeply once more before hurrying back to the counter. The Gonyea sisters in the neighboring booth were no longer surprised by such scenes. This cafe was a subsidiary enterprise run by the organization. Its staff existed to serve the organization's members and occupied the lowest rungs of its internal hierarchy. These servers would bow properly to Gonyea Mingmei, let alone to an official member with a code name. Yet that alone did not fully explain the waitress' abject demeanor. The primary reason was that the last time Long Xilan accompanied Gonyea Jibao, here a communication breakdown nearly led Long Xilan to execute the waitress on the spot. If Gonyea Jibao had not pleaded for mercy, the waitress might now be in Tokyo Bay. Ever since, whenever she encountered an official member of the organization, she behaved like a startled fawn, trembling all over. Gonyea Jibao, however, would not place all the blame on the waitress. After all, Long Xilan's accent was so heavy that it was understandable if someone failed to comprehend. Once the waitress had left, Lin Jiayou began to indulge in his company perk. The matcha cake was excellent, its bitterness rich, yet not cloying. The blueberry, strawberry, and mango cakes were disappointing, scarcely containing any real fruit, and overwhelmed by artificial flavoring. As for the orange juice, it faithfully reflected the true taste of the ingredient. Seeing that Lin Jiayou had begun to eat and had ceased monitoring them, Gonyea Jibao felt a faint surprise. This man, he really ate. Still, that was fine, it lightened the mood. Gradually, the two Gonyea sisters relaxed, and their date truly began. They chatted about trivial matters, shared pieces of their lives, even fed each other. Time slipped by minute by minute. Very soon, 4 o'clock arrived. Boss, 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 the time is up. Outside the door, the black-clad bodyguard dared not step into the cafe. He spread his arms and frantically waved at Lin Jiayou, trying to make his meaning clear. He was truly anxious. The deadline was 4 o'clock, and if they did not leave now, they would be questioned upon return, but he dared not enter. Watching the seconds tick away without any sign of movement inside, he grew frantic. Whether Lin Jiayou had noticed the bodyguard's gestures was unknown, but Gonyea Jibao had seen them. She cast a reluctant glance at her sister, then glared venomously at the bodyguard outside. At last she composed herself and looked to Lin Jiayou, saying coldly, "Time's up." Lin Jiayou replied with a calm nod. He set his fork on the cake plate and gently dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "Let's go." Gonyea Jibao said nothing. Hands slipped into the pockets of her white coat as she rose slowly. She was reluctant to leave. She could not bear to part from her sister, to give up the hours spent in the organization's laboratory, to forsake the taste of the outside world's freedom. But she could not say so, as she could not show it. That would invite ridicule. Gonyea Mingmei was reluctant as well. So she looked to Lin Jiayou, tears brimming in her eyes, pleading. "Mr. Lin, could you allow Jibao and me to talk a little longer? We really?" "Yes. Lin Jiayou glanced briefly at Miyano Shiho, who had already risen to her feet, and at Miyano Akemi, whose expression was earnest and sincere, then uttered the word in a calm, even tone. "I understand. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin." "Wait." Miyano Akemi had not expected Lin Jiayou to agree. She had already prepared her speech for failure. Only halfway through did she suddenly snap back to reality, staring blankly at Lin Jiayou. "And you said what?" Lin Jiayou ignored her. Instead, he picked up the fork he had set aside moments earlier, scooped a spoonful of cake, and brought it slowly to his mouth, savoring it deliberately. Watching him so composed, Miyano Akemi knew she hadn't misheard. For the first time in this cafe, she broke into a genuine smile. Silently wiping away her tears, she rose with solemn dignity and bowed deeply to Lin Jiayou. "And thank you, truly thank you, Mr. Lin." Not only she, but even Miyano Shiho, who had long regarded Lin Jiayou with open suspicion, now sat down again, stunned into silence. And this man seemed unlike the organization's vicious hounds. And as for Lin Jiayou himself, his heart remained utterly still. Truth be told, making this decision stirred less internal turbulence within him than his earlier resolution to systematically sample every organization-owned establishment across Tokyo. Allowing the Miyano sisters to continue their date struck Lin Jiayou as perfectly ordinary, indeed entirely natural. He considered himself no unreasonable man, self-perceived admittedly, and when someone pleaded so sincerely and the request entailed no personal cost, while even cultivating goodwill with Miyano Shiho, facilitating future access to the drug, it seemed only logical. All things considered, there was no downside, only advantage. To refuse would have been almost an affront to his own self-interest. And dingling, Lin Jiayou's phone rang. He retrieved it, saw the familiar name displayed on screen, and pressed accept. Hello, Jin. And the name slipping from Lin Jiayou's lips froze the Miyano sisters instantly, their fleeting joy evaporating like mist. Miyano Shiho's normally aloof demeanor shattered, her face drained of color, terror flooding her features. Miyano Akemi paled violently. Without hesitation, she lunged toward Lin Jiayou, desperate to intercept Jin, to claim full responsibility, to submit herself unconditionally to his will. But as she rushed forward, Lin Jiayou raised a hand, expressionless, gesturing calmly for her to stop. And both sisters understood his silent message clearly. "You need not intervene." And now hesitant Miyano Akemi dared not act rashly. If Lin Jiayou intended to conceal the date from Jin, any untimely interference might jeopardize everything. At that moment, Jin's voice crackled over the line, cold as midwinter frost. "Why haven't you brought Sherry back?" Ni's question was icy sharp, accusatory. Unfazed, Lin Jiayou replied coolly. Miyano Akemi wished to speak with her a little longer, And at those words both sisters stiffened paralyzed. Miyano Akemi stood frozen, raw dread surging through her, dread born solely of Jin's presence. Miyano Shiho clenched her small fists so tightly her nails nearly pierced her palms. And, I knew it, he's no altruist. He means to use my sister. Humph. Na brittle, humorless laugh echoed from the receiver. And so whatever she says goes. The voice carried faintly, but both sisters heard it clearly. The implication hung heavy. What exactly was Lin Jiayou's role here? Was he merely a puppet obedient to every whim? And Miyano Shiho suppressed a bitter inward scoff. And humph. Dogs biting. And she invited me for cake. Lin Jiayou stated it plainly, his voice level, his expression unchanging. And silence fell, absolute profound. It settled over the cafe, over the sisters beside him, over Jin on the line. And Miyano Akemi stared bewildered, utterly confounded. Miyano Shiho gazed at Lin Jiayou motionless. Her clenched fists gradually loosened, the glacial hardness in her eyes began imperceptibly to thaw. After a long pause, Jin's voice returned, still frigid, yet edged with something else, resignation. She must return to Shirasaji Pharmaceuticals by 6 o'clock. The organization requires her research tonight. Understood. Lin Jiayou responded evenly. And anything else? Click. Jin, evidently displeased, ended the call without another word. Lin Jiayou showed no reaction, simply slid the phone back into his pocket. Then he turned to the sisters and said, quiet but clear, and carry on. Music resumes. Dance continues. His voice pulled them back to the present. Miyano Akemi bowed again, deeply gratefully. Miyano Shiho watched him in silence, her gaze layered with complexity. He had just defied Jin. And more astonishing still, Jin had acquiesced. Thank you. Miyano Shiho moistened her lips, lowered her head slightly, and spoke 2 quiet words. Her voice held none of its usual frost. It softened, warm and tender like that of any girl her age. It's nothing. Lin Jiayou replied impassively. Then without further word he lifted another spoonful of cake and placed it in his mouth. Seeing this, Miyano Akemi immediately recalled Lin Jiayou's reply to Jin and dashed toward the counter to order 10 or 12 more servings. He waved her off gently, declining outright. In truth, this incident was far less perilous than the sisters imagined. First, Jin was the organization's most diligent operative. His loyalty to its interests was absolute. And second, he was a consummate egoist. His tolerance extended only so far as his own interests remained unthreatened. Once those 2 boundaries were respected, Lin Jiayou found Jin surprisingly reasonable. Though always curt, always cold, he possessed a threshold of patience, a limit to his forbearance. This time Jin's call served mainly as verification that the Miyano sisters, especially Shiho, were safe and accounted for. That alone sufficed. His silence, his probing question, his abrupt hang-up, all stemmed not from outrage, but from sheer exasperation. And if you intend to grant extra time, at least offer a plausible justification. Thus Lin Jiayou concluded, with quiet irony. Jin too was stern of face, yet warm of heart. Time passed quickly. The time given by Qinjiu was soon consumed by the extravagant spending of the Gongye sisters. This time, neither Lin Jiayou nor the Gongye sisters mentioned the matter of extending the time. The 3 of them walked out of the Ailan Cafe with Lin Jiayou leading the way and the sisters following behind. Coincidentally, at the closed door of the cafe, 2 high school girls dressed in JK uniforms were already waiting. Hey Hongzi, it seems this cafe isn't open, or it looks like it's been booked out by someone. It's fine, it looks like they are about to come out. The girl referred to as Hongzi had flowing scarlet long hair and chestnut-colored eyes, exuding an extraordinary confidence as her gaze flickered. As she had said, Lin Jiayou and the Gongye sisters had already walked out of the store. At the entrance of the cafe, Lin Jiayou seemed to sense something and paused for a second, his eyes lingering on the girl known as Hongzi. The girl also paused briefly, then quickly pulled her companion into the cafe. After the girls entered, Lin Jiayou glanced back, understanding that the Gongye sisters needed a moment to say their goodbyes, so he headed to the Lexus first. Once Lin Jiayou got in the car, Gongye Shiho indeed took her sister's hand, bit her lip, and softly said, "Sister, you must take care and be safe. Don't worry, sister knows, be good Shiho, make sure to rest on time, eat on time, and absolutely avoid staying up late." Gongye Akemi, like a mother, first pretended to be relaxed, then gently hugged Gongye Shiho, ruffling her hair, her eyes filled with love and tenderness, endlessly reminding her. Gongye Shiho didn't mind letting her be hugged, occasionally nodding her head slightly to indicate she was listening. By the way, Shiho, Gongye Akemi seemed to want to steer away from the sad topic of parting, so she glanced over with a smile and asked, "What about that person?" "Mr. Lin, do you know him from the organization?" "Huh." Gongye Shiho, hearing Gongye Akemi's words, slightly lifted her small head, blinking her eyes in confusion. "Know him? No, I don't. That person helped us extend our time by more than an hour today," Gongye Akemi remarked, "when vodka or tequila took you out before they didn't do the same." "Sister," Gongye Shiho said a bit shyly, "I already told you it's because you treated him to cake." He maybe," Gongye Akemi smiled, slightly ruffling Gongye Shiho's head again, saying affectionately, "I hope this friendship from the cake can take care of you for a while longer." Gongye Shiho didn't say much, just lowered her head and softly replied. After they exchanged farewells once more, Gongye Shiho parted ways with Gongye Akemi and got into Lin Jiayou's car. After she got in, the Lexus slowly started heading back to the Baijiu pharmaceutical factory. In a place unseen by the 2, the girl known as Hongzi watched the departing car, letting out a sigh of relief. However, the gravity in her eyes lingered what a strong, evil aura. Who exactly is this guy? 3 days after sending Miyano Shiho back, Lin Jiayou indeed did not assign any tasks to Lin Jiayou as promised. Lin Jiayou thought that Lin Jiayou was a person who kept his word and that he would have a full week of vacation. He didn't expect. Get in the car. Lin Jiayou in the passenger seat slowly rolled down the window and coldly said to Lin Jiayou on the roadside without turning his head. Lin Jiayou raised his arm, glanced at his watch, and lightly tapped the floor with the black umbrella he was leaning on. Time 3 hours 24 minutes 37 seconds. Location in front of the Lawson convenience store at 3 Chome in Nishizen Town, Tokyo. He was caught by Lin Jiayou on the street. Sigh. He didn't expect the vacation to end like this. Lin Jiayou helplessly sighed, then opened the back door of the Porsche 356 and got in. After Lin Jiayou sat down, Vodka slowly started the car and drove towards a certain place. Where are we going? Lin Jiayou asked Lin Jiayou with an expressionless face and indifferent voice. Lin Jiayou glanced at Lin Jiayou through the rearview mirror and said flatly, taking you out for a walk to meet some people from the organization. My 7-day vacation. He'll make it up to you later. Lin Jiayou's voice gradually grew colder as he spoke unceremoniously. He was genuinely angry. He had specially introduced the organization to Lin Jiayou and explained that there were 3 large safe houses in Tokyo used for training where other official members of the organization occasionally trained. He had intended for Lin Jiayou to visit there, deepening his ties with the organization and developing relationships with its members to lay a solid foundation for future cooperation. Unexpectedly, Lin Jiayou had already been resting for 3 days and hadn't thought about this matter at all. Every day, he wandered through various streets. The day before yesterday, he went to Mayflower Town. Yesterday, he went to Cambridge Town, and today, he came to Nishizen Town, where he indulged in food and drink at the organization stores. A complete slacker. He couldn't reconcile Lin Jiayou's aloof image with his current behavior. Could Lin Jiayou not feel the awkwardness? Thus, Lin Jiayou fell silent, and Lin Jiayou remained silent as well. Vodka. Vodka was afraid to speak. Lin Jiayou's Porsche soon arrived at a seemingly ordinary 4-story office building in the northwest suburbs of Tokyo and came to a stop. Lin Jiayou and Lin Jiayou got out of the car one after the other. The two stood quietly in front of the glass door of the building, exuding an aura that suggested others should keep their distance. Lin Jiayou had his hands in the pockets of his black trench coat, his face icy. Lin Jiayou leaned on a black cane, with his left hand, his right hand in his pocket, expressionless. Only Vodka, after parking the car, hurriedly ran over using his ID card to unlock the glass door of the building. After doing all this, Vodka turned to Lin Jiayou and slightly bowed. Big brother, please come in. And Cherry, come in. Vodka hadn't finished speaking when Lin Jiayou shot him an expressionless glance, making Vodka break into a cold sweat. Vodka silently blamed himself, knowing full well that Cherry disliked this code name, yet he still uttered it. Lin Jiayou scoffed, glancing sideways at Lin Jiayou, then returned to a neutral expression, saying, it won't matter if you resist, this is the code name. I'll be with you for a lifetime. Am I resisting? Lin Jiayou coldly shot a glance at Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou responded with another scoff. Who reacted so strongly just now? He chose not to comment. After a casual jab at Lin Jiayou's codename, Lin Jiayou turned to Vodka, his meaning clear, lead the way. Vodka understood right away and led Lin Jiayou and Lin Jiayou to an elevator, pressed the button, and the three entered. On the surface, this office building is a legitimate advertising company, Lin Jiayou explained to Lin Jiayou with an indifferent expression. The 1st to 4th floors are all regular businesses, and there are members of the organization clocking in daily. Once inside the elevator, swipe your official member card at the card reader, then press the buttons in this order. As Lin Jiayou's external avatar, Vodka immediately swiped his information card at the card reader. Then he pressed the buttons for the 1st to 4th floors in a non-sequential manner, slowly pressing a total of 12 times. Boom! The elevator emitted a faint rumble and began its descent. After a few seconds, the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator doors opened, revealing another world. It was a large underground base situated deep beneath the surface, surrounded by a layer of sturdy metal structures. The lights on both sides were dim, but the base was quite spacious. There were pipes and cables along the walls, yet the organization's personnel maintained it well, leaving no scent of oil or metal. Upon exiting the elevator, the first thing that caught their eyes was a large metal panel embedded with glass. Following Lin Jiayou and Vodka approached, realizing this was a map and introduction. Lin Jiayou pointed at the map, saying, in summary, there are 2 sections, the lounge and the training area. The lounge has food and drinks, while the training area is primarily a holographic training base that uses projection technology for training, providing an absolutely realistic experience. Let's go to the lounge first, Lin Jiayou said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Jiayou shot him another icy glance. He admitted he had misjudged earlier. This guy, like Kayenti and the others, was indulgent and not a good organizational employee. Thinking this, Lin Jiayou glanced at Vodka, who nodded in understanding. With that, Lin Jiayou agreed. Then let's head to the lounge first. Not long after, Lin Jiayou and Vodka led Lin Jiayou to the lounge. Unlike the corridors outside filled with exposed pipes and cables, the lounge was luxuriously decorated with sofas, coffee tables, and a bar. At first glance, it seemed less like an underground base and more like the lobby of a 5-star hotel. So how is it? Are you satisfied? Lin Jiayou turned his head, giving Lin Jiayou a cold glance, and said irritably. Lin Jiayou remained unfazed by Qin Jiao's words, nodding expressionlessly. Not bad. Here you can take whatever food or drink you want, Qin Jiao said indifferently. The three continued deeper into the lounge where the lavish decor persisted and various entertainment facilities began to appear. There were pool tables, pachinko machines, dance machines, racing machines. There was even a claw machine. Here Lin Jiayou finally saw other living beings apart from Qin Jiao and vodka. In front of the claw machine sat a small man wearing a black baseball cap and goggles, dressed in a leather jacket, staring blankly at the machine, seemingly contemplating how to grab a toy. At the pool table, a man and a woman were playing billiards. The man was very burly, taller than both Lin Jiayou and Qin Jiao, likely over 2 meters, with a fierce appearance, sporting a thick mustache and a distinctive cleft chin, his black coat adding to his intimidating presence. The woman was petite with chestnut red bobbed hair, dressed in a tight black outfit. A striking swallowtail butterfly tattoo under her left eye made her look even more alluring. Lin Jiayou carefully scrutinized the three, feeling a surge of joy. Well, they were all acquaintances. The one in front of the claw machine is Cohen, Qin Jiao said without turning his head, casually introducing the three to Lin Jiayou. The one playing billiards is Tequila, and the woman is Kaini. Kaini and Cohen are experienced snipers, while Tequila is an all-around operative and a veteran member of the action team. Lin Jiayou nodded without changing his expression. Experienced snipers crossed out, capable of hitting their own people dead on in reality. All-around veteran member crossed out, intimidating presence leading to instant demise in reality. He recognized the identities of these three at a glance. The organization's members were truly distinctive. As Qin Jiao introduced them, a victor emerged at the pool table. Kainti leaned over the table, sinking the last black ball into the pocket before tossing aside her cue stick and bursting into laughter. Ha, I won. Tequila, pay up. Ahem. Tequila coughed twice, pointing toward Qin Jiao, and Lin Jiayou saying to Kaini, Qin Jiao and the others are here. Let's talk later. His speech was heavily accented with Kansai dialect. If one didn't listen closely, it would be hard to understand. This accent felt somewhat like a northeastern dialect to those from other regions. Huh, what are Qin Jiao and the others doing here? Kaini asked, surprised, as Qin Jiao and vodka typically wouldn't come to the training base. They were known as the workaholics of the organization, and even a single visit here would leave them feeling guilty for quite some time. Though surprised, Kaini quickly dropped the matter of collecting debts from Tequila and jogged over to Qin Jiao and Lin Jiayou. On the way, she casually patted Cohen on the back. Hey, someone's coming, move a bit. Cohen remained unresponsive, only standing up after a while. As Kainti approached Qin Jiao, she looked at the unfamiliar Lin Jiayou and smiled. Oh, is this a newcomer? Just as Kaini was about to tease, she instinctively began to scrutinize Lin Jiayou. Dressed in a long black coat, slightly taller than Qin Jiao, with an expression devoid of emotion, he leaned on a black umbrella, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. His normally black pupils appeared as if they were bottomless black holes, evoking no curiosity in others. Kainti's expression turned serious, instinctively nodding slightly. He is quite a formidable character. Lin Jiayou glanced at Kainti in surprise, initially thinking he was a difficult person to deal with, but it seemed she had misunderstood him. At that moment, Tequila approached. He first greeted Qin Jiao. Hey, Qin Jiao, vodka, what brings you here today? Then turning to Lin Jiayou, he flashed what he considered a friendly smile and extended his hand to shake hers. You must be the new official member. Hello, I'm Tequila. I look forward to working with you. Lin Jiayou, she replied coolly with a neutral tone. Although her words were cold, she gently shook Tequila's hand, letting go immediately as a gesture of friendliness. To be fair, Tequila's attitude was quite friendly, though his accent was quite heavy. Lin Jiayou had to pay close attention to understand him. After their handshake, Cohen also arrived. He looked at Lin Jiayou in surprise, and after sensing her aura, his surprise deepened. Then he began to stare blankly. Seeing that everyone at the training base had gathered, Qin Jiao began to introduce Lin Jiayou to the three of them. This is our new official member, codenamed Cherry, with impressive strength. He was personally recommended to join by that gentleman. With that, the introduction was over. Qin Jiao was always straight to the point, concise in his words. However, those two brief sentences left Tequila, Kaini, and Cohen stunned. Codename Cherry. Isn't that codename a bit hasty? Just look at this tall, cold man, over 190. Where does he resemble a cherry? And also, he was personally recommended by that gentleman. This is somewhat absurd. Kainti and Tequila exchanged glances, their regard for Lin Jiayou growing more serious. With such a terrifying aura, it was no wonder he received a personal recommendation from that gentleman. He must be a significant asset. Kainti's eyes glinted as she approached Lin Jiayou, patting her shoulder with a friendly smile. Welcome to the organization, Cherry. My codename is Kaini, and I'm a sniper. I can't wait to go on missions with you. We'll take them out one shot at a time. Ha! As she spoke, Kainti seemed to envision a bright future, bursting into a hearty laugh, her butterfly tattoo fluttering with her mirth. In this moment, Lin Jiayou found Kaini to be quite beautiful. No, it was truly frightening. That fluttering butterfly tattoo was quite alarming. However, faced with her friendly greeting, Lin Jiayou decided to keep his feelings to himself and coexist harmoniously with them. Thus, he nodded at Kainti and said, yes, one shot at a time, we will definitely be. Hello, new colleague. My codename is Cohen. Just as Lin Jiayou was about to engage in some friendly banter with Kaini, an unfamiliar voice suddenly interrupted. This voice had not been heard before, making Lin Jiayou's skin crawl with surprise. He turned to look for the source and saw Cohen, who had been staring blankly. At that moment, Cohen, wearing a baseball cap and goggles, stared seriously at Lin Jiayou, saying, I would like to know your code name, or name, as I have never seen you before. I am a trained sniper, and I believe we will certainly. Cohen spoke in a very standard accent, delivering very formal words. The seriousness of his demeanor made Lin Jiayou feel as if he were not in an organization, but at a grand parliamentary session. Compared to him, Tequila seemed like a human whose language system had not fully evolved. Lin Jiayou looked at Cohen, who was conducting a press briefing in a daze. What is going on? In contrast to Lin Jiayou, Qin Jiu, Vodka, Chianti, and Tequila all looked helpless. Qin Jiu remained silent with a cold face, while Vodka chuckled awkwardly. Cohen still the same, as always, huh? Chianti rolled her eyes dramatically, supporting her forehead, clearly expressing her feelings through actions. Only Tequila, with a thick Kansai accent, patiently explained to Lin Jiayou. Well, Cherry, it's like this, Cohen is a bit. I'm socially anxious. At this moment, Cohen seemed to sense something was off and fell silent again. He resumed, staring blankly. Lin Jiayou looked at the blankly staring Cohen, puzzled. Socially anxious. Is it the same kind of social anxiety that he understands? Even if it is that kind, it seems there shouldn't be such a phenomenon. Seeing Lin Jiayou's confusion, Tequila continued to patiently explain, Cohen's social anxiety is a bit different from others. He doesn't completely reject social interactions. Rather, he wants to present his best social self. So when he encounters new things or unexpected situations, he'll think about how to respond and act in his mind, which manifests as I'm staring blankly. And once he finishes conceptualizing, he'll be, well, a beat slower than others. So Tequila elaborated, looking a bit worriedly at Lin Jiayou, weakly asking, you can understand that, right? Lin Jiayou paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, I think I understand. Lin Jiayou felt that Tequila meant Cohen tends to overthink when trying to interact with others, causing his brain to lag. For example, if Cohen wants to approach a beautiful woman, he would brainstorm in his head how to ask for her name. By the time he finishes thinking, he finds that the beautiful woman has already given him her name, and Cohen would have to rethink. When he finally finishes, the beautiful woman has already invited him out for drinks, and Cohen would have to think again. This cycle continues, leaving the impression that he is always in a daze. Having figured all this out, Lin Jiayou suddenly felt that the members of the organization were indeed quite capable. Seeing Lin Jiayou's performance, Long Xilan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, as long as you understand. Long Xilan thought to himself, this newcomer Cherry seems cold, yet he is quite nice. Lin Jiayou glanced at Cohen, who was still in a daze and couldn't help but ask, is it really okay to leave him like this? It's fine, it's fine, Long Xilan replied, kindly beginning to explain to Lin Jiayou. Cohen has been like this for quite some time already. I've told him many times, but it hasn't done any good. As long as you can understand, what Cohen worries about most is that others think he is pretending to be aloof and doesn't want to interact with his colleagues. Since Long Xilan had said so, Lin Jiayou naturally wouldn't meddle any further. However, Lin Jiayou took another look at Cohen, who was still dazed. The dazed aura he emitted, Lin Jiayou felt, shouldn't make anyone think he was aloof. All right, Jin Jiu finally spoke up. He glanced at Cohen, then at Lin Jiayou, and coldly said, we'll talk about Cohen later. Cherry, what are you good at? Practice here for a bit. As soon as Jin Jiu finished speaking, Jianni and Long Xilan looked at Lin Jiayou with curiosity. Practice? No, it's not just practice, but rather practicing together. They all wanted to see what was so impressive about this talent that had been appointed to join the organization by that gentleman. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Lin Jiayou remained calm and said lightly, my fighting skills are decent and my marksmanship is also good. Jin Jiu scoffed coldly. His gaze shifted to Long Xilan. Jianti and Vodka also looked at Long Xilan. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiayou naturally understood that when it came to fighting, Long Xilan was probably the one with the most authority present. He looked at Long Xilan with a calm expression and said, how about we practice a bit? Sure, Long Xilan replied, revealing a smile he considered friendly, and said politely, let's practice here, just a light spar. Just don't hurt each other's feelings. Lin Jiayou nodded lightly. He first set aside the umbrella he was leaning on, then took a stance and gestured for Long Xilan to begin. Seeing this, Long Xilan was not angry. He merely straightened, his expression becoming serious. He threw a right punch, first using his tall stature to send the punch straight at Lin Jiayou's face. However, Lin Jiayou did not dodge or evade. He quickly raised his left hand and opened it, lightly blocking Long Xilan's punch with his palm. Long Xilan's expression changed slightly. He felt that the impact of his punch was rapidly dissipated the moment it made contact with Lin Jiayou's palm. His reaction was swift, immediately changing his attack from a punch to an elbow and leaning his body to utilize the twisting force, intending to break through Lin Jiayou's block with his fist, while simultaneously aiming his elbow at Lin Jiayou's chest. Lin Jiayou, however, coldly laughed to himself. Since he had grasped your fist, how could he let you easily break free? He transformed his palm into a claw, releasing Long Xilan's fist, but did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he began to measure Long Xilan's arm segment by segment with his fingers. Feeling the sensations from his arm, Long Xilan's face changed drastically. Having gone through countless battles, he had sparred with fighting masters from all over the world, and he was well aware of what Lin Jiayou was doing. He was measuring the pressure points and joints on his arm. Therefore, he immediately halted all his actions, and with lightning speed, his left hand tried to intercept Lin Jiayou's left hand. Long Xilan clearly understood that Lin Jiayou's move was a technique from ancient Chinese martial arts, a method of grappling, capturing first before seizing. Currently, the opponent was only in the process of capturing, but once he was caught pressing the joints and pressure points would render his hand useless. Thus, he had to stop the opponent immediately. Long Shilon reacted quickly, but Lin Jiayou was not to be underestimated. He still had his right hand free. His right hand swiftly reached out, heading straight for Long Shilon's left shoulder joint, and since Long Shilon's left hand was in motion, Lin Jiayou directly grabbed Long Shilon's joint. Long Shilon's eyes widened. At this moment, he had to quickly retract his left hand using a twisted posture to forcibly pull Lin Jiayou's right hand away. Meanwhile, his captured right hand could only attempt to save itself, flipping suddenly to try to escape. At this time, Lin Jiayou's hands were still in a capturing state, not yet applying force, and Long Shilon's goal was to prevent him from exerting strength. However, Long Shilon was bewildered. Whether it was his right hand flipping or the left hand trying to pull Lin Jiayou's right hand, he was unable to make any movement. Ooh! Long Shilon let out a breath, smiling helplessly. I lost. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou naturally released his grip on Long Shilon's hands. He first picked up his black umbrella, then nodded slightly at Long Shilon. Thank you for the lesson. This swift exchange left the four onlookers stunned. While Cohen was already in a daze, Eugene Gio had anticipated this and was shocked along with Gianti and Vodka. Is that it, eh? Gianti asked instinctively. Long Shilon smiled wryly and nodded. That's it. I was captured by Cherry at the joints of both arms. As soon as he exerts strength, my hands are done for. There was no need to continue fighting. Hiss, Gianti and Vodka gasped. Long Shilon was a renowned master in the organization. His imposing figure was no mere facade. At the very least, he was not comparable to Vodka, who appeared bulky, but was actually a technician. Even Jin Jiao in the organization would not dare to claim he could decisively defeat Long Shilon, yet Lin Jiayou made him concede defeat in just a few moves. What kind of strength was that? As everyone was astonished, Long Shilon began to praise Lin Jiayou profusely. Cherry, your fighting skills are truly impressive. Your grappling techniques are sharp and precise, and your strength exceeds mine by a large margin. Oh, not at all. Lin Jiayou replied expressionlessly, but spoke politely. Long Shilon, your skills are also formidable. This time my victory was mainly because you didn't understand me and you were caught off guard while testing me. Long Shilon waved his hand, laughing nonchalantly. Even so, your strength is far beyond mine. Your power is not something I can match. Having you join the organization is truly like adding wings to a tiger. Ha! You flatter me. Lin Jiayou accepted the compliment from Long Shilon with a sense of satisfaction. John D couldn't wait to jump in. She patted Lin Jiayou's shoulder, her face brimming with excitement. Cherry, you're really impressive. Is this what you call decent fighting? So your marksmanship must be quite strong then. Do you know how to use a sniper rifle? How about we take a couple of shots at the training ground? It's all right, Lin Jiayou replied, nonchalantly maintaining the fine tradition of Huagua. As he spoke, he glanced at the side where Jin and Long Shilon were. John D, has she always been this enthusiastic? Isn't this a bit too familiar? John D loves practicing sniping and is a regular at this training ground. Jin calmly responded, probably guessing what Lin Jiayou wanted to say. Lin Jiayou nodded. He understood. She was just a fervent fan, but it felt more like the type who was both inexperienced and playful. Hey, are you coming or not? John D elbowed Lin Jiayou's arm again, smiling and saying, since we have no missions today, let's go shoot a few rounds. If you win, I'll treat you to a meal. Seemingly worried that Lin Jiayou might not come, John D added, forget it, win or lose, I'll treat you anyway, all right. No thanks. Lin Jiayou shook his head slightly. There's a movie at 6 tonight that I want to catch. He raised his right wrist to show his watch. It's almost 5 in the afternoon now. If you wait any longer, you won't make it back in time. So you're leaving now, eh? Jin glanced at Lin Jiayou, her voice a bit cold as she asked. Lin Jiayou was not intimidated by Jin's chilly demeanor, stating calmly, yes, I'm about to leave. Then let's go. Jin had no intention of stopping Lin Jiayou. Instead, she turned to Long Shilon and John D, saying, vodka, and I will take off first, you all have fun. Tisk, fine then. John D felt a bit regretful, but since Lin Jiayou had his own plan, she refrained from saying more. However, she didn't forget to add, next time remember to come to the training base, we should have a proper shootout together. I really want to play with you. Yes, next time. Lin Jiayou replied with an indifferent expression. Long Shilon also waved goodbye to Lin Jiayou, kindly reminding him, safe travels, enjoy the movie, Cherry. Jin, cut down on smoking, ooh, it's bad for your health. Vodka, drive slowly and obey traffic rules. Lin Jiayou waved goodbye to Long Shilon, silently accepting his well wishes. Jin and Vodka listened to Long Shilon's words, showing no surprise. They were already used to it. The three of them walked back along the path they came from. Not long after Lin Jiayou left, John D and Long Shilon were about to return to their billiards game when Cohen suddenly spoke up. Cherry, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Cohen, a trained sniper. It's an honor to work alongside you in the organization. I believe we will be great partners in the future. His accent was still impeccably standard, as if he were speaking official words. If Lin Jiayou were here, he would find it a very polite introduction. However, slap. John D slapped Cohen on the shoulder, annoyed. They've already left, stop talking. What? They left? Cohen was caught off guard for the first time in front of everyone. Although he wore goggles, Long Shilon and John D could still see the look of surprise in his eyes. They left half a year ago. John D said, speechless, rubbing his forehead. Oh no. Cohen felt a wave of panic. He had failed to deliver his introduction. Facing a new member for the first time, he had left a bad impression. What would he think of him in the future? He might exclude him, teaming up with Jin, Vodka, John D, and Long Shilon to leave him out, making it hard for him to find partners for missions. What to do? What to do? He needed to apologize to him. Next time they met, he had to properly express his apology. Right, he had to apologize properly. To avoid fumbling his words, next time he needed to start thinking about how to say it now. Should he greet him first? No, he must have a bad impression of him. Greeting him wouldn't work anymore. Direct apology. No, a direct apology would seem too lowly. The other party must be an arrogant powerhouse. If he lowers his stance, he will definitely look down on him even more. What to do? What should he do? On the other side, Lin Jiayou, who had been gone for half a year, was sitting in Jin's Porsche engulfed in self-doubt. The organizations. A colleagues, why is everyone so easy to talk to? The first ones he met, Jin and vodka, perfectly matched his preconceptions. But today's encounters with John D. Long Ji-lan and Cohen, why were they so friendly? According to his thoughts, newcomers in such a dark organization would inevitably be excluded by the veterans. He was still thinking about John D., who punched provocatively Long Ji-lan, who kicked those he looked down upon, and then dealing with a scheming Cohen. The result. John D. was enthusiastic and cheerful, familiar, yet respectful, the perfect candidate for a good friend. Long Ji-lan had a fierce appearance, but a gentle heart, patient and easy to talk to, embodying the image of a good-natured older brother. Cohen was indeed quiet, but was a socially anxious youth, fragile and timid, yet still managed to earn everyone's acceptance. The organization's darling. He had imagined members of the organization as crazy gunman John D., fearsome Long Ji-lan, cold-faced assassin Cohen. But the actual members of the organization should be enthusiastic John D., kind-hearted Long Ji-lan, and adorably naive little Cohen. Oh no, it seemed that his perception had been completely overturned. What to do? He wanted to stay in the organization forever. The people in the organization were enthusiastic, spoke nicely, and were all talents. He loved it so much. Screech. The Porsche 356A came to a stop in front of a movie theater after a sudden break. Jin, without turning back, coldly said while looking in the rearview mirror, "You've arrived, get lost." Humph. Lin Jiayou let out a cold snort, holding his black umbrella as he got out of the car under the watchful and timid gaze of vodka. He retracted his earlier words. Most of the organization members were merely smooth talkers. Except for Jin. Watching Lin Jiayou's figure gradually fade away, Jin concealed his cold demeanor, his expression settling into calmness. This guy's abilities were even stronger than he had anticipated. After today's observation, he didn't seem difficult to get along with. As long as his abilities were formidable enough, there were some hobbies he could understand. He revised his previous thoughts. Oh, Cherry was a rather good colleague in the organization. 3 days later. Weekend. Lin Jiayou tidied himself up, donned his signature black overcoat, picked up his black umbrella, and stepped out on this sunny day. Today was the grand opening of the Dorabaiga amusement park, a date etched vividly in his memory. On this special day, the protagonist of this world, Kudo Shinichi, would be administered drug A by his good colleague Jin, transforming into a child, thus commencing his life that would make the world halt. And today Lin Jiayou planned to witness the moment this miracle occurred. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. For some reason, the phone had been ringing every time he was about to head out these past few days. Lin Jiayou took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was the familiar Jinshan. "Hello." A familiar cold voice came through the phone. Lin Jiayou replied indifferently, "What's the matter?" "There's a deal at the Dorabaiga amusement park today. You come to keep watch." Jin coldly issued orders to Lin Jiayou. Sai Jin really is. Lin Jiayou felt a bit helpless. 2 days ago, he had visited the training base again, fulfilling Qianti's wish for a shot, and while he managed to convince her, he also successfully snagged a meal. However, because of this, Jin learned about Lin Jiayou's sniping skills reaching 700 yards. Although he only showcased a portion of his abilities, Jin still placed great importance on him. Thus, during their last phone call, Jin had vaguely hinted at finding him some work. So wasn't today that job coming in? "What about my vacation?" Lin Jiayou's voice turned increasingly cold, carrying a hint of questioning. Jin dismissed it casually, saying, "Next time." Lin Jiayou was furious. "How dare you, Jin, to say such things without even mentioning compensating you this time?" One time after another, next time after next. If this continued, he feared he would become the organization's leader without even having a complete week's vacation. Huh. Lin Jiayou took a deep breath, letting out a cold snort, and said to the phone, "What time?" "The deal is at 7 o'clock, arrive 4 hours earlier." Jin stated casually before quickly hanging up the phone. Lin Jiayou wore a dark expression as he stared at the phone in his hand. He would give Jin one more chance. If he continued to shortchange his vacation, he would. He would take a compensatory day off. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Jiayou arrived punctually at his pre-selected observation point, carrying his AWM sniper rifle. This place was nearly 400 yards in a straight line from the trading location selected by Jin and the others within the Dorabaiga amusement park, about 450 yards from the roller coaster. Additionally, it was the tallest building near the Dorabaiga amusement park, a building taller than it was over 1,200 yards away. He believed that apart from himself, no one could snipe from that position. In summary, this was an excellent vantage point. He could overlook the entire situation from here, providing Jin and the others with the best visibility for their transaction, as well as readily available fire support. After setting up his AWM sniper rifle, Lin Jiayou began to observe the surrounding situation. Although he had been clamoring for a vacation, he would never slack off during work. Slacking off during work is extremely detrimental to their profession. After a thorough observation, Lin Jiayou felt quite satisfied with this operation. Very well, it seems this client had no ulterior motives. The surrounding environment was quite safe for both Jin and Lin Jiayou. Thus 2 hours slowly passed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Jiayou's phone emitted a slight vibration. He slowly lowered his sniper rifle, instinctively crouching down, placing his right hand beside his coat pocket while pulling out his phone with his left hand and checking the email on it. The latest email was again from Jin. Lin Jiayou didn't need to open it to know what it said. However, he still opened it. Qianti is taking your place, you come to the roller coaster. Even more concise without a signature. Lin Jiayou could understand this was likely Jin, who had placed his phone in his pocket and sent it blindly with his hand. Jin wanted him to go over, and he had a rough idea of what was going on. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, he had already spotted that Jin and Vodka, while riding the roller coaster to survey the situation at the Dorabaiga amusement park, had coincidentally encountered Kudo Shinichi. As everyone knows, encountering Kudo Shinichi was tantamount to stumbling upon a murder case. Thus Jin and Vodka naturally found themselves stuck on the roller coaster. Jin didn't want to draw attention to himself, but also didn't want to cooperate with the police here, so he could only let someone quickly solve the case. He didn't know Kudo Shinichi, but he was aware that Lin Jiayou had previously made a name for himself with the police, becoming somewhat recognizable. Thus, he planned to let Lin Jiayou come over to quickly solve the case, to rescue himself and Vodka. Knowing Jin's thoughts, Lin Jiayou naturally intended to comply with his wishes. Or rather, this was initially the reason Lin Jiayou had agreed to come on this mission. Lin Jiayou had long known that Jin and Vodka would be trapped due to a murder case. Jin wasn't the type to waste time, so he would definitely urge Lin Jiayou to drop what he was doing and come over. After all, he had become something of a minor celebrity after the last incident. In this way, he could justifiably ditch the lookout task here, while also getting a close-up view of Kudo Shinichi, which was quite reasonable. With that thought, Lin Jiayou took out his phone and called Qianti. They had exchanged contact information last time. Qianti, upon learning, said she would arrive within 10 minutes. 9 minutes and 51 seconds. Lin Jiayou watched as Qianti appeared from the corridor, glancing at the pocket watch he carried silently, counting in his heart. Indeed, very punctual. After Jian's arrival, Lin Jiayou casually exchanged a few words with her. She patted her chest and assured that not a single mosquito could enter the Dorabaiga paradise. Lin Jiayou then left the sniper point with peace of mind. It was just an accident, let us go. Jinjiu had his hands in his pockets, coldly looking at Officer Muro, who was handling the case. Vodka also put on a fierce expression, glaring menacingly at Officer Muro. This. Officer Muro felt a chill run down his spine under the simultaneous stare of Jinjiu and Vodka despite being a police officer. He forced a smile, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Hey gentlemen, this matter still needs some investigation. It won't take much of your time. Jinjiu was unimpressed by Officer Muro's words, showing indifference as he coldly replied, I don't have time to waste with you. Jinjiu's remark put Officer Muro in a difficult position. Fortunately, at that moment his trusted brother Kudo made an appearance. Officer, this is not an accident, but a blatant murder case, and the killer is among the other 7 people on this roller coaster. Kudo Shinichi's strong voice echoed in Officer Muro's ears. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi's words were more pleasant to him than the most beautiful girl in Kabukicho. Brother Kudo. Officer Muro looked at Kudo Shinichi, who had suddenly appeared with excitement. Is everything you said true? Of course, Kudo Shinichi replied confidently, smiling slightly. Officer, I am certain that one of the 7 people on the roller coaster is the perpetrator. Shinichi. Before Officer Muro could respond, a girl's voice interrupted from the side. A girl with long horns ran up to Kudo Shinichi, her pretty face showing an expression of anger. Really, Shinichi, where did you just run off to? I just went to look for evidence, Kudo Shinichi replied with a slight smile. Looking for evidence? Officer Muro and Mori Ran were both taken aback. Had he already begun searching for evidence so soon? Does this mean? Brother Kudo. Officer Muro once again called out to Kudo Shinichi with deep emotion. Do you already know who the murderer is? I have some ideas, but I haven't found the evidence yet. Kudo Shinichi nodded and said to Officer Muro, first of all, apart from the deceased, there are only 7 of us on the roller coaster. They are the 2 ladies sitting in the front row, friends of the deceased, myself and Ran in the second row, the deceased and his girlfriend in the third row, and the 2 men in black in the last row. Officer Muro pondered over Kudo Shinichi's description. If you and Ran are not counted, there are 5 suspects in total. However, based on the seating arrangement and the safety bars present, it seems that apart from the deceased's girlfriend sitting next to him, no one else could have committed the murder. After Officer Muro finished speaking, Jinjiu began to show impatience again. Where is that cherry guy? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that such cases require him, Jinjiu, to solve them himself? He didn't want to become a well-known detective. He thought it was foolish. Thinking of this, Jinjiu glanced at Officer Muro and said coldly, since you believe no one else could have done it, then search this woman, wrap up the case, and let us go. Hey, sir, please be a little patient. Seeing Jinjiu's cold remarks, Officer Muro could only continue to force a smile and placate him. Even Kudo Shinichi, who was originally focused on the case, was drawn in by Jinjiu's icy words. He quickly scanned Jinjiu with his eyes and felt his heart race. What a terrifying guy, what a heavy killing intent. Kudo Shinichi was horrified. It felt like this guy had killed countless people. A cold, indifferent laugh reached the ears of everyone present. Kudo Shinichi and Officer Muro instinctively looked towards Jinjiu and Vodka, but they quickly realized that the voice did not come from the 2 men in black. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the crime scene suddenly parted. A pitch-black umbrella first emerged from the gap in the crowd, then touched the ground. Following that, black leather boots, black pants, a black trench coat, and an extremely calm, yet completely unremarkable face appeared before everyone's eyes. You are. Officer Muro immediately recognized the newcomer and was suddenly filled with joy. Unexpectedly, besides Brother Kudo, this person, who seemed to be called Lin Jiayou, also appeared here today. Truly heaven has favored Officer Muro. However, Kudo Shinichi's gaze sharpened. It was him, the man who gave him the feeling of a lifelong rival. How could he be here? Jinjiao and Vodka felt reassured upon seeing Lin Jiayou's appearance. With Cherry here, everything would undoubtedly be fine. However, it would be best not to recognize each other to avoid drawing attention to this guy. You must be Mr. Lin Jiayou. Officer Muro approached Lin Jiayou with a beaming smile. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you for helping solve the case last time. I didn't expect to meet you again today. I am Muro Juzo from the 1st Investigation Division of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You flatter me, Officer Muro. Lin Jiayou replied expressionlessly. Last time, I merely acted on impulse, and this time, I just happened to pass by. However, from what I just heard from Officer Muro, I feel there are 2 points that are not quite right. 2 points not quite right. Officer Muro and Kudo Shinichi were slightly taken aback. Officer Muro did not know what was wrong, while Kudo Shinichi hadn't expected there to be 2 points. Let's hear what you have to say, they both thought. Mr. Lin, please enlighten me, Officer Muro politely asked Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou calmly shook his head. I dare not enlighten you. You initially stated if you and Ran are not counted, there are 5 suspects in total. I just want to ask Officer Muro, why are they not included? Why is it not counted? Lin Jiayou's words instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. Everyone present, regardless of their relation to the case, had altered expressions. Officer Mumu was stunned, Kudo Shinichi was taken aback, and Xiao Lan was bewildered. The deceased's girlfriend and 2 other women had complex expressions, while Vodka chuckled, and the usually cold Jin's eye surprisingly held a hint of amusement. Yes, why is it not counted? Clearly everyone is a passenger on the same roller coaster. Why can you and your companion be exempt from suspicion? Is it just because you are Kudo Shinichi? Officer Mumu, Lin Jiayou called out, coldly addressing Officer Mumu, then lightly tapped Kudo Shinichi and his companion Mao Lilan with his black umbrella. This gentleman I recognize. He is the renowned high school detective Kudo Shinichi. Therefore, this young lady beside him must be Miss Xiao Lan. From what I just heard, Mr. Kudo and Miss Xiao Lan should be seated in the row directly in front of the deceased. This position is neither far nor close. However, if Mr. Kudo and Miss Xiao Lan are to be excluded from suspicion, shouldn't the 2 young ladies in the row behind them also be excluded? After Lin Jiayou finished speaking, he paused and looked at Officer Mumu. At that moment, Officer Mumu was already sweating profusely from Lin Jiayou's words. He had instinctively said such things earlier because he subconsciously felt that Kudo Shinichi, as a detective and with no apparent connection to the deceased, could not be the murderer, hence he directly excluded him and Xiao Lan. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. No one would scrutinize a frontline police officer under a microscope. However, Lin Jiayou pointed it out. This became troublesome. If fairness is not maintained, even if the real culprit is eventually caught, there will be those who do not believe it, and the newspaper will likely make a big deal out of it. I sincerely apologize if this issue is my fault. Kudo Shinichi suddenly spoke, bowing slightly to Lin Jiayou, and stating seriously, earlier when I was discussing with Officer Mumu, my words subconsciously led him to exclude me and Xiao Lan. For that I apologize. Mr. Lin, you are correct. Xiao Lan and I are also among the 7 passengers on this roller coaster, and we should be counted among the suspects. Moreover, Lin Jiayou listened to Kudo Shinichi's words, nodded slightly, and continued calmly, it would be best if Mr. Kudo did not participate in this case. It's common sense that suspects do not participate in investigations. Kudo Shinichi furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. After a moment, he sighed softly and said, Mr. Lin is right. Suspects do not participate in investigations, which is for my own good as well as for Officer Mumu's. I will not express any opinions regarding the case, and Xiao Lan and I will also actively cooperate with the investigation as suspects. After saying this, Kudo Shinichi gently pulled the hesitant Xiao Lan and obediently stood to the side. Lin Jiayou did not continue to target him, but turned to Officer Mumu and said expressionlessly, Officer Mumu, there is another problem with your earlier statement. You mentioned that due to the safety bar on the roller coaster seats, it seems only the young lady sitting next to the deceased could have committed the crime. Is it because you believe the safety bar cannot be opened while on the ride? Yes, that's correct. Officer Mumu wiped away sweat and nodded. Although Lin Jiayou was still pointing out his mistakes, Officer Mumu's heart was no longer as panicked as before. After all, over the decades, he had faced numerous corrections while being a police officer, from Kudo Shinichi's father Kudo Yusaku to Kudo Shinichi himself, who hasn't pointed out his mistakes. One more person like Lin Jiayou was actually no big deal. Lin Jiayou said nothing more calmly, leaning on his black umbrella as he walked over to the roller coaster that had already stopped at the side. He placed the black umbrella behind him and slowly sat down on one of the roller coaster seats, finally pulling down the safety bar. As long as you place something with a bit of thickness behind it, the safety bar will not lock, and with a gentle push it can be opened. Lin Jiayou sat up straight, looking ahead as he spoke lightly. As he said this, he easily lifted the safety bar. This. Officer Mumu's face was filled with excitement. He had never considered that such a simple method could render the safety bar of the roller coaster ineffective. If that's the case, does that mean anyone could commit the crime? Officer Mumu's eyes widened as he shouted, his voice rising even louder than before. He looked at Lin Jiayou seeking his opinion. Mr. Lin, should we search all 7 suspects at the scene? Upon hearing this, Jin's expression instantly turned icy. What is Cherry doing? If this chubby orange searches us, he and Vodka can only escape. That won't be necessary, Lin Jiayou replied, calmly shaking his head while subtly glancing at Jin. Stay calm, don't get agitated. Am I agitated? Jin squinted his eyes, exchanging glances with Lin Jiayou. Officer Mumu hurriedly asked, then Mr. Lin, what should we do now? A scream interrupted Officer Mumu's call for his subordinate. It turned out that while Officer Mumu was speaking, one of the deceased's 3 friends seemed to have been bumped into by someone. Her handbag had fallen to the ground, revealing a blood-stained dagger wrapped in a handkerchief as it tumbled out. The weapon. Officer Mumu's keen eyes instantly thought of this. Everyone don't move. Officer Mumu shouted loudly, his slightly plump figure charging toward the dagger with determination. He used his gloved hand to pick up the handbag beside the dagger and solemnly asked the 3 friends of the deceased, whose is this? Aye. One girl wearing a black top and a red skirt stammered in response. At this point, Officer Mumu transformed into a detective, narrowing his eyes and scrutinizing the girl. So this weapon is what you used to kill Mr. Kishida, right? He pointed at the blood-stained dagger wrapped in the handkerchief on the ground, the implication very clear. No, that's not it. The girl exclaimed in sheer terror, hastily denying, this thing isn't mine. Why is it in my bag? I want to ask you, why is it in your bag? Officer Mugure glared, his voice stern. The girl instantly felt weak all over, daunted by Officer Migure's intimidation, and dared not speak. Her 2 companions murmured in disbelief. No way, it's actually Aiko. Aiko, you have such a good relationship with Akihira. Watching them seemingly treat the girl named Aiko as the culprit, Jin felt utterly bewildered. Are the police really this stupid now? If I had known, I would have had Vodka attend a police academy as backup. Vodka. Not only Jin but Lin Jiayou also felt at a loss for words. Watching the anime, one could understand everything was for the sake of the protagonist. However, in reality, looking at Officer Migure's utterly seamless operations, it's good that the Metropolitan Police has such an excellent officer like Mugure, he feels assured. Officer Mugure, Lin Jiayou began slowly. Although he felt reassured by Officer Mugure, he couldn't let him handle the case poorly this time. Officer Mugure turned his head upon hearing Lin Jiayou's voice, looking at him with confusion. In a calm tone, Lin Jiayou casually asked Officer Mugure a question. Do you think an ordinary girl could cut off a man's head with a small dagger? And this man didn't even scream at any point. Do you think that's possible? Hissed this. Officer Mugure first gasped, then his mind raced. After a moment, he began to sweat profusely, awkwardly smiling at Lin Jiayou. It seems unlikely. So Lin Jiayou said, gently tapping Aiko with his black umbrella, his expression calm. It is evident that this dagger is not the murder weapon, but was deliberately placed in Miss Aiko's handbag to frame her. Listening to Lin Jiayou's words, Aiko, who had just been intimidated by Officer Mugure, nodded repeatedly. Initially, she thought Lin Jiayou dressed all in black looked frightening, but now in comparison, she felt he was the best person in the world. Unlike that chubby orange guy who looked so silly but actually wanted to drag her into the case. Simply despicable. Officer Mugure wiped his cold sweat, feeling as if someone was cursing him. Surely the criminals he had arrested must resent him. He wasn't afraid. Everything he did was for the law, for justice. Mr. Lin. Officer Mugure looked at Lin Jiayou again, bowing his head and asking humbly, what should we do now? Lin Jiayou did not answer Officer Migure's question. He turned to the nearby roller coaster and calmly said, to sever a person's head completely and not let them cry out for help, it undoubtedly requires an extremely terrifying strength. If it was done by a human, then the murderer must be one of the top experts in the country. And among these 7 people, it is clear there is no such expert. Lin Jiayou said without changing his expression. He had to apologize to Officer Mugure this time because he had lied. Among the 7 suspects present, not to mention the others, Lin Jiayou knew that Jin could definitely do it. Vodka was hard to say, and if Xiaolan unleashed her strength to smash a stone pillar, she could also do it. So theoretically, it was possible to decapitate someone manually. However, on one hand, the murderer was not them. Lin Jiayou wouldn't do something unnecessary, and on the other hand, he also couldn't help Officer Mugure arrest Jin and Vodka. The organization treats him so well, there's no reason to repay kindness with hatred. What you said seems to make sense. Officer Mugure gasped again and nodded. So Lin Jiayou sighed, gently tapping the roller coaster with his black umbrella. The one who really did it could not possibly be a specific person, but it. You're saying? Officer Mugure followed Lin Jiayou's black umbrella and looked at the roller coaster. The murderer used the roller coaster's immense power to commit the murder. Exactly, Lin Jiayou nodded slightly, his expression calm. The murderer only needs to use the method I just demonstrated to escape from the safety bar, then place a thin collar-like item around the victim's neck and finally attach it to the rail with a rope in a hook and lock manner. The roller coaster moves quickly. In an instant, its powerful force can sever the victim's head. Great. After hearing Lin Jiayou's reasoning, Officer Mugure was the first to cheer, then clapped enthusiastically. Wonderful. Brother Lin, your reasoning is truly exquisite. Sigh. Lin Jiayou inwardly lamented he still couldn't escape the fate of becoming Officer Migure's little brother. He shook his head lightly, reminding Officer Mugure, Officer Mugure, you should hurry to find evidence now. These murder tools must still be on the track along the roller coaster. The murderer cannot take them away. The murder weapon is likely to be something like a necklace that can be carried without raising suspicion. As long as we find the murder weapon and compare it with the personal items of the 7 suspects at the scene, we will know who the murderer is. Great. That makes sense. I'll have someone go look for it right away. Officer Mugir first cheered loudly, then clapped once, giving orders to the officers, and finally continued to gaze at the crime scene. Fortunately, Officer Megura's actions had long since become familiar to Lin Jiayou. Instead, he turned his gaze to the 3 female friends of the deceased, especially the other 2 besides Aiko, and said expressionlessly, "Ladies, once the murder weapon is found as evidence, the case will be completely clear. Continuing to resist is meaningless. If the murderer steps forward now, Officer Mugir can still conclude it as a voluntary confession. Yes, if the murderer steps forward now, I can negotiate for leniency for you." Seeing Lin Jiayou say this, Officer Mugir also wanted to simplify matters, so he hurriedly agreed. The 2 echoed each other, and the murderer in the crowd could no longer hold out. With a thud, a girl dressed in a light blue dress had already knelt down on the ground. She hunched over, covering her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed. "It's all Akita's fault. He abandoned me, and I can't stand seeing him with someone else. Ugh, it's all his fault." Wailing. Lin Jiayou looked at the utterly cringeworthy scene before him, yet felt no sadness in his heart. He instinctively glanced at Jin, who was standing nearby, and seemed to be in a good mood, and found Jin was also looking at him. Being observant, he read Jin's thoughts from his eyes. So disgusting. This is how people in this world are. No wonder you were able to pull off that case last time. After a brief exchange of glances with Jin, Lin Jiayou said to Officer Megure with a neutral expression, "Officer Megure, since the case has been resolved, I will take my leave now. Sure, Lin, you can go. When you have time later, remember to come to the police station to give a statement." Officer Megure waved his hand generously. Lin Jiayou nodded slightly, leaning on his black umbrella as he walked outside. The crowd watching him instinctively parted to create a path for him. Just as Lin Jiayou walked away, Jin coldly confronted Officer Megure. "The case is over. Can we leave now?" Yes, you may leave." Officer Megure, seeing Jin's cold gaze, dared not provoke him further and allowed them to pass. Seeing this, Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but shout, "No way." Jin was infuriated to hear someone trying to stop him. He turned his icy gaze, a wave of murderous intent descending upon Kudo Shinichi, who found himself momentarily speechless under Jin's pressure. Yet the more this happened, the more he did not want Jin and Vodka to leave. Those 2 guys must have killed quite a few people. They cannot just walk away so easily. Jin looked at Kudo Shinichi's miserable state and disdainfully snorted, quietly dissipating his murderous intent. Phew. Kudo Shinichi felt the pressure lift, dramatically breaking into a cold sweat, his legs weakening as he nearly stumbled. In that moment, he could not call out to Jin and Vodka. He could only watch helplessly as they slowly disappeared into the tide of the crowd. Clenching his fists, he looked at Officer Megure, quietly questioning, "Officer Megure, why didn't you stop them?" Shinichi. Ran grabbed Kudo Shinichi's arm, not understanding why he had become like this. Officer Megure shook his head, helplessly not answering Kudo Shinichi. Not to mention anything else, this case had nothing to do with them. Even if he tried to stop them, on what grounds would he do so? Kudo Shinichi could only sigh in his heart, reluctantly giving up on probing into the 2 men in black. He suddenly thought of Lin Jiayou, who also liked to wear black. Could he have any connection with those 2? They didn't seem to be in the same group, and Lin Jiayou didn't have that golden-haired man's vibe. Murderous intent. Kudo Shinichi shook his head, pulling Ran's hand back, forcing a smile as he said, "Let's go, the case is over, and we still have our date to continue." Ran was slightly taken aback, then a blush crept onto her cheeks as she nodded slightly. With the case concluded, Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran decided to find a place for dinner after strolling around Dorobigia amusement park for a while, then head home. Just as they were heading back, whoosh, a fleeting shadow swiftly moved along the wall, entering a small alley. Kudo Shinichi stopped in his tracks upon seeing this scene. He wasn't mistaken. That person was the imposing man in black he had encountered on the roller coaster today. Kudo Shinichi's lips curled into a smile. It truly seemed that luck was on his side. He thought he had lost the chance to confront those 2 men in black, yet unexpectedly ran into one here. Sneaking into this alley must be for some illegal transaction. As the high school detective Kudo Shinichi, he would definitely capture them and deliver justice to those lawless men in black. He patted Muri Ran's hand and urged her, "Ran, wait here for me. I'll grab a few oranges. I'll be back soon." "Hey, Shinichi." Muri Ran tried to call out to Kudo Shinichi, but she could no longer hold onto his hand. Their fates perhaps mirrored this parting. They could no longer hold each other's hands. Kudo Shinichi swiftly followed after them. He first took out his phone to call Officer Megure, reporting that he had discovered an illegal transaction and urged him to come back with the team. After quickly ending the call with Officer Megure, he switched his phone to recording mode, crouching by the wall, carefully observing the scene before him. On the other side of the wall, Vodka was engaged in a deal with a bald-headed boss. On this side, Kudo Shinichi held his breath, quietly crouching, completely unaware that his own safety wasn't guaranteed either. Bang! Jin's gun struck like a dragon, landing a heavy blow on the back of Kudo Shinichi's head. Ugh! Kudo Shinichi let out a muffled groan, his body slowly collapsing out of control. The sound he made startled Vodka and the bald-headed boss who were engaged in the transaction. "What's going on here?" The bald-headed boss trembled, pointing at Kudo Shinichi on the ground. Vodka was momentarily taken aback, then coldly smirked, "Clearly, boss, someone is eavesdropping on our transaction." What should we do?" The bald-headed boss was instantly panicked. Jin slowly stepped out from behind the wall, snorted coldly, and said in a chilling tone, "This person has no chance to speak. Take your evidence and get lost quickly." "Why yes, I'll leave right away." The bald-headed boss, feeling Jin's pressure, hurriedly chose to flee. Kudo Shinichi on the ground felt his consciousness gradually fading away this time. "It's over. I shouldn't have come alone." As his last thought faded, it meant that the renowned high school detective story had come to an end. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps gradually approached as Lin Jiayou arrived in front of Kudo Shinichi. "So here to admire this high school detective whom you have overwhelmed." Jin sneered as Lin Jiayou arrived, his words laced with disdain. It was not disdain directed at Lin Jiayou, but rather at Kudo Shinichi. Was he really contemplating stopping him just now? Impulsive and reckless, he charged at the darkness like a moth drawn to a flame, only to crash spectacularly. If this can be called the savior of the police, then it seems their organization can openly carry out actions in the future. "This child is not lacking," Lin Jiayou said quietly, observing the unconscious Kudo Shinichi on the ground, his tone calm. "He is just young. With more experience, he may not be any less than Akai Shuichi in the future." "You even know about Akai Shuichi?" Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flickering in his indifferent gaze. "Even Akai Shuichi cannot threaten the organization. As long as he can threaten you, that's enough," Lin Jiayou replied casually. He was well aware that Jin had suffered considerable losses under Akai Shuichi. "Oomph." Jin snorted coldly, choosing not to engage further in conversation with Lin Jiayou. "Vodka." Vodka trembled beside him. In the presence of the two big shots, Vodka dared not utter a word. Lin Jiayou also refrained from trading barbs with Jin. Holding a black umbrella, he poked Kudo Shinichi's body and gently asked, "What do we do about this?" "Try not to make too much noise." "Of course I know." Jin glanced at Lin Jiayou, then took out a small silver box from his trench coat, shaking it in front of Lin Jiayou. "Use this and there will be no sound." "Oh." Lin Jiayou deliberately feigned surprise, maintaining a calm expression as he asked, "Is this something the organization's tech team developed?" "The latest development, just one, is lethal, and the only indication will be sudden cardiac arrest," Jin explained blandly, adding at the end, "It was developed by your cake sister." "Boring." Lin Jiayou's expression remained unchanged, not giving Jin the chance to tease him. He certainly knew who Jin referred to as the cake sister. He had previously mentioned that Miyano Akemi had treated him to cake, and since Miyano Shiho was her sister, the identity of the cake sister was quite clear. Jin was truly tiresome. To bring up such trivial remarks repeatedly was absurd. "Eh," Jin sneered. Someone's previous response was equally tiresome. Instead of speaking properly, he had to say others treated him to cake. He didn't believe that Cherry, such a cold-blooded character, would be tempted by a worthless cake. He had checked through the organization's network. That guy had killed more people on a single mission in Africa than Jin had in a month. "Vodka." Vodka continued to tremble beside him. Having concluded this topic, Jin had no intention of wasting more time. He took a capsule from the small box, had Vodka bring a cup of water, squatted down, and poured the capsule down Kudo Shinichi's throat. Lin Jiayou watched this familiar scene unfold, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. He crouched down as well, took another capsule from Jin, and stuffed it into Kudo Shinichi's mouth. "Jin, what are you doing?" Jin glared at Lin Jiayou with a sullen face. "Do you know how expensive this medication is?" "It has to die thoroughly," Lin Jiayou replied calmly to Jin's inquiry. Jin stared at Lin Jiayou for 2 seconds with a cold expression before slowly turning his head away. Then, after closing the small box, he tossed the whole thing to Lin Jiayou, saying curtly, "Take it. No need to be polite." Lin Jiayou replied nonchalantly. "Humph." Jin snorted coldly, saying nothing further, and walked toward the mouth of the alley. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten, and coldly said, "Vodka, keep up." Yes, big brother." Vodka was momentarily stunned before quickly following. Lin Jiayou, however, did not leave. Instead, he lifted Kudo Shinichi and unceremoniously tossed him into the grass of the alley. "What are you doing again?" Jin had initially not wanted to pay Lin Jiayou any mind, but seeing this behavior, he couldn't help but intervene. Lin Jiayou dusted off his hands and said calmly, to prevent him from being discovered, "Oomph." Jin snorted again. "Unnecessary." He concluded again in his mind. Cherry had strong professional abilities, but his personality was quite eccentric. The other colleagues surely found him difficult to deal with. Only he, Jin, could coexist with such an eccentric individual. The organization truly could not do without him. Lin Jiayou discreetly glanced at Jin, feeling that this guy had something sinister in mind. It didn't matter, the goal this time had already been achieved. The main reason for his visit was, he wanted to see how much influence his butterfly could have on this world. If Kudo Shinichi dies from 2 pills of A, so be it. It would indicate that this world lacks a protagonist protection mechanism. If he survives, well then he survives. For Lin Jiayou, Kudo Shinichi turning into Conan would not be a bad thing. However, tossing Kudo Shinichi into the grass was not for these reasons. When he tossed him in, he conveniently placed a miniature camera inside. Surely in the future, for someone, a video of Kudo Shinichi becoming smaller will be extremely enticing. Ouch, it hurts. My whole body feels like it's splitting apart. From the grass a series of groans echoed. Strangely, the sounds grew finer and fainter. Moments later, a small hand clad in green emerged from the grass. "What is happening to me? What's going on?" The next morning inside the villa, Lin Jiayou poured himself half a glass of sherry, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, watching the television in front of him with great interest. On the television, the latest episode of Transformation was playing. It hurts so much. My whole body feels like it's going to crack. What exactly is happening to me? Watching the video, the anguished moans of Kudo Shinichi and his bewildered mutterings after shrinking filled the screen. Lin Jiayou was very satisfied. Although the video was not very clear, it had nonetheless recorded the entire process of Kudo Shinichi's transformation quite completely. Well, since Conan is online, it's time to implement Plan B. Let Conan the Silver Bullet proceed as he wishes. After a while, Lin Jiayou finished his cigarette and drank the sherry in his glass. He picked up a newspaper from the table, and the headline news prominently featured the report on the case he solved yesterday at the Dorobaiga Paradise. This time his face was clearly captured by the reporters. It still bore his usual indifferent demeanor, yet appeared so ordinary. Lin Jiayou had truly gained some fame this time. Given this, he would need to change his approach in the future. With this in mind, Lin Jiayou put on a black trench coat paired with black trousers, grabbed his ever-present black umbrella, and got into the Lexus provided by the organization. Destination, Jeonggudian High School Class B Year 2. Classmate Haido Town, a middle-aged teacher, called out as he reached the classroom door during the break. "Your butler is here to see you." The teacher's words instantly stirred the students in the classroom. Haido has a butler. How impressive! He must come from a wealthy family. If Haido peeks at my panties again, I won't hit him. The discussions about Haido Town erupted all at once. Haido Town was bewildered. Why did Ojikin suddenly come to school? He hurriedly walked out of the classroom and asked the middle-aged teacher at the door, "Teacher, what did my butler say?" "I'm not sure about that." The teacher scratched his head. "The person outside just told me that your butler wants you to come out quickly, saying something about having found some information regarding your father." "Thank you, teacher. Sorry for the trouble. Goodbye." Haido Town quickly expressed his gratitude and dashed out of the school building in the blink of an eye. There are clues about his father. If it's true, Ojikin indeed had a reason to rush to school. Haido Town felt a surge of excitement. He didn't know why, but a voice inside him kept telling him that his father was not dead. Thus, he had been trying to find traces of his father's existence in various matters. Unfortunately, the current situation had yielded very little. Now that he heard news about his father, how could he not be excited? Haido Town hurried to the school gate at top speed. However, at the school gate, there was no familiar elderly figure. What greeted his eyes was only a man in black holding a black umbrella. Haido Town quickly assessed him. An ordinary appearance, calm eyes, no expression on his face, dressed entirely in black, exuding an unnoticeable, yet undeniable aura. He recognized this person. Haido Town had seen him in this morning's newspaper. The mysterious detective who had just solved the roller coaster murder case. Lin Jiayou. Classmate Haido Town, since there is a matter at home, you should go back with your butler. Just fill out the school leave registration here. The gatekeeper uncle stepped out and said to Haido Town with a smile. Haido's eyes gradually widened. This was not his family's butler. His Ojikin was an old man who could barely walk, not this mysterious man in black. Haido Town was about to loudly expose Lin Jiayou as a deceiving fraud when he heard Lin Jiayou calmly say, "Haido, let's go home. Your father has sent news." News about his father. Haido Town's heart sank. What does this mysterious guy know? Should he go with this guy or not? Haido Town's heart was perhaps still wavering, but Lin Jiayou would not let him simply walk away. With a swift motion, Lin Jiayou's hand cut through the air at an incredible speed, tightly gripping Haido Town's wrist. Haido Town couldn't react in time. He widened his eyes again, looking incredulously at the man in black before him. At this moment, Lin Jiayou's shock surpassed the first time Haido saw him. This person. Haido Town felt somewhat relieved. Killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. If that's the case, why not listen to what he has to say? "Lin butler, has my father really sent news?" After preparing himself mentally, Haido Town's face instantly showed a look of urgency as he questioned Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou remained expressionless, but secretly chuckled. This kid is deliberately emphasizing my name. Interesting. Of course, Lin Jiayou said nonchalantly. "The master urgently sent me a message this morning stating that he has safely returned to the country and that young master need not worry." "That's great." Haido Town's face was filled with joy. "Let's hurry home." Lin Jiayou nodded calmly, slightly bowing to Haido Town, inviting him into his Lexus. "Young master, please." Haido Town hesitated not for a moment and directly sat in Lin Jiayou's car. Lin Jiayou gently closed the car door, turned to the school gatekeeper, and said, "Mr. Shaolin, I need to trouble you with one more thing." Sure, Lin butler, just say it. It'll definitely help." The gatekeeper Shaolin patted his chest, assuring Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou glanced at a classroom in the teaching building and calmly told gatekeeper Shaolin, "I hope Mr. Shaolin will leave a message for Ms. Koizumi Akiko from Class B Year 2 after school, saying that my lady invites her for fish and hopes she will grace us with her presence." Okay, I will definitely convey it." Gatekeeper Shaolin nodded repeatedly in agreement. Lin Jiayou nodded slightly to him, and then got into the car. At the last moment, as he rolled up the car window, he glanced once more at a classroom in the teaching building. There a girl with crimson long hair leaned against the window, gazing into the distance. "So tell me, why are you pretending to be my butler?" On the Lexus, Haido Town crossed his arms and looked warily at Lin Jiayou, who was driving ahead, and said in a deep voice, "What are you, the mysterious detective Lin, really trying to do?" "No matter what I intend to do," Lin Jiayou replied, gripping the steering wheel, glancing at the rearview mirror, and said flatly, "You just need to know that if you don't follow me, you'll never find out anything about your father." "What do you know?" Haido Town, who had calmed down, felt his heart racing again upon hearing the word father. Lin Jiayou maintained his composure and calmly uttered a few words. Kaido Kuroba, the Phantom Thief Kid, and Pandora. Who? Kaido Kuroba took a deep breath. His eyes struggled for a moment before he finally nodded reluctantly. I'll go with you. You're already in the car, Lin Jiayou joked coldly, without any expression on his face. After another glance at the rearview mirror, Lin Jiayou casually reminded him, don't try anything funny, I have no ill intentions. However, if you act impulsively, things could get complicated. Humph, I know that well enough. Kaido Kuroba snorted coldly, but his hidden hand quietly turned off his phone. As he watched Lin Jiayou drive, Kaido Kuroba felt increasingly that these roads seemed familiar. Where are we going? To your home. Huh. Not long after, at Kaido Kuroba's home. Have a seat. Lin Jiayou naturally walked over and sat down on the living room sofa. Seeing Kaido Kuroba still standing there in a daze, he pointed to the other sofa and said to him. Kaido Kuroba was momentarily stunned and sat down on the sofa, grumbling, this is my home. That's why I told you to sit. Lin Jiayou said with an entirely neutral expression. Kaido Kuroba looked at his emotionless face, adjusted his breathing, and straightforwardly asked, what exactly do you want to do? My father taught me disguise techniques. Lin Jiayou crossed his legs, squinting at Kaido Kuroba, and said blandly, you teach me disguise techniques, and I'll tell you. What? Kaido Kuroba was even more bewildered. You called me back just for this. What else? Lin Jiayou quietly looked at Kaido Kuroba. Is there anything else about you that deserves my attention? Haha. Kaido Kuroba laughed awkwardly. He had thought Lin Jiayou, like other detectives, was more concerned about his identity as Phantom Thief Kid. Yes, I'm talking about you, Hakuba Siko. This kid keeps staring at him. If one didn't know better, they might think this young master of the Hakuba police chief has some peculiar hobbies. I can teach you disguise techniques, Kaido Kuroba said seriously, his expression turning serious. But I must clarify first, disguise techniques aren't something just anyone can learn, especially the voice-changing method, which not only requires a long time of practice, but also a high level of talent. Don't worry, Lin Jiayou said without a change in expression. Kaido Kuroba could see no change in his demeanor. You just teach, and don't worry about anything else. He knew what Kaido Kuroba was implying, merely concerned that he might not learn the disguise techniques, and then blame Kaido Kuroba, the teacher. Kaido Kuroba wasn't afraid of much else, just worried that if Lin Jiayou exposed his secret as Phantom Thief Kid, that could lead to trouble. Not to mention, if his identity as Phantom Thief Kid gets revealed, he wouldn't be able to enjoy high school life like he is now. Haha, then I'll feel at ease. Kaido Kuroba relaxed, quickly shifting from a serious state to slumping on the sofa lazily, saying, then I'll organize my notes on disguise techniques tonight, and you can come by in a couple of days to pick them up. Just like that. This time it was Lin Jiayou who was slightly surprised. Although he couldn't show his surprise on his face, asking this question already indicated that he was taken aback by Kaido Kuroba's behavior. Kaido Kuroba chuckled and rolled his eyes at Lin Jiayou. What else? It's the modern society. Now, am I supposed to have you perform a 3-knock-9-kneel apprenticeship ceremony? Disguise techniques aren't some unique secret. Many people know some scattered tricks. It's just that my family's knowledge is more comprehensive. You may look mysterious, but you don't seem like a bad person. You probably want to learn disguise techniques because some cases are complex and require another identity to disguise yourself. Ooh, I understand all that. You provide me with information about my father, and I teach you disguise techniques. It's a normal transaction, nothing to discuss. Kaido Kuroba rambled on, leaving Lin Jiayou somewhat silent, especially at that line. You don't seem like a bad person. Lin Jiayou almost wanted to say, sorry, you really misjudged me. However, being able to resolve things so easily indeed saved him a lot of effort. Speaking of which, shouldn't he express his gratitude to the detectives in this world, especially to Shinichi Kudo? It was precisely because they scrambled to help the police solve cases, setting an example that Lin Jiayou could don the guise of a detective, and Kaido Kuroba would so easily believe he wasn't a bad person. With that thought, Lin Jiayou slightly nodded to Kaido Kuroba. Alright, I'll come by the day after tomorrow to pick it up. Saying this, he took out a bank card from his pocket and pushed it in front of Kaido Kuroba. 10 million, here's a deposit. Okay, Kaido Kuroba smiled, directly taking the bank card. I hadn't planned on accepting money, but since you've offered, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Jiayou didn't feel pained by the 10 million. Just 50,000 RMB for a disguise technique was a huge profit. As for your father. Upon hearing the word father, Kaido Kuroba immediately sat up straight from the sofa, his expression serious as he listened intently. Lin Jiayou, however, merely said flatly, Kaido Kuroba has vanished from the world, and there's no information on him. However, there's someone in Europe known as Phantom Thief Crow who has impressive skills. You might want to look into it. Phantom Thief Crow. Kaido Kuroba narrowed his eyes. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Then he shook his head, realizing that if he wasn't on the islands, this matter couldn't be rushed. He needed to take his time. Anything else? Kuroba Kaido turned his gaze toward Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou slowly shook his head. That's all. That's all. Kaido's eyes widened. This is all you have? Clues about my father? Our family's art of disguise yielded only this much. Lucky I took that 10 million yen. Otherwise I'd truly feel swindled. Kuroba Kaido muttered, half irritated. Of course he didn't genuinely feel shortchanged. After all, had no word of his father for years. Any fragment of a lead was pure gain. He was merely teasing Lin Jiayou, lightening the mood while testing whether he might squeeze out an extra favor. You won't lose out. Lin Jiayou wasn't fooled by Kaido's ploy. He cast him a sidelong glance and replied offhandedly. Kuroba Kaido chuckled lightly. When no further concessions came, he let it go. A moment later, something occurred to him. He stared intently at Lin Jiayou, brows furrowing. We've finished talking, so why are you still here? Waiting for me to invite you to dinner? Not yet, Lin Jiayou murmured, eyes lowered, fingers subtly shifting twice. I'm waiting for someone, in your home. Waiting for someone. Kuroba Kaido blinked in mild surprise and instinctively asked, who are you waiting for? Surely not Jizan. You'll be waiting a long time. He rarely returns unless absolutely necessary. As Kaido spoke, a rapid series of knocks echoed from outside. Knock, 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 knock. Lin Jiayou lifted his gaze toward the direction of Kaido's bedroom door. Well, look who's here. Up. Kaido stiffened, then sprang to his feet. A guest has arrived. I'll go see who it is. Before he could finish speaking, the villa's front gate swung open inexplicably, as if moved by some unseen force. The moment the door opened, a high school girl with vivid crimson hair burst inside like a whirlwind. Kuroba Kaido. Kuroba Kaido. Where are you? Where? She rushed in, breathless and shouting. Yet the instant her eyes fell upon Kaido standing dazed in the living room, her frantic cry died mid-sentence. In one swift motion, she seized the still bewildered Kaido and pulled him protectively behind her, glaring fiercely at Lin Jiayou. What do you think you're doing? Security, mister. Lin isn't dangerous, he's just... Kaido snapped back to awareness and hurried to explain, alarmed by Sakurako's sharp accusation. But Sakurako ignored him entirely, cutting him off with a low, grave tone. Kurabakin, you have no idea who this man really is. Then she whirled back toward Lin Jiayou, face blazing with fury. With me here, you'll never lay a finger on Kuroba Kaido. You demon. Though Sakurako radiated fierce hostility, Lin Jiayou perceived it as little more than bluster, fierce on the surface, hollow beneath. To him, her demeanor held a curious blend of fierceness and childish petulance, almost endearingly so. Kaido, however, saw things very differently. He knew Sakurako's power firsthand, and feared that if provoked, she might hurl a fireball his way, sparking disaster. He darted forward, positioning himself before her, and explained patiently. Security, mister. Lin means no harm. He came today solely to discuss cooperation, and to consult me on our family's art of disguise. Is that so? Her suspicions softened slightly, but her eyes remained locked onto Lin Jiayou, piercing and unrelenting. Lin Jiayou in turn gave a gentle, deliberate shake of his head. Not quite. That single reply struck Kaido most deeply, jolting him back to Lin Jiayou's earlier remark, I'm waiting for someone. Could it be? I also wish to witness the witch's true power. Lin Jiayou sat poised on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, black umbrella resting beside him. His head tilted slightly upward, not rising yet exuding such commanding presence that Sakurako and Kaido felt instinctively as though they were gazing up at him. I knew you meant ill. Sakurako cried out sharply, the witch's staff materializing instantly in her grasp. Die, you accursed demon. The moment her words left her lips, a basketball-sized fireball coalesced midair, then roared forward with a thunderous boom, hurtling straight toward Lin Jiayou. Sakurako. Mr. Lin. Kaido stared, eyes wide with horror. This sudden eruption catching him utterly off guard. Yet the next second stunned him even more. Lin Jiayou raised his right hand, flicked his wrist once, and the fireball mere inches from his face dissolved instantly, as if doused by an invisible tide. This can't be. Sakurako whispered, disbelief trembling in her voice. Kaido stood frozen, speechless. Had known Sakurako was a witch, and braced himself accordingly, but had never imagined Lin Jiayou could dispel her attack with a single effortless gesture. Had believed Sakurako unique, unparalleled in her world. Now another figure had emerged, far more formidable, Lin Jiayou. Could it be? This world was in truth a realm of magic, where witches and cultivators like Sakurako and Lin Jiayou, far more numerous than anyone suspected, was his cherished art of illusion. His dazzling performances as the Phantom Thief Kid, nothing more than a clownish spectacle before masters of genuine arcane power. Kuroba Kaido sank into profound self-doubt. Compared to him, Sakurako was even more shaken, her voice faltering. Your Chinese internal energy. Lin Jiayou stated, expressionless. He rose smoothly from the sofa, as if nothing extraordinary had transpired. Well then, I must take my leave. Thank you for organizing the materials, Kurabakin. They'll transfer part of the remaining sum to you the day after tomorrow. Without glancing back at the stupefied Kaido and Sakurako, Lin Jiayou turned and walked away. Today's objectives had all been fulfilled. He was in excellent spirits. Impossible. Sakurako shrieked, locking eyes with Lin Jiayou, trembling with disbelief. My butler told me, Chinese cultivation arts have been extinct in this age of fading Tao. No one alive could possibly master them. You. Perhaps I am exceptional. Lin Jiayou replied casually, his tone flat, emotionless, cutting off her protest before it could fully form. Leaning lightly on his black umbrella, he stepped out through Kuroba Kaido's front gate and closed it quietly behind him. He is not wrong, or perhaps he truly is special. Lin Jiayou slightly clenched his right hand, feeling the aura circulating within his body. He had mentioned before that although many of the skills he possesses in this world were based on his previous life, he has become stronger compared to his former self. A little bit. In his past life, he practiced some ancient martial arts from China, but what he has mastered now is entirely different. He does not fully understand the reasons behind this, but if he had to explain, he would attribute it to being a transmigrator. Of course, he is quite fond of his enhanced abilities. After all, this world has super beings like Jing Jing Zhun who can dodge rifle bullets and catch handgun bullets. Without some strength, it would be better to wash his hands clean and return home to sleep. Lin Jiayou came to Jianggudian today with two purposes. The first is to acquire the art of disguise. Regardless of whether he can master it, he wants to learn it. As he appears more frequently in public, the ability to disguise himself becomes quite necessary. The second is to see if Kosaka Onoka from the Conan world possesses any magical powers, or she is still just a witch. If she does, then just how powerful is this witch? As it turns out, the Conan worldview does not include any extraordinary beings that defy social order. Kosaka Onoka is merely a half-hearted witch. Perhaps she has a long lineage, but in Lin Jiayou's view, she cannot even defeat the normal Xiaolan. After casually demonstrating a technique, Lin Jiayou felt relieved as he could eliminate one of the three potential threats in his mind. Having achieved all his goals, Lin Jiayou was in a good mood. He walked slowly, got into his Lexus, and hummed a little tune as he drove away from Jianggudian district. 2 days later, Lin Jiayou visited the home of Haido Town, who had promised to compile a series of knowledge regarding the art of disguise. There's a lot. Enough to fill a large box, all kinds of materials and notes. Haido Town specifically reminded him that these must be returned and cannot be discarded. Lin Jiayou expressed his understanding. These materials were collected by Haido Town over a decade and could be regarded as family heirlooms. If he were to lose them, Lin Jiayou would feel pained. To show his gratitude, Lin Jiayou gave Haido Town a substantial sum as a mentorship fee. Haido Town accepted it with a smile, seemingly having forgotten the fright Lin Jiayou had given him 2 days ago. That day, Kosaka Onoka explained to him that there are not many superpowered individuals in this world. In fact, she had only seen Lin Jiayou as a superpowered person throughout her life. After Kosaka Onoka's explanation, Haido Town regained his confidence. He said he could not possibly be a clown. Although Kosaka Onoka kept saying that Lin Jiayou was a devil and advised him to keep his distance, he still believed that Lin Jiayou was not a bad person. He trusted his own judgment as a phantom thief. Lin Jiayou, you judged incorrectly again. After obtaining the materials, Lin Jiayou returned to seriously study the techniques of disguise. After a day of study, Lin Jiayou felt that the art of disguise was not as difficult as Haido Town had claimed. He wondered if he had been enhanced again by this world, as he found these techniques surprisingly easy. In just 1 day, he could freely change his voice. He experienced none of the throat pain, hoarseness, or inability to speak that Haido Town had mentioned, and he didn't even need to use the throat-soothing medicine that Haido Town kindly offered. As for facial and body disguise techniques, he admitted he still needed more practice. After all, practice makes perfect. For now, he could only manage to apply a mask after making it, and the production time was long. He still had a long way to go compared to masters like Haido Town and Vermouth. However, even so, Lin Jiayou felt quite satisfied. He only needed an extra disguise to guard against the rats in the organization. Being able to disguise himself was enough. Alright, having learned the art of disguise, he decided to give it a try today. Lin Jiayou thought to himself, donning a skin mask, he was most satisfied with putting on his black attire, grabbing a black umbrella, and stepping out again. At the top floor of the great dark building in a bar, Lin Jiayou pushed open the door and walked straight towards a booth. Along the way, the other patrons in the bar looked at Lin Jiayou with a mix of fear and trepidation. They had seen several men dressed in black like this before, and none were easy to deal with. The new arrival today was treated with the same caution as before. In the booth, gin, vodka, and tequila were already seated. Upon seeing Lin Jiayou arrive, the three were momentarily taken aback. Vodka was the first to speak up. Hey, you're in the wrong place. We don't welcome outsiders here. As Jin's subordinate, he naturally intended to drive away anyone who disturbed his boss peace. Despite appearing subservient to Jin and Lin Jiayou, he was seen as a fierce brute by others. What's wrong, Vodka? Don't you recognize me? Lin Jiayou's expression remained unchanged as he spoke lightly. Upon opening his mouth, a familiar voice with a distinctly emotionless tone emerged. Vodka shivered, shrinking his neck and weakly testing. Che. RY. Is that you? Yes. Lin Jiayou casually responded with an not elaborating further. Vodka's expression twisted immediately. Oh my, how is this devil here? How did he change his face? Haha, so it's Cherry. I was wondering why someone came to our side. Tequila laughed heartily, lightening the atmosphere, pulling Lin Jiayou down to sit. Come, let's have a drink or two. Let's have a drink or two. Lin Jiayou nodded slightly. He glanced around at Jin, was smoking a cigarette. Tequila had a cigar in his right hand, and Vodka had a pack of 7 stars in front of him. Thus Lin Jiayou took out his own cigarettes, pulled one out, lit it, and took a couple of puffs. Since everyone was smoking, if he didn't smoke, it would be like inhaling their secondhand smoke. As is well known, secondhand smoke is more harmful than firsthand smoke, so he chose to smoke firsthand. How did you end up like this? Jin Jiao shot a cold glance at Lin Jiayou and asked. This guy knew he had changed his appearance, but didn't bother to explain to them. Instead, he lit a cigarette. Yes, Cherry, why did you change your face? Long Jialan curiously asked Lin Jiayou. Did you run into Belmont? Belmont is a famous chameleon within the organization. Basically, if anyone wants to undergo significant disguise, they must seek her help. At this moment, Lin Jiayou's appearance seemed like a drastic transformation in the eyes of Jin Jiao and the others. The original Lin Jiayou had an ordinary face, one that you would forget after just a glance. Now Lin Jiayou had a look more akin to that of a European, with short golden hair and a prominent nose, looking considerably more handsome than before. Such a drastic change made it no wonder they did not recognize him at first glance. If it weren't for their similar aura, Vodka wouldn't have linked Lin Jiayou to this new appearance. No, Lin Jiayou took a puff of his cigarette. and exhaled saying casually, I learned it on my own. Learned it on your own. Long Jialan and Vodka were slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Can disguise techniques be self-taught? If that were the case, Cherry's talent must be extraordinary. Jin Jiao, however, let out a cold laugh. If disguise techniques could be learned that easily, it would be great. But he couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. As long as Lin Jiayou was loyal to the organization, the more he knew, the happier Jin Jiao would be. Hey Cherry. Long Jialan suddenly laughed and patted Lin Jiayou on the shoulder saying, since you can do disguise, can you help me out when I go on missions? My appearance is too noticeable. Ooh, I get recognized at once during infiltration missions. Lin Jiayou glanced at Long Jialan. Well, to be blunt, it seems that no matter how much he disguises himself, Long Jialan's height of over 2 meters wouldn't allow him to blend in easily. Even if he covered that fierce-looking face, people would still unconsciously glance at him. Long Jialan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I know what you mean. Ooh, just cover my face so that no one can see it, and I can sneak away. That's doable. Lin Jiayou slightly nodded. Since Long Jialan said it was fine, he would go along with it. Don't forget to treat me to a meal later, just not at the organization's restaurant. Ha, sure, no problem. Long Jialan laughed heartily. Next time I'll take you to the Bayhu Grand Hotel for a meal, Cherry. Lin Jiayou didn't care where they ate as long as it wasn't at the organization's subordinate restaurant. It wouldn't do for him to help Long Jialan and then let the organization foot the bill, would it? Across from them, Jin Jiao squinted at Lin Jiayou. This guy still loved to take advantage of small opportunities. Thinking this, Jin Jiao took out his phone, selected an email, and placed it on the table among the 4 of them. Choose 1 or 2 for each person. Lin Jiayou focused and looked at the email. While the email on the phone was filled with a dense list of tasks. This can be chosen. Lin Jiayou glanced at Jin Jiao and narrowed his eyes. Jin Jiao glanced back at Lin Jiayou and said lightly, of course our organization values freedom and equality. Then why didn't I get to choose for the previous tasks? That's why you can choose now. Lin Jiayou and Jin Jiao had entered their usual banter phase. Long Jialan, seeing this, unleashed his good-natured side and began to mediate. All right, Cherry, please understand that Jin Jiao has a lot on his plate, and many things aren't intentional. Jin Jiao, you too, how could you not let Cherry choose tasks? Jin Jiao, take 2 task payments from my commission and split them with Cherry. Oh, Cherry, you can take them. Let's all drink this cup of wine together and let this matter pass. Lin Jiayou and Jin Jiao couldn't refute Long Jialan's words. If he was willing to fork out money to help Lin Jiayou, what could Jin Jiao say? As a beneficiary, Lin Jiayou naturally, reluctantly accepted. As for Vodka trembled in fear. He dared not say a word while watching the 2 banter daily. Jin Jiao took a deep breath and looked at Lin Jiayou with annoyance. Choose a task. Lin Jiayou first glanced at Long Jialan. Long Jialan smiled and shook his head. Cherry, you choose first. All right. Lin Jiayou nodded lightly and then looked at the task list on his phone. His task selection wasn't based on his own ideas, but on familiar names. In short, he was looking to see if there were any names he recognized among the targets on the list. Don't get it wrong, he wasn't planning to kill acquaintances. In fact, he didn't have many acquaintances in the island nation, but names he recognized generally belonged to characters from the story. Choosing these individuals meant he wouldn't have to do much to complete his task, just like the previous case with Cebu. Moreover, he could also scare the little Detective Kudo who had turned into Conan. It was simply killing multiple birds with one stone. Soon he discovered 2 tasks that met his requirements. The first was to deal with the delusional Taro Monica who attempted to break free from the organization's control. The second was to handle the reluctant Gozo Kitabatake who didn't want to continue cooperating with the organization. Lin Jiayou wasn't very familiar with Taro Monica, but he knew from the information that he was the owner who would soon be killed by Director Okiai due to the museum incident. Gozo Kitabatake, on the other hand, was the head of the Kitabatake financial group who would invite the Muri family aboard and thus attract disaster. Both these individuals could be dealt with easily without much effort, just right for exchanging money. After Lin Jiayou finished selecting, Long Jialan also casually chose 2 tasks with a smile. For him, as long as it wasn't infiltration or intelligence gathering, he could handle any other action tasks. Once the 2 had selected their tasks, Jin Jiao casually stated, complete them within 2 weeks. After that, he no longer brought up anything regarding work. The 4 of them spent the night chatting, drinking, and smoking just like that. Well, alright, it wasn't so easy to pass. While a few of them were enjoying their drinks and having a good time, an unwelcome guy approached. Hey bosses, want 2 pills? A new treasure, guaranteed pleasure. A lewd voice drawled, package. Extra satisfaction. The vile words still reached Lin Jiayou and the other 3. Jin's face turned frosty. She half turned her head, her gaze sharp and lethal as a blade piercing straight into the intruder. The peddler was a short, gaunt man with sunken cheeks and deep-shadowed circles beneath his eyes. His face had been plastered with a forced grin until Jin's icy stare struck him. Instantly, he shuddered violently, trembling head to toe, utterly speechless. Inside, he grumbled bitterly, if you don't want it, just say so. No need for theatrics. Show us what you've got. Right, Lin Jiayou said coolly. At his words, Jin and the others paused, then swiftly grasped his intent. Jin eased the murderous aura radiating from her frame, lifting the suffocating pressure she'd imposed upon the diminutive man. The man exhaled sharply, then instantly snapped back into his ingratiating smile. Yes, of course. He fished a small plastic bag from his pocket, the contents unmistakable. Beaming obsequiously, he extended the bag toward Lin Jiayou with both hands, chuckling nervously, sir, take a look. Quality like this. You won't find its equal anywhere in this district. Lin Jiayou accepted it, glanced inside, and confirmed it was exactly what he'd suspected. He placed the bag on the table and slid it toward Jin, silently signaling, "You handle this." Jin didn't even glance at it. Her expression darkened, her voice glacial and cutting sliced through the air. "This establishment permits such merchandise." Her tone sent another violent shiver down the man's spine, reawakening the terror he'd just endured. Yet the thought that this woman was his customer banished his fear in an instant. Cautiously, he glanced over his shoulder at the bartender behind the bar, then leaned close to Jin, whispering with a sly, knowing grin, "The boss forbids it. But sir, you understand, every venue has its patrons with certain needs. Had I not dared today, you'd never have tasted such premium stock." His words broke the final thread of restraint. Tequila erupted from his seat, his towering frame surging upward like a colossus. In one fluid motion, his massive left arm shot out, seizing the man's skull in a crushing grip. Before the man could react, Tequila slammed his head hard against the tabletop. Thud, thud, thud. F. Stunned and searing with pain, the man shrieked, a raw, guttural wail of agony. Tequila still wasn't satisfied. Releasing his hold, he seized the man's right wrist, then drew a razor-sharp dagger from within his long coat. Swish, pain, pain, pain. Another blood-curdling scream tore from the man's throat as Tequila drove the dagger clean through his palm, pinning his hand, firmly, irrevocably, to the table. The man's eyes rolled back, his breath seized. He felt himself drowning in white-hot torment. Tequila stood motionless, his face stripped of all pretense of warmth, or whatever passed for it. Only cold ferocity remained, his gaze locked downward, unblinking, onto the writhing, howling man. Not a word escaped his lips. The commotion, of course, did not go unnoticed by the bar's staff. Seeing that the organization's elite had drawn blood, the bartenders panicked, fearing the man might die on their premises, and sprang into action. They swiftly evacuated every patron, offering discounts, excuses, urgent closures, and sealed the entrance tight. For bartenders lined up in disciplined formation beside Lin Jiayou and his companions. What is the meaning of this? Jin picked up the small plastic bag the man had left on the table, weighing it once, twice in her palm. Her frigid gaze swept across the four men before her, her expression carved from ice as she spoke. One bartender, evidently the senior, stepped forward, took the bag, peered inside, and paled instantly. His entire body began to quake. "Forgive us, honored sir. This is our grave negligence. We are unworthy. We deserve death." He immediately began slapping himself, hard, rhythmic, stinging blows echoing sharply. Yet Lin Jiayou and the others watched unmoved. The remaining three bartenders, now fully aware of the gravity of their failure, joined in, slapping themselves in unison. The bar filled with the relentless hollow sound of flesh striking flesh. Lin Jiayou stared blankly ahead, then let out a dry, humorless laugh. Never imagined, within the organization's own venues, this filth would be peddled. An extra satisfaction. Truly, how absurd. Jin did not dispute him. Her voice, low and iron-hard, rang out, "Such substances are forbidden here, now and forever." As for him, Jin's gaze flicked coldly toward the man groaning helplessly atop the table. She seized the hilt of the dagger embedded in his palm and twisted. "Aya!" A fresh, ear-splitting shriek tore from his throat. She twisted twice more, then released the hilt. Grabbing a fistful of his hair, she yanked his head back, her eyes boring into his soul as she demanded, voice like shattered glass, "Speak. Who sent you here to peddle?" "Aya, no one. No one sent me." The man gasped between ragged whimpers, barely coherent. Jin gave a mirthless snort. "So you're a hard case." Without hesitation, she repeated the twist, once more delivering exquisite agony. Tears streamed down his face. "No, truly no one. I came alone. I smuggled it in myself." "Humph." Only then did Jin release his hair, letting his head drop heavily onto the table with a dull thud. Lin Jiayou tilted his head, observing the man's limp form sprawled across the table, then turned calmly to Jin. "He's no hard case. He's unconscious." Jin merely curled her lip, silent. She pivoted sharply, her gaze sweeping over the four bartenders still slapping themselves in line. A contemptuous snort escaped her. "Find his entire network, upline and downline. I will discover who dares infiltrate the organization's territory. Vodka, you stay and manage this." She rose to leave. Vodka and the bartenders bowed their heads in unison, murmuring assent. Tequila withdrew his dagger and casually wiped the blood from its blade on the man's shirt before sheathing it once more inside his coat. Lin Jiayou walked out empty-handed, stepping carefully around the crimson stains on the floor. As he departed, Vodka's voice echoed behind him, sharp with reprimand. "Do we conduct business only once? Are we abandoning trade altogether? With such an incident occurring on our premises, how can we ever serve drinks or meals again? How shall I answer to the chief? To our superiors? Conduct internal audits. Every staff member, every venue, immediately." Listening to the shouts echoing from the bar, Lin Jiayou felt a slight surprise. Who would have thought Vodka could scold people like this? Truly rare. Qingjiu Longjialan suddenly spoke, his voice deep. "Afterward, find those selling goods and let me handle them." "Sure." Qingjiu took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and casually said. Lin Jiayou glanced at Longjialan without changing his expression. The reaction was so drastic, it seemed Longjialan had a story. No wonder he was so harsh toward that guy just now. But being tough is fine, as long as they're selling goods, there are no good people. This point holds true everywhere. "I'm leaving now, see you next time," Lin Jiayou said faintly to Qingjiu and Longjialan. The two nodded and left the bar. The next morning, "Hey Long Jilan, it's me." "Oh Cherry, what's going on?" Long Jilan's voice came through the phone that Lin Jiayou had just dialed. Listening to his calm and strong voice, it seemed Long Jilan was not affected by last night's events, or rather he had already adjusted himself today. "Nothing major," Lin Jiayou said with a cigarette in his mouth, watching the TV in the villa before him, which was broadcasting some news. He calmly said into the phone, "I just wanted to ask if you'd like to make some extra money." Extra money? Long Jilan was slightly taken aback by Lin Jiayou's words. After some hesitation, he asked Lin Jiayou, "What extra money? Did you watch this morning's news?" Lin Jiayou didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "Morning news?" Long Jilan cooperatively replied, "No, I never watched the news." "Cherry, just say what you need to say." Hee. Lin Jiayou smiled, faintly glanced at the news on the TV, and said to Long Jilan, "I just saw a report mentioning that a gang of Italian robbers stole a huge pile of gold coins and fled to the island. The leader of the gang has been caught, but the gold coins and the other 3 members are still missing. It is said that the leader hid the gold coins, refusing to confess, which has led the police and the 3 gang members to search for the pile of gold coins." "So you mean," Long Jilan seemed to understand Lin Jiayou's words, chuckling, "you want to turn the tables on them?" "I calculated this morning, and these gold coins are fated to be ours. I've decided to retrieve them," Lin Jiayou said casually. He lit the cigarette at his mouth, took a puff, and exhaled freely. "Haha, your words are quite amusing," Long Jilan chuckled at Lin Jiayou's words. However, after laughing, he thought about the matter and frowned, reminding, "Cherry, this isn't as simple as you think. The police and those robbers haven't found them. It won't be easy for us either. Besides, once found, these gold coins will likely have been registered, and we have no way to sell them." "I know all this." Lin Jiayou's calm words interrupted Long Jilan's reminder. He understood Long Jilan's concerns. In summary, there are 2 points. Hard to find, hard to sell. The first point is easy to resolve. The memories in his mind are not useless. As for the second point, I have some clues about these gold coins. Lin Jiayou took a deep puff of the cigarette and said calmly, "If we really start looking, we will definitely be faster than the police and those 3 third-rate guys. As for selling, we can use the organization's channels." Yes, this is Lin Jiayou's solution. It's good to have a big tree to lean on. This point has been true since ancient times. He is now part of an organization, no longer a lone wolf. If he can use the organization's channels, why not? No matter what channel, there is always a fee involved. It's better to give that money to the organization than to outsiders. Using the organization's channels, Long Jilan thought for a moment after Lin Jiayou's suggestion and nodded, "All right." Then Long Jilan couldn't help but remind again, "But you still need to inform Qinjiu. By the way, during the search process, Qinjiu won't agree to use the organization's power. Think it over." "Don't worry," Lin Jiayou said casually, "we'll talk to Qinjiu later. This intel is quite reliable. If all goes well, we can get our hands on it by tonight." He certainly understood Long Jilan's meaning. In Tokyo, mainly Qinjiu is in charge, and they need to clarify things when taking private jobs. It's a matter of principle. As for searching for gold coins, which is uncertain, the organization wouldn't waste a lot of energy on it. Simply put, the investment and return are disproportionate. Rather than casting a wide net, gathering information bit by bit, then analyzing and comparing until finding the gold coins for selling, it is indeed faster to plan a blackmail scheme. Naturally, Qinjiu would not agree to such foolishness. Of course, if they skip the previous steps and directly sell the goods to collect a commission, Qinjiu would likely not refuse. "All right, since that's the case, just call me when you need to take action." Long Jilan, seeing Lin Jiayou so certain, felt relieved and agreed to the plan. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou hung up the phone. He then called Qinjiu. "Hey, it's me, Long Jilan, and I want to make some extra money." Straight to the point, Lin Jiayou was direct in his speech. Qinjiu frowned and narrowed his eyes. "What extra money?" "We're going to retrieve the gold coins hidden by the Italian robbers. These coins are fated to be mine and must be reclaimed," Lin Jiayou said expressionlessly. "Hey, everything is fated to you." Qinjiu sneered. "Do as you wish. No need for the organization's outer members. The organization will help sell the goods," Lin Jiayou added. Qinjiu relaxed his brow and said coldly, "Okay, you'll take 30%. "All right." Lin Jiayou received Qinjiu's reply and decisively hung up the phone. "See, I told you Qinjiu would agree. There's no reason for him to refuse. It's just," Lin Jiayou frowned, "isn't 30% a bit too much?" "Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, it's free money, and any amount is fine." "Oh, I see." Calvados did not delve deeper into the matter. The group began walking towards the direction of the roller coaster, and soon they could see its outline. Seeing the target so close, Calvados instantly perked up. He turned to Lin Jiayou and the others and said, "They'll go buy some tickets. You all wait here and don't move." Saying that, he shifted forms and zipped away. This time he really flew off and did not return immediately. However, Lin Jiayou squinted, feeling that this guy was taking advantage of him. Before long, Calvados returned, scratching his head awkwardly. "Cough, I was careless. Our tickets are included in the park entrance ticket. We just need to queue here." "Damn," Gianni couldn't help but curse at Calvados. "I knew you were unreliable." Saying that, she quickly urged everyone, "Let's go, let's queue up." Lin Jiayou and the others nodded and began to line up. The queuing process went surprisingly smoothly. Those coming out to play saw that the 5 were all dressed in black, and with Lin Jiayou and Long Jilan being so tall, especially Long Jilan standing still might even prompt someone to invite him to skip the line. Of course, as formal members of a righteous organization, Lin Jiayou and the others would never do anything as uncouth as cutting in line. Before long, the five finally achieved their wish and boarded the roller coaster. Since the roller coaster seats 2 per row and the space was indeed limited, the over 2-meter-tall Long Jalan was arranged to sit with Gianti the shortest among them, while Lin Jiayou and Cohen were seated in front of them similarly arranged. As for Calvados, Lin Jiayou looked speechlessly at the man in black chatting awkwardly with a stylishly dressed girl in front of him. Calvados, with his thick skin, shamelessly wanted to sit with the girl. The girl was out with 2 friends for fun, and since the roller coaster had 2 seats per row, she had no choice but to agree to Calvados' request. It was clear that the girl was too lazy to bother with him, but Calvados was really good at awkward conversations, managing to talk from Tokyo to Kyoto, from the island nation to America. Before long, the roller coaster started. The entire process went smoothly without any incidents. Lin Jiayou carefully experienced the new park's roller coaster, which indeed felt different and exhilarating. No wonder, even though someone had just died on the roller coaster here, so many visitors were drawn to it. Of course, it could also be that after living in this world for so long, the public had become unafraid of death. Before long, the roller coaster ride was over. Adhering to the principle of not wanting to queue again, the five did not go for another round. As soon as they got off, Gianni couldn't help but curse again. Damn, Cherry, it's really uncomfortable sitting behind you. What do you mean? Lin Jiayou looked at Gianti calmly, though he was utterly confused. He hadn't put a noose around her neck on the ride and made her play split up. Why was she inexplicably cursing at him? Damn it, how can you still say that? Gianti, seeing Lin Jiayou so calm, became even angrier. I was really excited and screaming the whole time. Just when I was screaming my heart out, I saw your and Cohen's faces. Saying this, Gianti couldn't help but stomp her foot and continued to curse. You two had no reaction at all. The fiery passion I worked so hard to ignite was extinguished by your icy demeanor. Listening to Gianti finish speaking, Lin Jiayou was even more confused. It wasn't like his face couldn't show expressions. How did he get in her way? Meanwhile, Cohen began to feel uneasy inside. Gianni hates me now. Even she, a friend for many years, is starting to dislike me. I really am unpopular. Soon Long Jalan, Cherry, and Calvados will think like Gianti and gradually dislike me. Thinking this way, Cohen almost shed tears. Seeing Cohen's downcast expression, Gianni immediately felt that something was wrong. She quickly patted Cohen's shoulder and said, "It's okay, Cohen, I'm not blaming you. This is all Cherry's fault. I didn't feel anything when we came before. It's just that Cherry, this ice cube, came, and it turned out this way. It's all his fault." Saying this, Gianti took the opportunity when Cohen wasn't paying attention to make a face at Lin Jiayou. "What are you looking at? It's all your fault." Lin Jiayou couldn't hold back and rolled his eyes at Gianti. "I can't be bothered with you." The two quickly completed a silent showdown, each thinking they had the upper hand. Up ahead, after fruitlessly chasing the swiftly escaping girl, Calvados was not discouraged and cheerfully joined Lin Jiayou and the other four. He raised his hand again, smiling as he shouted, "Come on, what should we play next? Raise your hand to vote." After he said this, Gianni no longer jumped out excitedly. She first glanced at Cohen and then smiled as she raised her hand. "I recommend the Ferris wheel." Lin Jiayou also glanced at Cohen, chuckled inwardly, and expressionlessly raised his hand. "Reconsider." "Haha, I have no objections." Long Jalan smiled slightly and shrugged. Cohen nodded at the fastest speed since Lin Jiayou had known him. "Good." Calvados clapped his hands, pointing to the iconic circular structure in the distance, saying forcefully, "Unanimously approved." We set off. Destination: the Ferris wheel. Saying this, Calvados once again shifted forms boldly and without fear of everyone's gaze flying towards the Ferris wheel. This time he used the excuse of reserving spots for Lin Jiayou and the others instead of buying tickets. However, his idea was still of no use, because Long Jalan, in his role as the elder brother, educated them on the importance of following the law. Even if Calvados reserved spots and queued, it wouldn't be right for them to cut in. Facing the elder brother's reminder, everyone was respectful. After all, they weren't really pressed for time and didn't want to cut in line for just a few minutes. Thus, Calvados could only watch as the people behind him swiftly passed by to board the Ferris wheel, while he painfully waited in the corner for Lin Jiayou and the others to arrive. "The clue is gone. Let's change locations." Tequila looked at the message on his phone, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. What is this? Can clues really run away? This indicates this is not a clue at all. It's clearly an informant. After reading the message, Tequila received another message from Lin Jiayou. "The location is uncertain. I'll let you know when I arrive." Okay, Tequila typed back with difficulty, using his thick fingers to press the keys. Not long after, Tequila, following the latest location provided by Lin Jiayou, successfully found Lin Jiayou's car. He pulled open the car door and sat down in the passenger seat. "Hey, good afternoon, Cherry," Tequila greeted Lin Jiayou as soon as he got in the car. He glanced at Lin Jiayou's appearance, slightly surprised. "Wow, why have you put on a disguise?" "Many people outside know me, but it's easier to change my appearance." Lin Jiayou replied flatly. This wasn't self-aggrandizement, it was because he had made headlines again due to the roller coaster incident last time. Even though many days had passed, changing his appearance was indeed safer. Especially since he might have to face Conan, who would definitely recognize him. He couldn't just walk up to Conan and say Lin Jiayou was part of the organization, could he? Maybe later, but not right now. "Hey, by the way, where's the clue?" Tequila looked around, but didn't spot anyone particularly suspicious. Oh wait. He glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed 3 men in black lurking in a corner. They clearly looked like bad people. "Look, they're coming out." Lin Jiayou pointed ahead of the car with a calm expression. Tequila followed Lin Jiayou's gaze. At that moment, 4 kids were being pushed out one by a man who seemed to be the manager of a clothing store. The store manager scolded them one by one, with the little black chubby boy getting the worst of it. Hee, that little chubby boy isn't peeking at customers changing, is he yet? Tequila grinned, widely guessing with amusement. Lin Jiayou blinked. Well, it's indeed very possible. Wait, Tequila suddenly realized, looking dumbfounded at Lin Jiayou, and then at the 4 kids ahead. Cherry, are these kids the clues? Yes, Lin Jiayou nodded blankly. Look closely, the little boy in the dark blue suit with a red bow tie, what is he holding in his hand? The little boy in the dark blue suit with a red bow tie. Tequila carefully examined as Lin Jiayou suggested. In his hand there's paper. Tequila strained his eyes, hesitating. He suddenly had a thought and looked at Lin Jiayou in surprise. What he's holding can't be the location of the buried gold coins, can it? Yes, Lin Jiayou nodded calmly. He patted Tequila on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, Tequila, the organization has a task for you now. Go and snatch the treasure map from their hands. What a... Tequila, hearing Lin Jiayou's words, almost doubted whether he had heard correctly, his eyes wide open. Tequila, despite his hulking figure, fierce appearance, and a history of killing, arms dealing, robbery, and extortion, believed himself to be a good person. Not boasting, but he genuinely thought of himself as a good person. So, Tequila frowned, dissatisfied, saying, Cherry, why don't you do it? I, Tequila, can't bring myself to rob something from elementary school kids. What they have is no ordinary item, Lin Jiayou said flatly. What they're holding is a treasure map worth at least 6 or 700 million gold coins. And, Lin Jiayou added, glancing at the rearview mirror, he also noticed the 3 shady characters who didn't look like good people. Do you see those 3 guys? They are likely the 3 members of the Italian robbery gang. They are also eyeing these kids, but for some reason, they haven't made a move yet. However, once these kids find the treasure, they won't just sit back and watch the gold be taken away. So, Lin Jiayou turned to look at Tequila, a serious expression emerging on his otherwise blank face. Tequila, you aren't robbing from elementary school kids, you're protecting them. You're protecting them from bad people, you're a hero. I am a hero. Tequila was taken aback, blinking as he pondered. In the end, he reached a conclusion. Cherry makes a good point. All right. Tequila slapped his thigh and said seriously, I am protecting the kids, I am a hero. With that, he pulled open the car door and marched straight toward the 4 kids. His confident strides drew the attention of passersby. At this moment, Conan and the 3 kids were still studying the treasure map by the roadside. Yuan, Tai, Yumi, and Kagoro all looked somewhat dejected. They had searched the clothing store, even checking the women's changing room, but still couldn't find the treasure. Where could it be? Conan was also pondering seriously, deep in thought, as if he had thought of something crucial, but for a moment he couldn't articulate it. Until... Kids. A rough voice thick with a Kansai accent came from above the 4 kids. They suddenly felt the sky darken and instinctively looked up. Standing before them was Tequila, towering over 2 meters tall with a robust build and a fierce visage clad in a black trench coat. The cleft in his chin only added to his menacing appearance. It is no exaggeration to say that Tequila's appearance would frighten even the dogs on the street. The young detective team, upon encountering such a fearsome man, suddenly instinctively took 2 steps back, trembling and unable to utter a word. Give me your treasure map, Tequila said, sternly, narrowing his eyes as he stared down at the 4 little ones. He didn't want to entangle himself with the kids too much or resort to force or verbal intimidation was the best solution. His face was stern, perhaps unervingly so, and a faint aura of killing intent seeped from his presence, deliberately intended to intimidate the children into surrendering the item without resistance. Yet, voila! Yumi collapsed onto the ground with a thud, bursting into terrified tears. Through her sobs, she wailed, Wah, there's a bad man. Mommy. Yumi wants mommy, wah. Once Yumi began crying, Kunpei could no longer hold back. His clenched teeth were his final act of defiance. The tears welling in his eyes spoke the unvarnished truth. Gentatu lost his footing and tumbled down, bracing himself on the ground with trembling hands, his entire body quaking. Conan tightened his fists, his mind roaring inwardly. It's him. There's no doubt about it. This man's aura is identical to that figure I saw that day. They must be working together. Damn it. Have these Yakuza syndicates grown this brazen? Yumi's sudden wailing startled Ranjirin. Whoa, am I really that frightening? Heh, heh. Ranjirin forced a strained smile onto his face, crouched low, and attempted what he believed to be a reassuring, kindly expression. Little miss, and you 2 young friends, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Uncle isn't a bad person. Wah, as Ranjirin's fierce, intimidating visage drew nearer, Yumi cried even louder. She wiped her tears with one hand, while weakly pushing Ranjirin away with the other, pleading for distance. Ranjirin, oh for heaven's sake. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. Maybe I should have just snatched it outright. Don't bully Yumi. If you want something, come after me. Conan stepped forward, his small 7-year-old frame surging with righteous courage as he stood protectively before the girl. Even though he had once been poisoned by men in black, this time, he would not retreat. Ranjirin gazed down at the tiny boy, smaller than his own forearm, and sighed inwardly, more exasperated than ever. Kid, there's no need for such dramatic Thief-style heroics. He extended his massive hand, its palm completely enveloping Conan's head. Conan shut his eyes in despair. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, Ran. Goodbye, Professor. Goodbye, this world. Conan. Yumi let out a piercing, heart-wrenching shriek. Fine. Ranjirin couldn't bear it any longer. Are today's children this precocious? They're barely 6 or 7. He gently ruffled Conan's hair with one hand, and summoning the gentlest tone he'd ever managed in his life, spoke softly. Well, scratch that. True gentleness proved impossible. Instead, Ranjaran softened his voice as best he could and said calmly, Son, uncle means no harm. I only want that piece of paper you're holding. This paper. Conan opened his eyes, glanced up at Ranjaran's looming face, then down at the treasure map, clutched tightly in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust the map toward Ranjaran and squeezed his eyes shut again. Here, you can have it. We don't want it. Good, good, that's my boy. Ranjaran grinned broadly and took the treasure map from Conan's palm. His gaze flickered toward the 3 Italians hovering restlessly behind them. A dismissive sneer curled his lips. Turning back to Conan, he added, By the way, kids, you'd best head straight to the police station. A few suspicious fellows are lurking there, clearly up to no good. Huh. Conan blinked, opened his eyes in surprise, staring at Ranjaran. Ranjaran offered another smile, self-assuredly benign if perhaps debatable, and said, All right, off you go. With that, Ranjaran turned and walked away, leaving behind Yumi Kumpe and Jinta, their sobs now subsiding, and Conan, his thoughts a turbulent sea of confusion and quiet reflection. This man doesn't seem nearly as fearsome as he appears. Perhaps he truly is kind-hearted. Conan watched Ranjaran's retreating figure, musing silently. Comparing Ranjaran's demeanor to that of the nameless man in black who'd struck him down, Conan reached a quiet conclusion. Yes, this seemingly ferocious uncle is almost certainly not affiliated with that organization. He resolved to heed the advice of this unexpected benefactor and escort Yumi and the others immediately to the police station. If this uncle wasn't part of the group, the other 3 men in black certainly bore watching. Meanwhile, aboard the Lexus, Lin Jiayou observed Ranjaran's entire encounter with impassive stillness. Yet inside, he was laughing uncontrollably. I'm utterly undone. How adorable is Ranjaran? Has he really spent half his life as an operative? Or does he rely entirely on that terrifying face and imposing physique to intimidate people at? Click. Ranjaran opened the car door and slid inside. The moment he settled into his seat, he exhaled deeply. Phew. He tossed the treasure map to Lin Jiayou, shaking his head as if emerging from a near-death ordeal. Impossible. These kids are impossible. You made them cry. Lin Jiayou spoke flatly, his expression unreadable, as if reciting a neutral fact. Ranjaran shot him a deadpan glare and retorted, exasperated. And you have the nerve to say that? You could have gone yourself. You insisted I do it. That was your problem to begin with. Lin Jiayou replied coolly. You could have simply taken it. Oomph. I'm a decent man. I don't steal from children. Then how exactly did this end up in your hands? Lin Jiayou gestured toward the map in his own grip and cast Ranjaran a single pointed glance. Ranjaran froze, mouth opening and closing soundlessly, utterly speechless. Lin Jiayou decided not to tease him further. He carefully stowed the map and started the engine. Let's go find the gold coins. How? That map gave me nothing. No clues, no leads. Ranjaran instinctively asked. Lin Jiayou glanced at him briefly, then fixed his gaze ahead, voice calm and incisive. That's precisely why after all these years your standing remains far below Jin's. Oomph. Ranjaran was once again rendered mute by the remark. After a long pause, he finally grumbled. Fine, I don't care, but I will get my share of those coins. Agreed. Lin Jiayou replied casually. Consider it a bonus for your extraordinary dedication to child diplomacy. Long Xilan chose to ignore Lin Jiayou this time. How did he not notice before that this cherry who seemed so aloof loved to insult others? Seeing that Long Xilan did not respond, Lin Jiayou decided not to tease him further. It was rather dull without any feedback. The car started and slowly drove towards a nearby Chinese restaurant by the Tokyo Tower. Long Xilan glanced at the words Chinese restaurant outside the car window and blinked. Is the treasure inside there? Of course not, Lin Jiayou replied with a puzzled expression, seemingly curious about how Long Xilan could ask such an abstract question. It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's eat first. Oh right, Long Xilan scratched his head and smiled. The two of them entered the restaurant one after the other, and after a hearty meal the sky outside gradually darkened. That's enough. Lin Jiayou elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and said to Long Xilan, let's head to the Tokyo Tower. Sure, I'll follow you, Long Xilan said indifferently. He generally didn't like to think too much. He couldn't understand that treasure map at all. Since it was Cherry who brought it up, he would just follow along. Before long, Lin Jiayou and Long Xilan arrived at the foot of the Tokyo Tower. By now the sky was completely dark and the surrounding buildings were adorned with various lights. Lin Jiayou examined the first symbol on the treasure map and searched for it among the nearby lights. Soon he found the first building. It was a department store. Next was the second inverted triangle-shaped building, which turned out to be a stadium after searching. Then the third shape, resembling an umbrella, was the meteorological office. The fourth shape was a pentagon with a circle around it which represented the amusement park's Ferris wheel. After visiting 4 buildings in a row, Long Xilan finally couldn't help but asked Cherry, what are you looking for? He couldn't understand Cherry's route at all. Clearly, it only required 2 streets to get from the Tokyo Tower to the amusement park, yet Cherry had led him on a long detour. In following the treasure map, Lin Jiayou replied casually. A treasure map? Long Xilan was slightly taken aback. What does this treasure map mean? What are the shapes on it? They represent the shapes of neon lights. Lin Jiayou glanced at Long Xilan and calmly explained the moon symbolizes the night, the first tower-shaped symbol signifies the Tokyo Tower, and each subsequent shape corresponds to a building. Following the buildings should lead us here. Long Xilan listened to Lin Jiayou's words lost in thought. The first building seemed quite similar to the first symbol on the treasure map, and as for the second building, damn it, he couldn't remember. It felt like he needed to think harder. So let's keep going. The next building is. Lin Jiayou pointed at a nearby office building and said plainly over there. Long Xilan nodded, deciding not to think too much about it and leaving it to Cherry. Worst case scenario, he would just deal with those three little mice. As Long Xilan thought this, he discreetly glanced at the three men in black who believed they were well hidden behind him. Lin Jiayou didn't care what Long Xilan was thinking. He soon arrived at the bottom of the office building. Let's go up. Lin Jiayou completely put away the treasure map and said to Long Xilan blandly. Long Xilan nodded, but then he remembered something. Hey, wait a minute, Cherry. I remember there was another shape on the treasure map, right? You'll see it when we go up. Lin Jiayou did not elaborate further, only stating it with a calm expression. Long Xilan didn't ask again. He merely wanted to remind Cherry. Since Cherry felt confident, then there was no issue. The two of them reached the rooftop terrace of the office building. Lin Jiayou looked outside the terrace and said to Long Xilan, the last symbol is right there. Huh. Long Xilan widened his eyes, seemingly trying to discern something. After a moment, he scratched his head and smiled. Haha, Cherry, I just remembered that I seem to have forgotten what the last symbol is. Lin Jiayou rolled his eyes at Long Xilan, who was quite astonishing. Dude, you've really shocked me. Ahaha, Long Xilan laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. That being said, Cherry, what about those gold coins? Up there. Lin Jiayou pointed to a spot by the terrace entrance. Long Xilan looked over and indeed saw a large bag hanging from a rope above. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted from the terrace entrance. Accompanying the applause were the three men in black. Two of the three men were blonde, looking like Italians, while the other was black-haired and of Asian descent, making it hard to tell his nationality. Thank you for helping us find the treasure that our boss hid, the only black-haired man in black said with a smile, while clapping his hands, but unfortunately, these things now belong to us. As he spoke, Lin Jiayou remained expressionless, while Long Xilan couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at Lin Jiayou, smiling broadly. Haha, Cherry, it looks like to get this extra money, we'll need to deal with three little mice. Not we, but you, Lin Jiayou corrected him calmly. I've already expended my precious brain cells, it's your turn to shine now. No problem, I'm enough on my own, Long Xilan chuckled. Perhaps it was because he looked too fierce that moment his smiling face appeared inexplicably chilling to the trio of Italian robbers. Humph, arrogant. The black-haired man leading the group snorted coldly, forcing himself to regain his composure. He pulled out a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Long Xilan. Let's see how you deal with us. With a wave of his hand, the other two blonde men in black immediately rushed forward, intending to overwhelm Long Xilan with their numbers. Seeing this, Long Xilan's fierce face cracked into a wide grin, and he looked even happier. He had thought these three guys all had guns. If that were the case, he would need to take it a bit more seriously. As for now, he would treat it as a game. Boom. Long Xilan exerted strength in his legs, and his body shot out like a cannonball. His arms swung like two iron hammers, striking heavily against the two black-clad blonde-haired men. The movements of the two black-clad blonde-haired men suddenly faltered, their bodies starting to twist. In just one encounter, two members of the Italian gang had fallen into Long Xilan's hands without any ability to resist. Long Xilan grabbed one by each neck, lifting them up as if they were mere chicks. Is this the notorious gang from Italy that stole treasures worth hundreds of millions of gold coins? Long Xilan licked his lips, a flash of bloodthirsty light flickering in his eyes as he mocked. It seems the standards from Italy aren't so impressive after all. The two black-clad blonde-haired men could barely breathe with their necks in Long Xilan's grip. They couldn't even speak, only managing to emit painful groans. Not far away, a black-haired man in black clothing holding a gun was utterly dumbfounded. Seeing his two companions so easily captured by this burly man, he wondered if he could resist at all. Haha, here you go. Long Xilan tossed the two black-clad men towards their companion, as if discarding two bags of trash. The black-haired man panicked, even forgetting to pull the trigger on his gun. Seizing this opportunity, Long Xilan swiftly advanced and grabbed his wrist. Ah! The black-haired man cried out in pain, losing his grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground. Long Xilan delivered a swift chop, sending him crashing down alongside his two brothers. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Jiayou applauded Long Xilan, casually commenting. Your skills are quite impressive. TCH. Long Xilan scoffed. These guys aren't even worth warming up against. As he spoke, he picked up the gun from the ground and tucked it into his long coat. Then he crouched down and rummaged through the three black-clad men. Damn, three broke fools. Long Xilan cursed casually. Together they had a mere 20,000 yen and one gun. He could earn more than that just lying around at home for 2 hours. Let's go, we'll take the gold coins down, and today's operation will be complete. Lin Jiayou said to Long Xilan. Long Xilan nodded and pointed at the three black-clad men on the ground, asking Lin Jiayou, Cherry, what should we do with these three? What else can we do? Lin Jiayou replied calmly. Call the police and turn them in. Huh? Long Xilan blinked in surprise. Lin Jiayou looked at him strangely. I'm a law-abiding citizen who helps the police capture criminals. Oh, what's wrong with that? Haha, no. Long Xilan chuckled. I'm also a law-abiding citizen, and I agree with your perspective, Cherry. Thus, Lin Jiayou dialed Officer Mew's number, which he had received during the last incident at the Dalabigia amusement park. After the call connected, Lin Jiayou briefly explained the situation involving the Italian gang to Officer Mew. He eloquently articulated the responsibilities of being a citizen of the island nation adhering to the principle of doing good deeds anonymously, which deeply moved Officer Mu. Long Xilan also packed the gold coins into the car. This venture for extra earnings concluded successfully. However, Lin Jiayou felt that Long Xilan's greatest gain was not the large sum of money, but rather the positive image he established in the eyes of the children. With that image, he believed that the great Shinigami Elementary School student Conan would bless Long Xilan and prevent him from being blown up for no reason. Later, Lin Jiayou and Long Xilan transported the gold coins back to the training base. Their actions received strong praise from Jin, who expressed that the organization's formal members should deeply implement the comprehensive organizational construction plan, enhance personal qualities and overall abilities, and strictly address any negligence or laziness among formal members, accelerating the organization. Alright, that was all nonsense. Jin couldn't even muster 2 words. He merely nodded and blandly said a word of praise before sending Lin Jiayou and Long Xilan on their way. Within 2 days, the gold coins were converted into usable money and deposited into Lin Jiayou's account. As previously agreed, the organization took 30%, while Lin Jiayou and Long Xilan each received 35%. This batch of maple leaf gold coins ultimately exchanged for over 700 million yen, meaning that 35% amounted to over 200 million yen, which Lin Jiayou was quite satisfied with. After all, it only took a day to obtain such a large sum of money. In the original work by Miyano Shiho, despite all the effort to rob a bank, they only managed to get 10 billion at best. It's a pity that such a good opportunity was a one-time affair. He didn't know when the next chance would come. Notably, Officer Mu recently released news seeking enthusiastic citizens to help capture the 3 Italian robbers, offering a reward of 20,000 yen for each. Fortunately, Lin Jiayou had just received over 200 million, otherwise he might not have been able to resist the temptation. Time quickly passed, and 5 more days went by. During these 5 days, Lin Jiayou had a very fulfilling time. On the first day, he visited the Mihua Art Museum, appreciating its exquisite artworks, which elevated his artistic sensibilities. Looking at the various paintings, Lin Jiayou felt as if he could understand them. On the second day, he visited the headquarters of the company controlled by the Haido Wealth Group, where he spent the afternoon enjoying coffee at their cafe. Then Lin Jiayou just lay at home waiting for the money to arrive. As expected, things unfolded as he anticipated. During these 5 days, Conan continuously exhibited his capabilities as the Shinigami of the new era, making significant contributions to reducing the growth of the population on the island nation. First, he took down the boss of the restaurant at the Mihua Art Museum, and merely 2 days later, he eliminated Haido Hiroso, and a minor character whose name Lin Jiayou couldn't be bothered to remember aboard a cruise. Due to Lin Jiayou's actions, Jin and the organization quickly attributed this to him. His bank account saw 2 task bonuses deposited once again. Jin even specially called to remind him to play fewer of these trivial games in the future. Although they were easy, they would rust his body. Lin Jiayou naturally agreed verbally. Overall, the 5 days passed very rewarding, and Lin Jiayou was quite satisfied. So now he planned another day of entertainment activities for himself. Lin Jiayou put on his clothes, grabbed his black umbrella, and stepped out the door. He was going to participate in the organization's team-building event. In Tokyo, at the Dorobikala amusement park, Lin Jiayou stepped out of his Lexus leaning on his black umbrella and walked toward the amusement park with his European face framed by golden hair. Yes, this time the location for the team-building event was set at Dorobikala amusement park. While Lin Jiayou was not quite sure, it was said that the members participating in this team-building event were all childlike at heart, which is why they chose this recently opened amusement park with various entertainment facilities. Near the parking lot close to the entrance of the amusement park, Lin Jiayou finally met his colleagues. The friendly Tequila, the cheerful Chianti, the adorably naive Cohen, and one more person. He did not recognize this person. However, seeing him standing next to Tequila and the others, he should also be a formal member of the organization. Tequila and the others were dressed in their usual attire, except for Cohen. The rest of them wore mostly black. And with Lin Jiayou walking over in a black trench coat, one might mistakenly think it was a gathering of an underworld organization. Oh, it does seem like a gathering of an underworld organization. But that's not important. Seeing Lin Jiayou approach, Tequila took the initiative to greet him warmly. "Hi, Cherry, good morning." "Good morning," Lin Jiayou replied expressionlessly. "Cherry." Chianti and Cohen looked slightly surprised at the sight of this black-clad person with golden hair. "Is this Cherry? Cherry, how come?" Chianti also approached to greet Lin Jiayou, asking with some confusion. Lin Jiayou calmly said, "Changing my appearance to avoid being recognized." "Oh, I see, I understand." After Lin Jiayou mentioned it, Chianti recalled that he had appeared in front of the police before, so it was indeed necessary to disguise himself. She didn't ask much about Lin Jiayou's disguise technique and instead started chatting with him. Her approach was much more enthusiastic than Tequila's, with her linking arms, calling him brother, and constantly inviting Lin Jiayou to the training ground, preferably to stay nearby and open fire together every day. Oh no, it was shooting. Cohen was still in a daze. Lin Jiayou knew that he was currently experiencing information overload and felt it was best not to interrupt. As for this last person, Lin Jiayou took a closer look at him. This unfamiliar member appeared relatively young, looking no more than 30, wearing a beret and always sporting a carefree smile. Tequila, seeing Lin Jiayou's actions, slapped his forehead and said to him, "Oh, I just remembered Cherry, you haven't met him yet." Let me introduce you. The friendly Tequila again took on the role of the big brother of the team, pointing to the person Lin Jiayou hadn't met. This is Calvados, also an excellent sniper in the organization. His sniping ability is on par with Conan and Chianti. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayou slightly nodded at Calvados. He didn't expect this person to be the famous Calvados who had never shown his face before. He remembered the last time Jinjiu planned to introduce him to assist in his actions. He didn't expect to meet him so soon. Today's encounter also resolved some regrets from his previous life of watching anime. Seeing this, Tequila introduced Lin Jiayou to Calvados. Calvados, this is Cherry, a newly advanced expert in the organization, excelling in combat, sniping, and intelligence gathering. He even received personal recommendations from that gentleman. Hello Sherry, I'm Calvados. Nice to meet you. Calvados smiled kindly at Lin Jiayou and casually remarked, I've long heard of your reputation back in America. I always heard you were an outstanding researcher in the organization and an ice queen. Seeing you today, it's clear that rumors can be misleading. Only one of the many descriptions fits you. Calvados laughed and said a lot, causing the previously harmonious atmosphere to become suddenly awkward. Tequila awkwardly scratched his head. Chianti rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lin Jiayou felt helpless as well. How come there was another one who misheard the codename? His codename was bad enough, and he had gotten used to it. The most ridiculous part was how easily it could be confused with that Miss Sherry. This time it was hard to say whether it was Calvados being hard of hearing or Tequila's accent being too thick. Lin Jiayou had no choice but to act as if he hadn't heard his expression, calm as he introduced himself to Calvados again. Hello Calvados, I am Cherry, please take care of me. Cherry. Cherry. Calvados also realized that he seemed to have misheard. Oh no, it must be Tequila's heavy accent. He lightly coughed twice, trying to cover his embarrassment with a more friendly smile. Ha, so it's Cherry, I've long heard of your fame. From now on we must. Enough of this nonsense. Seeing Calvados still rambling on, Chianti had become quite impatient. She waved her hand and said, come on, let's hurry into the amusement park. Our break time is precious. That's true. Lin Jiayou agreed blandly. In this line of work, no one knew if they would be called in for overtime in the next second or even perish in the process. Calvados didn't mind Chianti interrupting him. He said with a beaming smile, all right, let's set off. Saying this, he waved his hand, one fist at his side and the other raised high above his head. Then, he charged toward the entrance of Dorobikala Amusement Park like Ultraman on the attack, unperturbed by the strange looks from other citizens around. This scene left Lin Jiayou in a daze. He looked at Tequila, and Chianti beside him moved his mouth several times before finally asking him the one who suggested coming to Dorobikala Amusement Park wouldn't be him, right? Ahem. Tequila coughed twice, glanced at Cohen, and displayed a polite smile. Not just Calvados, Cohen actually wanted to come as well. Cohen wanted to come too. Lin Jiayou looked at Chianti. Chianti returned him a confirming look, smiling as she said Cohen wanted to ride the Ferris wheel and Calvados wanted to check out the newly opened Dorobikala Amusement Park, so we decided to come together. So, the childlike heart of formal members in the organization is so rich. However, it can be understood, after all, those in this line of work need some spiritual sustenance. Otherwise it would be hard to continue. Thinking this, Lin Jiayou glanced at Tequila and Chianti again. Seeing their unwillingness to discourage Cohen, he felt a bit silent. He had long thought that due to Cohen's character along with Tequila and Chianti's personalities, it was highly likely that Cohen would be the group's favorite. Today confirmed that. But, was the atmosphere among the formal members within the organization really this good? Seniors do not bully juniors, the strong do not oppress the weak. There is equality between men and women, fair and just arrangements in work matters, and colleagues interact with moderation, each showing understanding towards one another. Even the most childish hobbies will not be ridiculed. Is this really an organization? Lin Jiayou is starting to doubt whether he has entered some protection association. Of course, Lin Jiayou can clearly see that all of this is based on the absence of conflicting interests among everyone. He still remembers from the anime in his previous life that Ireland was shot dead by Jin after being coerced by him. Let's go, we should hurry over. Calvados probably can't wait any longer. Tequila looked at the distant entrance of the amusement park and smiled at Lin Jiayou and the others. Lin Jiayou glanced over where Calvados was wildly waving at them. Indeed, he couldn't wait any longer. Lin Jiayou calmly nodded, using his black umbrella for support as he walked towards the Dorobigia amusement park. At this moment, hello Cherry, I am Cohen. On this clear and sunny day, I am very grateful that you could accompany me to the amusement park. Cohen's signature announcer voice reappeared. However, this time Gianni directly interrupted his spell. She patted Cohen's back heavily, saying impatiently, come on, stop talking, let's go in and talk later. Cohen was interrupted by Gianti, his expression suddenly flustered, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou walked over to his side and calmly said, we've met many times already, there's no need to be so reserved from now on. Let's go, we should go in first. Saying this, Lin Jiayou gently patted Cohen's shoulder. Cohen did not move. Listening to Lin Jiayou's unemotional words, Cohen felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring. Cherry actually didn't dislike me. Indeed, everyone in the organization is a good person, they won't bully me. A shy smile gradually appeared on Cohen's dazed face as he nodded at Lin Jiayou. Okay, good. I won't do that anymore in the future. Lin Jiayou nodded slightly. Having settled Cohen, they finally reached the entrance of the amusement park. Calvados, who had been waiting for a long time, was about to complain about the tardiness of the group. However, Gianni spoke up first. Cohen was just introducing Cherry. Upon hearing this, Cohen lowered his head somewhat shyly. Calvados, however, could not get angry. He scratched his head and laughed. It's fine, waiting a few extra minutes doesn't matter to me. Just help Cohen explain, make sure Cherry doesn't misunderstand. Our organization is still very friendly. Don't worry what you say. Jianti rolled her eyes again. Cherry handled it all on her own, unlike you who took so long to get to the point. Calvados had nothing to say and could only laugh awkwardly to ease the tension. Watching this scene, Cohen felt even more ashamed. His boss is alone and still needs everyone to take care of him in life. He secretly resolved that he must not drag everyone down in future work. After we go back, he'll start practicing more diligently to ensure I break through the 600-yard barrier. Oh, come on, I've already bought the tickets for you. Calvados changed the subject, waving the 5 tickets in his hand and smiling at Lin Jiayou and the others. Lin Jiayou, Tequila, Gianni, and Cohen took the tickets from Calvados one by one and entered the amusement park. Finally arriving at the Dorobigia amusement park, which he had longed for, Calvados smiled even more happily. He raised his hand and loudly asked the 4. Let's raise our hands to vote on what to play first. Roller coaster. Roller coaster. Gianti immediately raised her hand, shouting excitedly. Calvados looked at Lin Jiayou and the others with a grin. Is there anyone else? Any other suggestions? Roller coaster reconsideration. Lin Jiayou slightly raised his hand and said calmly. Tequila smiled and shrugged. I have no objections. All good. Cohen also rarely kept up with the rhythm, smiling shyly. Calvados lowered his raised hand and waved grandly, announcing the voting result. Good. Roller coaster is unanimously approved. Let's go now. Saying this, he transformed again and flew in one direction. 2.5 seconds later, Calvados returned awkwardly. Haha, Calvados scratched his head awkwardly and said, Where does the roller coaster go? Gianti rolled her eyes again and pointed to the sign in front of them, saying speechlessly, Can you look at the road? Haha, mistake. Calvados let out another embarrassed laugh. At this time, Lin Jiayou glanced at the sign and said to the others nonchalantly, No need, I remember the way. Cherry, have you played here before? Tequila looked at Lin Jiayou with some surprise. He felt he needed to reassess. Cherry, this kid actually snuck to the amusement park? Gianti recalled the previous incident. Oh, it was last time. Cough. Lin Jiayou coughed lightly twice. Seeing this, Gianti guessed that Lin Jiayou might not want Calvados to know about this matter, so she stopped talking. Lin Jiayou, with a deadpan expression, explained, I just came here last time to complete a mission and got to know a little bit. Oh, I see. Calvados did not delve deeper into the matter. The group began walking towards the direction of the roller coaster, and soon they could see its outline. Seeing the target so close, Calvados instantly perked up. He turned to Lin Jiayou and the others and said, He'll go buy some tickets. You all wait here and don't move. Saying that, he shifted forms and zipped away. This time he really flew off and did not return immediately. However, Lin Jiayou squinted, feeling that this guy was taking advantage of him. Before long, Calvados returned, scratching his head awkwardly. Cough, I was careless. Our tickets are included in the park entrance ticket. We just need to queue here. Damn, Gianni couldn't help but curse at Calvados. I knew you were unreliable. Saying that, she quickly urged everyone. Let's queue up. Lin Jiayou and the others nodded and began to line up. The queuing process went surprisingly smoothly. Those coming out to play saw that the 5 were all dressed in black, and with Lin Jiayou and Long Jilan being so tall, especially Long Jilan standing still might even prompt someone to invite him to skip the line. Of course, as formal members of a righteous organization, Lin Jiayou and the others would never do anything as uncouth as cutting in line. Before long, the 5 finally achieved their wish and boarded the roller coaster. Since the roller coaster seats 2 per row and the space was indeed limited, the over 2-meter-tall Long Jilan was arranged to sit with Gianti, the shortest among them, while Lin Jiayou and Cohen were seated in front of them, similarly arranged. As for Calvados, Lin Jiayou looked speechlessly at the man in black, chatting awkwardly with a stylishly dressed girl in front of him. Calvados, with his thick skin, shamelessly wanted to sit with the girl. The girl was out with 2 friends for fun, and since the roller coaster had 2 seats per row, she had no choice but to agree to Calvados' request. It was clear that the girl was too lazy to bother with him, but Calvados was really good at awkward conversations, managing to talk from Tokyo to Kyoto, from the island nation to America. Before long, the roller coaster started. The entire process went smoothly without any incidents. Lin Jiayou carefully experienced the new park's roller coaster, which indeed felt different and exhilarating. No wonder, even though someone had just died on the roller coaster here, so many visitors were drawn to it. Of course, it could also be that after living in this world for so long, the public had become unafraid of death. Before long, the roller coaster ride was over. Adhering to the principle of not wanting to queue again, the 5 did not go for another round. As soon as they got off, Gianni couldn't help but curse again. Damn. Cherry, it's really uncomfortable sitting behind you. What do you mean? Lin Jiayou looked at Gianti calmly, though he was utterly confused. He hadn't put a noose around her neck on the ride and made her place split up. Why was she inexplicably cursing at him? Damn it, how can you still say that? Gianti, seeing Lin Jiayou so calm, became even angrier. I was really excited and screaming the whole time. Just when I was screaming my heart out, I saw your and Cohen's faces. Saying this, Gianti couldn't help but stomp her foot and continued to curse. You two had no reaction at all. The fiery passion I worked so hard to ignite was extinguished by your icy demeanor. Listening to Gianti finish speaking, Lin Jiayou was even more confused. It wasn't like his face couldn't show expressions. How did he get in her way? Meanwhile, Cohen began to feel uneasy inside. Gianni hates me now. Even she, a friend for many years, is starting to dislike me. I really am unpopular. Soon Long Jilan, Cherry, and Calvados will think like Gianti and gradually dislike me. Thinking this way, Cohen almost shed tears. Seeing Cohen's downcast expression, Gianti immediately felt that something was wrong. She quickly patted Cohen's shoulder and said, "It's okay, Cohen, I'm not blaming you. This is all Cherry's fault. I didn't feel anything when we came before, it's just that Cherry, this ice cube, came, and it turned out this way. It's all his fault." Saying this, Gianti took the opportunity when Cohen wasn't paying attention to make a face at Lin Jiayou. "What are you looking at? It's all your fault." Lin Jiayou couldn't hold back and rolled his eyes at Gianti. "I can't be bothered with you." The two quickly completed a silent showdown, each thinking they had the upper hand. Up ahead, after fruitlessly chasing the swiftly escaping girl, Calvados was not discouraged and cheerfully joined Lin Jiayou and the other four. He raised his hand again, smiling as he shouted, "Come on, what should we play next? Raise your hand to vote." After he said this, Gianti no longer jumped out excitedly. She first glanced at Cohen and then smiled as she raised her hand. "I recommend the Ferris wheel." Lin Jiayou also glanced at Cohen, chuckled inwardly, and expressionlessly raised his hand. "Reconsider." "Haha, I have no objections." Long Jilan smiled slightly and shrugged. Cohen nodded at the fastest speed since Lin Jiayou had known him. "Good." Calvados clapped his hands, pointing to the iconic circular structure in the distance, saying forcefully, "Unanimously approved." We set off. Destination: the Ferris wheel. Saying this, Calvados once again shifted forms boldly and without fear of everyone's gaze flying towards the Ferris wheel. This time he used the excuse of reserving spots for Lin Jiayou and the others instead of buying tickets. However, his idea was still of no use, because Long Jilan in his role as the elder brother educated them on the importance of following the law. Even if Calvados reserved spots and queued, it wouldn't be right for them to cut in. Facing the elder brother's reminder, everyone was respectful. After all, they weren't really pressed for time and didn't want to cut in line for just a few minutes. Thus, Calvados could only watch as the people behind him swiftly passed by to board the Ferris wheel, while he painfully waited in the corner for Lin Jiayou and the others to arrive. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Calvados finally saw Lin Jiayou and the others. Upon seeing the four of them, tears welled up in Calvados' eyes. "Why did you take so long to arrive? Who told you to run so fast?" Gianti was not one to spare him, directly retorting with a sharp comment. Calvados was left speechless. The five of them chatted casually for a bit before boarding the Ferris wheel together. Once on the Ferris wheel, for some reason, the once cheerful Calvados and the exuberant Gianti fell silent, and Long Jilan also remained quiet. Lin Jiayou naturally would not take the initiative to bring up a topic. He noticed that ever since they got on the Ferris wheel, Cohen had been quietly sitting in his seat. Although he wore goggles, Lin Jiayou felt he could vaguely see the emotions within Cohen's heart through them. There was a deep sense of nostalgia. Lin Jiayou couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed Cohen was also a person with a story. Speaking of which, all the formal members of the organization must have their own tales. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this irreversible path at such a young age. They certainly did not seem like born criminals. The time on the Ferris wheel soon passed. Not long after the five of them exited the Ferris wheel area, Calvados was called away by a phone call. "Brothers, I sincerely apologize. I need to help someone with a little matter, so I'll be leaving first. You all continue to have fun and enjoy yourselves." Calvados put away his phone, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke to Lin Jiayou and the others. Gianti frowned and pouted, saying nothing more. Long Jilan, however, smiled and asked Calvados, "Who is it this time?" Ahem. Calvados lightly coughed twice, then immediately put on a thick skin and smiled. "This time it's Gil. She asked me to help her gather some information on someone to see if there's a chance to deal with it." "Gil." Hearing Calvados' words, Lin Jiayou was slightly taken aback. Wasn't Gil Shui Wulian? She should indeed be here in Tokyo now, and her current public role should be as a host. The first task that Jinjiu gave him also provided Gil for Lin Jiayou's use. However, he had refused, and since then he had no chance to meet this CIA-produced counterfeit liquor. What a pity. If Jinjiu were to give him another opportunity to partner with Gil, he would have to think of a way to handle her. After all, the organization has treated Lin Jiayou so well, he should do something to reciprocate. He couldn't leave all the tasks to Conan, could he? However, how did Gil get involved with Calvados? Wasn't Calvados always infatuated with vermouth? Lin Jiayou thought quickly, while Long Jilan smiled meaningfully at Calvados and said, "Calvados, you really are helpful. You actually took someone else's task to do. Next time, why don't you help me with one too?" Ahem. Calvados, hearing Long Jilan's words, couldn't help but cough again, muttering, "That's different, as she's just a little girl, and some of the operations are not suitable for the intelligence group to handle. Isn't this good-heartedness? TCH, why don't you show that kindness to men?" Long Jilan directly exposed Calvados' nonsense. Then turning to Lin Jiayou, she smiled and said, "Cherry, let me tell you, Calvados is famous in the organization for being a sentimental man. As long as the organization members are female, he has to go up and inquire about their well-being, caring for them in every possible way. This kind of helping with tasks is still mild. Some members even take advantage of this to make him act against the rules, and he doesn't refuse. Isn't that ridiculous?" Ridiculous. This was too ridiculous. Lin Jiayou nodded, deeply, fully agreeing with Long Jilan's statement. He frowned slightly and said expressionlessly, "Isn't this just a wolf warrior?" "Wolf warrior?" Long Jilan was slightly puzzled. Calvados puffed out his chest. The term wolf warrior sounded good and should mean that Calvados was courageous and fierce like a bloodthirsty wolf. Sure enough, Cherry still understood him. Yes, Lin Jiayou calmly glanced at Calvados, not knowing what the guy was so pleased about. He said lightly, to lick one person is called a licking dog, a licking many people is. Isn't that just a wolf warrior? Buffed. Long Jialan and Jianti, who was inexplicably silent next to them, couldn't help but laugh at Lin Jiai's words. Long Jialan patted Calvados on the shoulder and said with a smile, Cherry is right, you are just a wolf warrior. Hey, Calvados was helpless. I was just being a little enthusiastic. How can you say that about me? Is that enthusiasm? Jianti scoffed coldly. That's just a lack of common sense. You approach everyone. Especially Vermouth. Stay away from her in the future. Be careful, she swallows you whole, without leaving a bone. Calvados pouted and muttered. I was just thinking that if I could help, I would help. After all, she's a girl. Oomph. Jianti snorted angrily and said nothing more. Lin Jiayou couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Not to mention anything else, Jianti was indeed very perceptive. In the original plot, Calvados promised to help Vermouth, but ended up getting killed without even showing his face. Speaking of which, after Calvados' death, Jianti once wanted to kill Vermouth, but still couldn't bring herself to do it because of Vermouth's identity. Lin Jiayou thought, subtly glancing at Jianti. Suddenly he asked, by the way, Calvados is the organization's famous wolf warrior, why didn't he lick Jianti today? Jianti. As soon as Lin Jiai's words came out, everyone was stunned. They really hadn't thought about this question. Calvados raised an eyebrow. Does she even count as a woman? Does she have the tenderness of Gil or the thoughtfulness of Vermouth? Besides, I have always considered Jianti as a brother. Calvados. Jianti instinctively clenched her fist, her face filled with anger as she exclaimed, are you trying to die? I damn you, you fool, this is called being straightforward. This is called being forthright, do you understand? Kills gentleness. Nonsense. She's cunning. Vermouth's thoughtfulness. She's been calculating every move against you. I radiate pure unadulterated femininity. Do they even dare compare themselves to me? Damn it. Jianti, stung to the core, launched into a furious tirade at Calvados, her words tumbling out in rapid scathing torrents. Lin Jiayou couldn't help but wipe a bead of sweat from his brow. Truth be told, he thought Jianti wasn't half bad. Granted, she smoked, drank, swore like a sailor, and that butterfly tattoo was truly hideous. But if only she tidied up that burnt umber mushroom cut, applied a touch of tasteful makeup, and swapped her current attire for something more conventional, she'd actually be quite striking. Granted, she still fell short of Vermouth's transcendent beauty, but Jianti lacked intellect. No, Jianti was simply innocent. That at least was Lin Jiai's quiet conviction. Calvados, long immunized to Jianti's volatile moods, swiftly ducked behind Lin Jiayou and gripped his shoulder, murmuring lowly, Cherry, I'm entrusting this to you, brother. He'll take my leave now. Without waiting for consent, he bolted, leaving Jianti seething, her fingers itching to draw her pistol and shatter his legs. Umph. Lick away, you idiotic fool. Jianti tossed her hair back with a venomous snarl. Tequila glanced first at Lin Jiai's impassive face, then at Khan's dazed expression, and sidestepping once again into the role of peacemaker. Enough. Let him go. Let's carry on with our fun. Of course, well, ignore him. That imbecile. Jianti curled her lip in disdain. Thereafter the four, Lin Jiayou, Tequila, Jianti, and Korn, never mentioned Calvados again, continuing instead to revel in the myriad attractions of Dolomite's amusement park. Yet without Calvados, the atmosphere undeniably grew quieter. Noticing this, Lin Jiayou decided to recount Tequila's earlier prank on a group of children, a lighthearted anecdote meant to lift their spirits. As expected, Jianti leaned in with keen interest while Korn perked up, ears pricked attentively. Upon learning that Lin Jiayou and Tequila had each pocketed over 200 million yen from that job, Jianti clutched her chest in anguish and pleaded, offering to fire fewer shots. No, fewer gunshots, as payment, begging Lin Jiayou to include her next time such an opportunity arose. Lin Jiayou replied, coolly, voice laced with quiet authority, follow me, and fortune will follow in abundance. And so they wandered and played, the afternoon slipping by like mist. After concluding their day at Dolomite's amusement park, Lin Jiayou, Tequila, Jianti, and Korn dined together at an organization-affiliated restaurant, feasting freely before parting ways to return home. 3 days passed. During that time, Lin Jiayou completed 2 more assignments for the organization. These 2 were self-selected from the mission roster, yet Lin Jiayou was disappointed to find no familiar names among the listings, leaving him to choose 2 simple delivery and over tasks. Such missions required only that he arrive at the final stage, collect the goods, and remain vigilant against unforeseen complications. The tasks were straightforward, both completed within a single day, with no mishaps such as informants alerting the authorities. Still, Lin Jiayou took precautions, determined not to suffer the same absurd explosive fate as Tequila. That morning, having washed, dressed, and finished breakfast, Lin Jiayou prepared to spend the day at an arcade, the finest pastime available in this era of underdeveloped internet infrastructure. Yet, ding dong, ding dong. The shrill ring of the telephone shattered Lin Jiai's reverie. He glanced at the caller ID, 3 characters, and answered resignedly. Hello, Jin. You have a mission today. Why another assigned task? I require autonomy in selection. Jin's voice, cold and detached, echoed through the line. Lin Jiai's brow furrowed faintly, his tone hardening instinctively. Selection is a privilege granted to you. Execution is your obligation. Damnable. Fury surged within Lin Jiayou. Was subordination truly synonymous with powerlessness? His hands trembled, not from fear, but from indignant frustration. When would organization operatives finally stand tall? Fine. What is the mission? Lin Jiayou chose pragmatism, asking flatly. Rest assured, it's effortless, Jin replied, his voice softening slightly. Oddly, Lin Jiayou detected a faint, almost mocking lilt beneath Jin's tone. Today accompany your cake girl on an outing. Keep watch over her, and ensure she's returned before nightfall. Lin Jiayou's expression darkened. Why must it always be me? She specifically requested you, Jin scoffed. Originally tequila was assigned, but given your closer rapport the duty falls to you. That accursed sherry. Inwardly seething, Lin Jiayou refused even to utter her true name, Miyano Shiho. Had he known, he'd never have shown mercy last time. Now a precious holiday lay ruined. Understood. He'll retrieve her. Click. Jin hung up the moment Lin Jiayou assented. White Dove Pharmaceutical Factory. Lin Jiayou arrived promptly to collect Miyano Shiho, who waited calmly at the gate. This time the factory's black-suited security detail made no attempt to accompany them. Perhaps Jin had instructed Vodka to issue strict orders. Miyano Shiho opened the rear door of Lin Jiayou's car with practiced ease and settled into the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, she studied his profile, and her eyes flickered unbidden with quiet astonishment. Your arms crossed, she spoke casually, feigning nonchalance. Lin Jiayou met her gaze in the mirror, then replied evenly. As you see, I've adopted a new visage for practicality. You? A pause lingered. Then hesitantly, she voiced the question burning within her. Do you know Vermouth? I don't know her. Lin Jiayou realized what Miyano Shiho was thinking as soon as she heard those words. Within the organization, Miyano Shiho held a particular fear towards Vermouth and Jin. The latter was due to their genuine fear, while the former was more about the constant oppression she faced from Miyano Shiho. If Lin Jiayou's face was altered with Vermouth's help, it would at least indicate a good relationship between them. If that were the case, Miyano Shiho would have to consider finding someone else to take her next time. Miyano Shiho unconsciously let out a breath, not even realizing it. Then she suddenly thought of something, and her gaze at Lin Jiayou became even more astonished. So this face of yours is? I learned a bit myself, Lin Jiayou said calmly as if nothing was amiss. I can do simple disguises. Miyano Shiho softly acknowledged. Then she fell into silence. Lin Jiayou noticed that Miyano Shiho seemed unwilling to speak, feeling a bit helpless inside. He asked lightly, where are we going? Big sister, if you don't tell me where we're going, I can't drive. Miyano Shiho was momentarily taken aback by Lin Jiayou's words. She seemed to have thought of this issue as well, feeling a bit embarrassed, turning her head to the side to gaze out the window, her voice flat, as she said, to the Sharon Cafe in Haido Town. Okay. Lin Jiayou nodded and started the car. He couldn't help but wonder again if Miyano Shiho had some unusual preferences for liking strange things. Otherwise, why would she choose a cafe with such a unique name? In fact, the reason Miyano Shiho chose this place was simply because the blueberry sandwich at this cafe is truly delicious. Before long, Lin Jiayou's Lexus arrived at the entrance of Sharon Cafe. After stopping the car, Miyano Shiho was about to get out. Wait a moment. Lin Jiayou suddenly called out to her. Miyano Shiho was slightly taken aback, furrowing her brows as she looked at Lin Jiayou's profile in the rearview mirror. What's wrong? I'm just removing some makeup, Lin Jiayou said indifferently. Removing makeup? Miyano Shiho couldn't immediately grasp it as she herself was too lazy to wear makeup. How could Lin Jiayou? Oh, so it's about taking off the disguise. Miyano Shiho watched as Lin Jiayou began the process. First, he pulled the curtains on both sides of the car window, and then placed a sunshade on the front windshield. After doing all that, Lin Jiayou first let down his golden hair, then gently tugged at the back of his neck, and the European-looking mask he wore simply came off. Lin Jiayou's actions were naturally unavoidable. He had just seen someone very familiar at the cafe. Oh no, it was two familiar faces. One of them was naturally our big-head elementary school student Conan Idagawa. The other was a capable woman with her hair in a neat bun, wearing black square-framed glasses, and a purple work suit exuding a queenly aura. Yes, she is Conan's future mother-in-law, Ran's mother, known as the unbeaten queen of the legal world, Eri Kisaki. The presence of these two here, or rather as long as Conan is here, indicates one thing. There's a 93.765 chance that an incident will occur here soon. Once an incident occurs, it would be troublesome. Would his disguise be recognized? Would the black-clad figure trigger Conan's suspicions? What if Officer Mujiwara searched him? Alright, the above is just nonsense. In truth, he just wanted to solve a case. After all, mysterious black-clad detective Lin Jiayou hadn't made an appearance in a long time and needed to make a splash. With this face, he couldn't solve any cases, so he needed to switch back. As for whether Miyano Shiho would have an issue, well, since Miyano Shiho already knows his true identity, as long as she remains Miyano Shiho, she wouldn't be able to speak. Once she transforms into Hybrid AI, Lin Jiayou wouldn't let Conan and Hybrid AI meet. Let's go, we need to get out of the car, Lin Jiayou said to Miyano Shiho calmly after finishing his makeup removal. Miyano Shiho nodded and opened the car door. The two of them walked into Sharon Cafe together. Lin Jiayou chose a booth next to Eri Kisaki, placing his black umbrella inside and sitting down directly. Miyano Shiho, of course, had no idea of Lin Jiayou's intentions and sat down directly. Lin Jiayou took a subtle glance at Eri Kisaki beside him. The reason he chose to sit here was to appreciate this mature woman, the most intriguing character in the original plot. Wrong. It was to conveniently observe Conan, the organization's great enemy regarded as the silver bullet. Straight face. JPG. While Lin Jiayou was observing Eri Kisaki, she was also watching him. This man looked somewhat familiar, his aura. So Comet felt like nothing in the world could stir any waves in his heart. Eri Kisaki had seen a similar aura in some lawyers and prosecutors, but none could match Lin Jiayou's demeanor. He's quite a remarkable man. Eri Kisaki silently formed a preliminary impression in her mind. On the other side, Conan was also looking over at Lin Jiayou. He was quite familiar with Lin Jiayou. The moment he saw him, he wanted to approach and strike up a conversation. He was very curious about Lin Jiayou, who had intersected with him twice at the scene. However, Conan instantly suppressed his thoughts. Ever since he shrank, he hadn't interacted with Lin Jiayou, and approaching him now would be quite awkward. What a pity. Conan thought to himself, if only there was a case right now, he would definitely show Lin Jiayou who's boss. To let him know that the last 2 times were merely accidents and mistakes that brought him into the limelight. Lin Jiayou was oblivious to the fact that Conan had his eyes on him. He pushed the menu in front of Miyano Shiho and said lightly, "Order something." "I want a blueberry sandwich," Miyano Shiho said casually without even looking at the menu. At the same time, she raised 3 pale fingers. 3 Lin Jiayou nodded lightly and said to Miyano Shiho, "I'll have a glass of orange juice and a blueberry cake." As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers too. Lin Jiayou's words had just fallen. What does he mean by that? Could it be he wants me to place the order? Lin Jiayou's unchanged calm face seemed to tell Gongye Zhihui that she was not mistaken. This is outrageous. Gongye Zhihui's heart burned with anger. How could he do this? When tequila and vodka took her out, they never made her place an order herself. Gongye Zhihui's expression darkened as she coldly said to Lin Jiayou, "Do you think it is appropriate for me to place the order?" "It's fine, I believe in you," Lin Jiayou said to Gongye Zhihui with indifference, his hands crossed on his lap. "Believe? What a joke." Gongye Zhihui narrowed her eyes slightly, her small hands instinctively clenched. She would rather Lin Jiayou not believe in her. "So you want me to place the order, huh? Well, today I just won't do it." Gongye Zhihui crossed her arms, propped up her legs, and slightly raised her head, instantly pulling off the aura of an icy beauty. Her fair fingers lightly tapped on the table, her sharp gaze fixed on Lin Jiayou, as if she had returned to the laboratory where she was the commanding director. "Gongye, give me a reason to place the order." "A reason?" Lin Jiayou's expression remained calm, even his posture unchanged, merely parting his lips to speak. "There are 3 points. 3 points. Gongye Zhihui was slightly taken aback. Could it be that placing an order was tied to the organization? While she was lost in thought, Lin Jiayou's flat voice continued. "First, you've been with the company longer than I have. Oh, as a senior, you should take care of your juniors by placing the order. Second, you are younger than I am. As a junior, you should show respect to your seniors by placing the order. Third, the first 2 points suit you better, so naturally the third point." Lin Jiayou hadn't finished speaking when Gongye Zhihui stood up. With her hands in her pockets, she shot Lin Jiayou a cold glance, letting out a scoff. "Humph. Such ridiculous reasons, I can't even be bothered to refute them. Isn't it just placing an order? Is Director Gongye unable to do that?" Gongye Zhihui went to place the order while Lin Jiayou felt pleased. This restaurant was chosen by Gongye Zhihui, not one operated by the organization, and thus had no benefits for formal members. Lin Jiayou had managed to enjoy a meal through his own efforts. Beside them, Fei Yingli listened intently to their conversation. She decided to revise her opinion of Lin Jiayou. This guy merely had a good demeanor, not particularly impressive. She had never seen a truly impressive person who would let a female colleague place the order and pay. After about 10 minutes, Gongye Zhihui returned after a trip to the restroom. She wore a cold expression, having no intention of speaking to Lin Jiayou. At the same time, the small snacks they ordered arrived. Gongye Zhihui's cold demeanor instantly melted when she saw the blueberry sandwich placed in front of her. Her eyes lit up as she picked one up and began to eat it in small bites. Lin Jiayou also picked up a fork, spearing a small piece of cake and savoring it. He wasn't in the habit of watching beautiful women eat. While she was indeed lovely for the moment, Gongye Zhihui's allure did not compare to the piece of cake before him. Thus, Lin Jiayou and Gongye Zhihui quietly enjoyed their snacks. Fei Yingli glanced at her watch from time to time, seemingly waiting for someone. Not far away, Conan was looking around, seemingly observing the customers in the cafe. At times, his eyes would sweep towards Lin Jiayou's direction, but after being glared at by Lin Jiayou, he dared not look again. Lin Jiayou could understand Conan's behavior, because he had already remembered what was happening this time. In short, it was a story about a girl with horns meeting the mother of a beautiful woman, but was misunderstood by her elementary school boyfriend, leading the boyfriend to follow her to the cafe, where an unexpected murder occurred, ultimately solved by the collaboration of the elementary school student and the beautiful woman. Lin Jiayou watched Conan looking around with a wary expression, secretly shaking his head. Worrying only leads to confusion. Ran had clearly stated that the person she was meeting this time was someone very important to her. She is the key word. In the island language, terms for men and women are not the same, so logically Conan shouldn't be jealous after hearing this. Still, as I said, worrying leads to confusion. Let Conan continue his search. Time passed by minute, until... A terrified male voice came from the direction of the restroom. The scream almost drew the attention of everyone in the cafe, and everyone instinctively looked towards the restroom. Conan, seasoned in the field, immediately changed his expression and took off running towards the restroom. Along with Conan was a burly man sitting at the bar. The two pushed open the restroom door, and what met their eyes was a long-haired man sitting on the floor. He was trembling, his fingers shaking as he pointed towards a nearby stall, his face full of terror as he said, There's blood. Blood. Conan followed the man's finger and focused his gaze. In the restroom of the cafe, blood was continuously seeping out from beneath the door of the innermost stall. Conan hurriedly twisted the stall's doorknob, but found it wouldn't budge at all. He had no choice but to lift himself up and look down from the door. As he expected, there lay a woman on the floor of the stall, a bloody dagger beside her, a wide stain of red on her chest with blood continuously flowing out, and it was clear she wouldn't survive. With no other option, Conan could only call the police. Shortly after, Officer Mumu led a team to the scene. Upon entering the cafe, Officer Mumu first asked who called the police. Where's the crime scene? Officer, I called the police, said the burly man who entered the restroom with Conan. The crime scene is in the restroom inside. Officer Mumu sized him up and nodded. He first instructed the officers to seal off the scene, then prepared to lead the team into the restroom. Meanwhile, the organization duo was still enjoying their meal. You had a bite of blueberry cake, I had a bite of blueberry sandwich, and from time to time we sipped on orange juice, fully enjoying ourselves. There was a complete lack of urgency at the crime scene. It was understandable Lin Jiayou was one thing, but Gongye Zhihui had been part of the organization and had undergone countless human experiments. A mundane murder case couldn't possibly affect their appetite. Gongye Zhihui picked up a sandwich, took a small bite, and after chewing it lightly glanced at Lin Jiayou and asked casually, what's wrong? Aren't you going to take a look, great detective? Although she was part of the organization and a researcher, she was not completely oblivious to the outside world. She had learned a bit about Lin Jiayou's situation through the newspaper. Listening to Gongye Zhihui's words, Lin Jiayou remained silent. Instead, he continued to fork a piece of cake, bringing it to his mouth, and calmly pointed to the remaining half a glass of orange juice and a third of a blueberry cake. Gongye Zhihui instantly understood. A cold smile crossed her mind. Indeed, those in the organization could never behave like ordinary detectives. They lacked any sense of justice or obsession with the case. Although Lin Jiayou and Gongye Zhihui were composed, the beautiful woman beside them, Fei Yingli, could not just stand by. She stood up from her seat, her expression becoming serious, and walked toward the restroom. In the restroom, Officer Mumu looked at the woman's body that had already been pulled out and said to the officer beside him, the deceased is named Haido Town, 24 years old. The cause of death was a stab wound to the heart. There were also some strangulation marks on the victim's neck, indicating that the murderer likely used something like a rope to strangle the victim into unconsciousness before stabbing her in the heart, causing massive blood loss. Additionally, the window was open and the victim's wallet and cosmetics were thrown on the ground. This suggests that the murderer likely entered through the window, waited for the prey, killed the victim, stole her belongings, and fled hastily through the window. The more Officer Mumu analyzed, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. He waved his hand and directly ordered the police nearby. All right, the murderer must be an outsider, a robber. Conduct a thorough search of the surrounding area and ensure to find the suspect today. Yes. The police officers were filled with enthusiasm and motivation. Meanwhile, Conan, who was watching Officer Mumu handle the case, looked dazed and speechless. He quickly called out to Officer Mumu, wait a moment. Officer Mumu. Officer Mumu looked at Conan but did not intend to listen to what he had to say. He took the initiative, patting Conan's shoulder with a friendly smile. Conan, the scene has already been identified and it's too dangerous here. You should go outside and sit for a while. Someone take the young Conan outside. Yes. An officer stood at attention and immediately began to pull Conan away. Conan was bewildered. After shrinking, the cases he had participated in were all solved by impersonating the long-tongued Uncle Muri Kaguru. Thus, after becoming Conan, he had never faced Officer Mumu directly. Today, he had originally planned to give suggestions like he did when he was Shinichi Kudo, but who knew Officer Mumu wouldn't listen at all and even wanted to throw him out. Officer Mumu, I have something to say, I have something to say. Conan kept shouting, struggling with his legs in the air as the officer held him, trying to break free from Officer Mumu's blockade. Officer Mumu frowned slightly at Conan's disobedience. Conan, you can't do this. You must listen to the police, uncles, or I will get angry. A low, calm, yet undeniably authoritative female voice suddenly resonated in the restroom, reaching Officer Mumu's ears. Officer Mumu turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Fei Yingli standing quietly not far from him, arms crossed, her black-framed glasses sparkling with the light of wisdom. A lawyer, Fei, what are you doing here? Upon seeing an old acquaintance, Officer Mumu's expression brightened, and he immediately intended to get closer. Fei Yingli extended her hand to interrupt Officer Mumu's approach, and calmly said, Officer Mumu, I have an appointment to meet someone here today. However, now is not the time for that. Let's discuss the case first. You are right. Officer Mumu nodded, and then smiled at Fei Yingli, saying, with you here, Lawyer Fei, I am sure the case will be resolved properly. After all, you are the invincible queen. Fei Yingli slightly shook her head and calmly replied, it's all just a hollow title. However, she said, glancing playfully at Conan, who was being held up with a slight smile, Officer Mumu, I think this child might have something to say as well. Oh well. Officer Mumu blinked, helplessly smiling. All right, since Lawyer Fei said so, I will listen to what this child Conan has to say. Saying this, Officer Mumu allowed the officers to put Conan down. The moment Conan broke free from the blockade, he looked at Officer Mumu with a resentful expression and then hurried over to the restroom stall where Haido Town was murdered. He pointed to the window and shouted to Officer Mumu, this window is way too clean. Too clean. Officer Mumu clearly did not understand Conan's meaning, looking puzzled. Fei Yingli smiled knowingly, her gaze toward Conan, filled with curiosity. I see the victim bled profusely, so the murderer couldn't possibly have escaped without getting any blood on them. If they had gotten blood on them, it would be impossible for the window to be so clean when they escaped. Saka. Officer Mumu slapped his palm, suddenly enlightened. He immediately looked at Fei Yingli with surprise. So, does that mean the murderer is? Exactly. Fei Yingli narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, the murderer is definitely still in this cafe. Among these customers. Officer Mumu nodded heavily. Then with a classic wave of his hand, he ordered the nearby officers, all right. As Lawyer Fei said, the murderer is among the customers. Immediately search everyone present and identify those who entered the restroom. Yes. The officers responded passionately, filled with determination. However, they were left with nothing but enthusiasm. At that moment, a voice devoid of any emotion, calm and composed, yet hauntingly familiar to Officer Mu, reached his ears. No need, Officer Mu. Turning to the source of the voice, Officer Mu saw the man dressed in black leaning on a black umbrella, exuding an air of extreme calm. He was instantly invigorated and even shouted with some excitement, Brother Lin. I didn't expect you to be here too. Everything was under control. Oh, everything was stable. With Lawyer Fei present and Brother Lin here as well, how could Officer Mu fail to solve the case? As Officer Mu spoke, Fei Yingli suddenly recalled a newspaper she had read some time ago and realized who this strong presence of a young man was. So it was him. Fei Yingli thought, the mysterious detective who had cracked the Cebu case and the roller coaster incident. I wonder what this enigmatic Detective Lin thinks about this case. I just happened to accompany a colleague for afternoon tea today, Lin Jiayou said to Officer Mu in a calm tone. Officer Mu smiled and moved closer to Lin Jiayou, saying, what a coincidence. It seems I will have to trouble you again, Brother Lin, with this matter. By the way, what did you mean by no need earlier? Naturally, there is no need for an investigation. Lin Jiayou glanced at Officer Mu leaning on his black umbrella, bypassed him, and headed towards the restroom. I remember everyone who entered the restroom, the guests who overlapped in time with the deceased in the restroom. Since the murderer is an insider, he must be among these people. Listening to Lin Jiayou's words, Fei Yingli was slightly taken aback, realizing this mysterious detective could remember everyone who had entered the restroom. Unless he was a pervert who had been watching the restroom the entire time. His observational skills were terrifyingly acute, constantly paying attention to the small details in daily life. Conan was not very surprised by this. He knew Lin Jiayou was very capable and accepted it quickly. Officer Mu, however, looked pleased and quickly inquired, Brother Lin, do you know who they are? First, there's a university student in a blue suit with a bit of stubble on his face who was writing a thesis. He was the first to enter. Lin Jiayou pointed his black umbrella at a spot on the floor, looking over calmly at Officer Mu as he spoke. Then there was the victim. She was the second to enter, and 2 minutes after she went in, the young man in the blue suit came out. Next, my colleague went right in after that, he said, gesturing towards Miyano Shiho, who was still nibbling on a blueberry sandwich, completely unaware that she had become a suspect. Officer Mu nodded and looked at Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou then cast a glance at Fei Yingli beside him and calmly stated, my colleague just went in, and this Lawyer Fei also entered the restroom immediately after. Afterward, the two of them came out almost back to back. Not long after they came out, that very strong gentleman over there also went to the restroom. Lin Jiayou pointed his black umbrella towards another direction, prompting Officer Mu to look. Before Officer Mu could speak, Lin Jiayou continued, he was inside for about 10 minutes, and shortly after he exited, that long-haired gentleman went in. He started screaming less than 10 seconds after entering. After that, it must have been when the body was discovered and the police were called. Hearing Lin Jiayou's words, Officer Mu nodded understanding. He stroked his chin, contemplating. From this perspective, it seems likely that there are a total of 5 suspects. Including the university student over there, Brother Lin, your colleague Lawyer Fei, that burly man, and the long-haired man. Conan and Fei Yingli silently nodded in agreement. Currently, it indeed seems that only these 5 could be the culprits. If that's the case. Fei Yingli raised her hand and smiled at Officer Mu, saying, Officer Mu, I'm afraid I must step back this time. I don't want to be questioned by Mr. Lin together with you again. As she spoke, Fei Yingli cast a playful glance at Lin Jiayou. She remembered that last time Lin Jiayou had scolded both Kudo Shinichi and Officer Mu for not being cautious. She certainly could not follow in those footsteps. Ah, but Lawyer Fei, how could you possibly? Officer Mu was about to speak when he felt a cold, dangerous gaze directed at him. Officer Mu instinctively shrank his neck, not daring to speak. He immediately turned his head to look at the other officers nearby and waved his hand again, issuing orders. All right, let's bring in the other 4 suspects according to what Brother Lin said. No need. Lin Jiayou spoke again, his expression unchanged as he said, just bring in that burly man. Moi. Huh. Why, oi. Fei Yingli, Conan, and Officer Mu were all a bit confused upon hearing Lin Jiayou's words. Officer Mu anxiously asked, Brother Lin, why is that? The other people are also suspects. No, the possibility of the others killing the victim is not as great as his. Lin Jiayou calmly negated Officer Mu's words with an air of undeniable authority, saying, regardless, just bring him in first. Well, that's also true. Officer Mu hesitated for a moment, then figured that the burly man was one of the 5 suspects, so he would have to come over regardless. Thus he commanded the officers, call that burly man over here. Yes, Officer Mu. After giving the order, Officer Mu turned to Lin Jiayou, saying, Brother Lin, now we can talk, right? Conan and Fei Yingli also looked at Lin Jiayou with curiosity. Lin Jiayou maintained a calm expression, tapping the floor with his black umbrella while speaking softly. This is just a very simple logic problem. Assuming the university student killed the victim, then the next people who came in, including my colleague lawyer Fei, the burly man, and the long-haired man, should have seen the bloodstains. However, in reality, only the long-haired man saw the bloodstains. So that's it. Lin Jiayou succinctly explained, and in an instant Conan and Fei Yingli understood his logic. However, Officer Mu still looked puzzled, not quite understanding. Lin Jiayou glanced at Officer Mu, feeling quite satisfied, and continued, the possibility that the other three ignored the bloodstains is not non-existent, but it is relatively small. Moreover, lawyer Fei is not just any lawyer. There's no reason the long-haired man could notice the bloodstains while she could not. Soga. Officer Mu slapped his forehead, feeling as if he had suddenly grasped the situation, and began to deduce further. So, is it the same reason for lawyer Fei and your colleague Lin, right? No. Lin Jiayou shook his head, a strange look in his eyes as he looked at Officer Mu. The possibility of the two of them committing the crime is even lower. After all, their times in the restroom overlap significantly. If either of them were to commit murder there, it would certainly draw the attention of the other. I presume lawyer Fei didn't hear any strange sounds in the restroom, right? No. Fei Yingli nodded with a smile, her gaze towards Lin Jiayou becoming more focused. Conan felt a pang of regret. How could he have missed such a straightforward logical deduction? No one, including Fei Yingli, Conan, or Officer Mu raised further doubts about the last long-haired man. He started screaming within 10 seconds of entering the restroom. No one believed he could commit murder and clean up everything in that short span. In fact, not only today's case, but the case in the original work also doesn't require such a complicated analysis and can be judged with this logical reasoning. Because in the original work, there is no Miyano Shiho, and the other four entered the restroom one after another. However, Fei Yingli has slightly more suspicion. Of course, the suspicion on that burly man is clearly much greater than hers. Report. Officer Mu, we've brought in the suspect Tomiyama Shizuka. The officer who went to fetch him returned. Tomiyama Shizuka is the name of that burly man. Officer Mu immediately perked up. Good, finally. He has a junior to command. Ahem. Officer Mu cleared his throat, put on a serious expression, glared at Tomiyama Shizuka, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Tomiyama, we currently suspect you are related to this murder case. Please cooperate with our investigation. Officer, I'm innocent. On what grounds do you consider me a suspect? Tomiyama Shizuka cried out in grievance. However, his acting seemed inadequate, making Lin Jiayou feel quite awkward. Fortunately, he only needed to deceive Officer Mu, and it was evident that Officer Mu had fallen for it. Mr. Tomiyama, don't worry, we're just conducting a routine inquiry. It's like this based on the testimony provided by Mr. Lin here at the scene. Officer Mu patiently explained for a long time to Tomiyama Shizuka. Lin Jiayou thought that if he were to become an elementary school teacher, he would surely excel. Officer Mu. Lin Jiayou couldn't help but remind him, search him. Oh, search him. Officer Mu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't conducted a search in ages and almost forgot the term. Fei Yingli couldn't stand it any longer and said to Officer Mu, Officer, the victim bled extensively at the scene. The murderer couldn't possibly have no blood on him. As long as he is still in the cafe, he cannot clean off the blood. Now we just need to search Mr. Tomiyama and use luminol reagent to test for blood traces. That way we can determine if he is the murderer. Officer Mu scratched his head awkwardly and said, I think I understand this logic. But what is luminol reagent? Lin Jiayou blinked. If it weren't for his body being forced to perform abstract actions, he would have really wanted to lean closer to Officer Mu and have him repeat what he just said. He truly couldn't believe his ears. A police officer with over 20 years of experience and still a chief didn't even know about luminol reagent. Fei Yingli, however, was more patient and explained to Officer Mu luminol reagent is. Officer Mu nodded repeatedly as he listened. After explaining for a while, Fei Yingli finally realized that this wasn't a chemistry class, but a crime scene. She helplessly said to Officer Mu, Officer, it's better to search him first. Oh, right, let's search him first. Officer Mu nodded repeatedly. With a wave of his hand, he issued an order to the officers, you all search him thoroughly. No place can be overlooked. Tomiyama Shizuka looked at the two officers approaching, feeling a bit anxious. However, he knew that refusing now would only incriminate himself. He gritted his teeth and looked at Officer Mu, saying with a hint of threat, all right, go ahead and search. However, officer, if you don't find anything, don't blame me for suing you. This. Officer Mu felt a bit intimidated by Tomiyama Shizuka's words. But then he thought again, he was a police officer. How could he let this guy threaten him? He became more determined to have the officers search thoroughly. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou expressionlessly added focus on his bandages. I remember he said when he came in that the bandage was due to a kitchen accident, but he was lucky that the knife got stuck on his wedding ring. Lin, what do you mean by that? Officer Mu was puzzled by Lin Jiayou's seemingly unrelated comment. However, Fei Yingli and Conan immediately understood, their eyes shining as they looked at Tomiyama Shizuka's fingers. It is well known that wedding rings are worn on the ring finger, while Tomiyama Shizuka's bandage is on his middle finger. Tomiyama Shizuka clearly realized this point too, and his expression turned pale with shock. He waved his sturdy arms left and right, shouting, no more searching, we're not searching anymore. Mr. Tomiyama, you have no say in this now. Officer Mu stood firm again, forcefully rejecting Tomiyama Shizuka's words. Unexpectedly, Tomiyama Shizuka's body was still quite strong, and he broke free from the officer's restraints in no time. He glared at Lin Jiayou with hatred in his eyes. It was all because of this person in black. If not for him, he wouldn't have been exposed. Damn it. Miyano Shizuka shouted angrily, his wild body suddenly lunging at Lin Jiayou. Have you lost your mind? Lin Jiayou smirked coldly. In the instant Miyano Shizuka lunged at him, he slightly moved aside, evading Miyano Shizuka's attack. At the same time, the tip of the black umbrella casually poked somewhere on Miyano Shizuka's thigh. Bang! The expression of Dianshan Shursen twisted instantly, his body like a bull with a broken leg, losing balance and collapsing to the ground. The moment he fell, he immediately clutched his left leg. He felt that his left leg had completely lost sensation. So powerful. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Fei Yingli's eyes. The knowledgeable see the details while the untrained see the excitement. Fei Yingli herself had considerable martial arts skills. Although she couldn't compare to her daughter Xiaolan, she could easily handle 3 to 5 adult men. This time, although Lin Jiayou's move seemed casual to her, it was imbued with power, speed, and precision that reached an unimaginable level for an ordinary person. What a terrifying man. Fei Yingli's gaze towards Lin Jiayou became even more serious. Lin Jiayou felt the gaze from Fei Yingli and was completely unconcerned. His move was indeed casual, but he had incorporated some techniques akin to acupoint striking from Huaxia. While it wasn't as miraculous, it was still possible to make Dianshan Shursan's leg go numb in an instant. Lin Jiayou looked at Officer Mumu as if he had done nothing at all and calmly said, Officer Mumu, since the suspect has confessed without prompting, I will take my leave. Off. Officer Mumu paused slightly anxiously, saying, But Brother Lin, the method of this case. Lin Jiayou narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Officer Mumu, curious about what he was thinking. The culprit has been caught, and there's evidence. Oh, why worry about the method? Officer Mumu, I know what the method is. Conan raised his hand and shouted loudly at Officer Mumu. He felt a bit excited if finally it was his turn to step in. Conan, you. Officer Mumu was even more confused upon seeing Conan jump out. Now there was a kid wanting to help him solve the case. Should he accept this young brother or not? Waiting online, very urgent. Since this little friend has said so, Officer Mumu might as well listen. Lin Jiayou said expressionlessly, quickly pushing Officer Mumu towards Conan. I will take my leave now. Oh well, okay. Officer Mumu, though reluctant, still wore a smile as he showed great dedication and escorted him out. Take care, Brother Lin. Remember to come to the police station to give a statement when you have time. There are still the previous cases to discuss. I will remember. Lin Jiayou replied, lightly leaning on his black umbrella as he walked towards the booth of Miyano Shiho. He would remember, but whether he would actually go was another matter. After sending Lin Jiayou off, Officer Mumu was pulled into the restroom by Conan. Today Conan was determined to show off in front of Officer Mumu. The title of Adagawa brother was his for sure. Fei Yingli glanced at Lin Jiayou, then at Conan and Officer Mumu, and ultimately chose to follow them into the restroom. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayou walked up to Miyano Shiho. Director Sherry was still nibbling on a blueberry sandwich, and these 2 sandwiches seemed to regenerate automatically. She appeared to never finish them. Let's go, Lin Jiayou said, glancing at his watch. Just on time. If he headed back now, he could reach the Hakuba pharmaceutical factory before nightfall. Miyano Shiho seemed not to hear Lin Jiayou's words. After finishing the last small piece of her blueberry sandwich, she gently wiped her small mouth with a cafe napkin, cleaning off all the stains. However, she did not stand up. Instead, she took out her phone from her pocket and casually tapped a few buttons. While typing, she seemed to be talking to herself. Cherry, I can't move when I see a case. I'm very close to the police and seem to have a strong sense of justice. What do you think will happen if I send this to Jin? Miyano Shiho glanced sideways at Lin Jiayou. She wanted to see Cherry's reaction to this comment, but it disappointed her. Lin Jiayou's face remained unchanged, showing no expression. Are you threatening me? Lin Jiayou said expressionlessly. Threatening? Miyano Shiho turned around, crossing her legs and tilting her head slightly, the frost on her face, making her look like a proud queen. She shook her phone, coldly smiling with a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Hee, I'm just recording the facts, but can't be considered a threat, can it? Recording the facts? Lin Jiayou chuckled inwardly. Is there really such a recording? Is this woman being petty? However, Miyano Shiho shifted her tone, saying with implication, if you could fulfill some gentlemanly duties as a high-quality lady of the organization, it wouldn't be impossible to be more objective. As she spoke, her eyes glanced towards the cafe counter and then back, staring directly at Lin Jiayou. In her indifferent gaze, with a hint of teasing, it seemed to convey to Lin Jiayou, go on by a round. Ooh, I want tell Jin. Heh, a cold smile appeared on Lin Jiayou's expressionless face. If you want to send a message, then be my guest. After leaving a remark for Miyano Shiho, Lin Jiayou turned and left. Lin Jiayou was not afraid of any threats. Whether Miyano Shiho sent it or not was up for debate. Even if she did, he wouldn't care. His trust with Jin was unbreakable. Damn it. Miyano Shiho watched Lin Jiayou walk out the cafe door, gritting her teeth. This guy is as stinky and tough as a stone in a latrine. Why can't he just soften up a bit? If he did, Director Miyano would have graciously let him off the hook. Miyano Shiho was feeling sulky, but she still obediently stood up from her seat and walked to the front desk to settle the bill. By the way, she canceled the message, as she couldn't be the petty one. Oh no, hit the wrong button. Miyano Shiho blinked. How could she have accidentally slipped her hand? She was truly too careless. She could only go along with it. Miyano Shiho shook her head in feigned helplessness. What a pity. She quickly settled the bill and then walked out of the cafe. Lin Jiayou did not get into the car. Instead, he leaned against the hood and smoked a cigarette. Miyano Shiho wrinkled her nose, instinctively waving her small hand to fan the air in front of her, coldly saying, "Let's go back." Lin Jiayou nodded, calmly extinguishing his cigarette. He felt a slight sense of pride knowing that Sherry was just trying to scare him. With this woman's character of being like a mouse seeing a cat, when she meets an official member of the organization, would she dare to send a message to Jin or report on another formal member? That is impossible. That night in the bar on the top floor of the Daihe building, Lin Jiayou, Jin Jiayou, Vodka Tequila, and Shindy were seated in their usual booth. However, the atmosphere among the 5 members of the organization was somewhat delicate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Jiayou stared blankly at the action phone on the glass table before him, his usually calm expression almost breaking. On the action phone, a letter accusing Lin Jiayou was glaringly displayed. "Did Sherry send this to you?" Lin Jiayou raised his head and looked at Jin Jiayou, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Jin Jiayou tucked the action phone back into his pocket, his left hand hidden in his pocket, his face full of icy expression. "What do we do now?" Jin Jiayou coldly questioned Lin Jiayou. He exuded a palpable killing intent that surged towards Lin Jiayou. "Big brother, Jin Jiayou." "Hey Jin." Vodka Tequila and Shindy could not help but speak up. Jin Jiao's intense killing intent made the 3 think involuntarily, could he really want to kill Lin Jiayou? "Hey, don't scare people," Lin Jiayou said, nonchalantly flicking ash from his cigarette into the ashtray beside him. "Your killing intent is empty," I retracted. "TCH." Jin Jiayou smirked, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Was this guy really not scared? Indeed, he had never doubted Lin Jiayou. His level of trust in Lin Jiayou far surpassed that of any other organization member, even though he had only recently joined. That gentleman had told him. Jin Jiayou thought to himself. Even if he hadn't, he wouldn't believe this email. The content was extremely exaggerated, as Sherry probably just wanted to prank Sherry. He certainly didn't believe that someone who had killed hundreds in Africa would still harbor any sense of justice. Death was probably a common sight for him. Jin Jiayou withdrew his left hand from his pocket, his voice regaining calmness as he said to Lin Jiayou, "I just want to ask you, what did you do to provoke her?" "I just made her pay for me once," Lin Jiayou casually replied, adding in his heart, "What a petty woman." Vodka Tequila and Shindy all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Cherry was about to clash with Jin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou felt no panic. Compared to Jin Jiao's killing intent, it was Sherry's message that surprised him more. He wasn't lying when he said he wasn't lying to Miyano Shiho that day. The trust between him and Jin Jiayou was indeed unbreakable. This involved some unknown secrets. "Damn, Sherry is too petty," Shindy complained. She had long disapproved of Miyano Shiho, always wearing a stern face. What was she pretending for? "Sherry has always been petty," Jin Jiayou said flatly, turning to Tequila with a hint of teasing. Last time Tequila got blacklisted by her for some reason. "Hey Jin Jiayou, why am I being brought into this?" Tequila exclaimed, quickly explaining. "It's not like that waiter couldn't understand human speech. They added a ton of chili to my fried noodles. I almost died on duty." "Is that your reason for wanting to shoot someone?" Jin Jiayou glanced at Tequila and said blandly. Tequila scratched his head, trying to defend himself. "I was just trying to scare her. Even if Sherry didn't stop me, I wouldn't actually shoot. I am a law-abiding citizen." "I can vouch for Tequila." Lin Jiayou raised his hand slightly, saying expressionlessly, "Although Tequila did steal something from a child last time, he really is a law-abiding citizen." "Oh." Jin Jiayou cooperatively looked at Tequila with a hint of amusement, truly worthy of being an old member of the organization. "I've never stolen anything from a child." "Ah." Tequila grabbed his hair, his already hideous face contorting further as he frantically explained to Jin Jiayou and the others, "I didn't that thing at it. The task at hand, can it really be considered stealing?" Tequila's explanation made everyone very happy. The cold laughter of Jin Jiayou and Lin Jiayou mingled with the loud laughter of Vodka and Shindy, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Thus the 5 of them drank, smoked, boasted, and chatted, and time passed swiftly. After a bout of merriment, Jin Jiayou finally spoke up. He placed his cup on the table and lit another cigarette, casually saying, "The guy who sold the goods has been found." Upon hearing this, Tequila instantly sobered up, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. Lin Jiayou raised an eyebrow. It seemed the organization was thoroughly enforcing the anti-drug operation. This efficiency, TSK tisk, it puts the police of the Metropolitan Police Department to shame. What seller? Shindy looked at Jin Jiayou with a puzzled expression. Is there anyone brave enough to sell goods in the organization's territory? Yes, Lin Jiayou said lightly. That guy even specifically pitched their goods to Jin Jiayou last time, claiming the supply was excellent and guaranteed satisfaction. Puffed. Shindy couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy really isn't afraid of death. Shindy's words made Jin Jiao's expression grow colder. At this moment, Tequila asked Jin Jiayou in a deep voice, "Where is the seller?" "Vodka." Jin Jiayou looked at Vodka, saying coldly, "Bring him up." "Yes, big brother." Vodka nodded, and then turned to the bar, giving the bartender a series of instructions. The bartender nodded repeatedly. Soon after, the bartender brought up a middle-aged, skinny man covered in wounds. While he couldn't be said to be walking, he was more like being dragged up. The man no longer looked human. He couldn't stand on his own and could only lean on the bartender for support. "Gentlemen, I have brought him here," the bartender said respectfully. Jin Jiayou coldly glanced at the man being supported by the bartender, then turned to Tequila and said, "Let me introduce you. Jinchuan Shoji, the director of the Mihua Library, and also the general agent for this area's goods." Whoa, childhood trauma. Lin Jiayou raised an eyebrow as he listened to the introduction of Jinjiu, his originally indifferent gaze now directed toward the battered man. Though at this moment Tsukuwa Shuji had already been beaten up by the organization's men, his basic facial features, thin and unattractive, made it clear that he was indeed the childhood trauma director Tsukuwa. Unexpectedly encountering an old acquaintance like this is truly fate. Speaking of which, in the original work, did he not get captured by the organization before he could escape, only to be arrested by the police? TSK. Lin Jiayou suddenly thought of another question. He had repeatedly asked Conan to assist him in completing tasks, and now he had intercepted Conan's task. Is this considered mutual assistance? Director Tsukuwa is quite clever, Jinjiu said with a hint of sarcasm. Coldly smiling, he packaged the goods into books for export, then smuggled them back in under the guise of imported books, deceiving countless police officers in the process. Those guys at the Metropolitan Police Department are probably still fixated on that so-called Rogers outside, Jinjiu said, lightly tapping Director Tsukuwa's face with his handgun. Oh, how unfortunate. Jinjiu's gun accidentally struck a wound. Tsukuwa Shuji rolled his eyes in pain. Where's the supply? Tequila rested his hands on his thighs, sitting with an imposing demeanor, his fierce gaze fixed on Tsukuwa Shuji. Did you find out where the goods came from? That question was directed at Jinjiu. Jinjiu glanced at Vodka, who immediately stepped forward and said this batch of goods has been transported both inward and outward, so it won't be easy to trace. However, Vodka glanced at Tsukuwa Shuji, smacking his lips. This old fellow is quite soft. He claims that this batch of goods was produced on a small island called Tsukikage Island, not far from Tokyo. According to him, the goods are made by a few local tyrants on the island, which should be the source. The validity of this information still needs verification. I believe this information is most likely true, Vodka said, grinning. Director Tsukuwa is an old gentleman, but once his cravings kick, and not even 8 oxen can hold him back. Vodka's phone vibrated slightly. He picked it up and glanced at the message inside. Immediately, Vodka waved the latest email from the action phone in front of Lin Jiayou and the others, laughing. All right, it's confirmed. Director Tsukuwa is indeed an honest man. His words cannot be false. Tequila nodded, remaining silent. Lin Jiayou's expression was calm, but he felt more surprised inside. Tsukikage Island, that's another name that sounds quite familiar. Oh no, it's a location. Could it be? Lin Jiayou felt a bit dumbfounded. Does he have to help Conan complete 2 tasks now? Although Tsukikage Island has the charming and lovely Isekai Masaru, sister Lin Jiayou is not one. He really does not like Namleon. Bang. While Lin Jiayou and Tequila were silent, Chianti couldn't help but slam her hand on the table. She is usually quite outspoken, never holding back on unpleasant matters. I see an M. She stepped onto the table and slapped Tsukuwa Shuji. Smack. Tsukuwa Shuji was already half dead, and now he was seeing stars. He probably wouldn't even recognize his mother. After slapping him, Chianti began to curse at Tsukuwa Shuji. IUTD, her main focus was on elegance, and her level of education left Lin Jiayou a classic loser in awe. He really didn't understand many of the words. Alright, Canny. Jinjiu couldn't bear to watch any longer. If this continued, Tsukuwa Shuji would truly be cursed to death by Chianti. Under his restraint, Chianti pouted and stopped her greetings from Zwan. Jinjiu looked at Tequila, pressed Tsukuwa Shuji's head down on the table, and said to him, Tequila, you handle this guy. Never mind, Jinjiu. Tequila shook his head, collapsing onto the bar sofa and taking a hard puff from his cigar. Then he exhaled circles of smoke. If I had to kill every single pest, I'd have no time for anything else. Tequila said this casually, as if it were indeed the case. But Lin Jiayou knew that this burly man's heart was not as calm as he appeared. The worries of a middle-aged man are even more elusive than a needle in the ocean. Lin Jiayou glanced at Chianti beside him. Chianti is still innocent. She wears her heart on her sleeve without needing to guess. MD. Chianti looked at Tsukuwa Shuji's head slumped on the table with disgust and anger, spat, and indignantly said, Tequila, if you want make a move, I will. Such a deserves to die 18,000 times. As she said this, she was about to pull out the gun at her side, ready to put on a simple fireworks show for everyone. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou quickly blocked her with his hand. What the TMD are you doing, Cherry? Chianti was quite displeased, and even the foul language she rarely used on her own people spilled out. Lin Jiayou thought to himself, it seems Chianti is also a person with a story. Too dirty. Lin Jiayou calmly glanced at Chianti, and his composed gaze seemed to calm the fire of anger in Chianti's heart considerably. While Chianti was in a daze, Lin Jiayou made his move. He extended his empty left hand and gently patted Tsukuwa Shuji's back of the head. It seemed as if nothing had happened, but Tsukuwa Shuji's eyes, which had been struggling to open, gradually closed weakly and could no longer be opened. Chianti, Tequila, and Vodka were slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Jiayou's move to be so swift. Jinjiu, on the other hand, felt a slight chill in his heart. Even he couldn't see through Cherry's move. Could it be that so-called hidden strength? I don't want to drink a Bloody Mary when I have a drink later. Lin Jiayou calmly withdrew his hands and placed them on his legs, speaking casually. Chianti was taken aback for a moment. After realizing it, she pouted. Bloody Mary. Tisk, making it sound so elegant. Vodka, being quite perceptive, saw that Tsukuwa Shuji was of no more use and quickly waved his hand to call the bartender to take him away. Tonight, Director Tsukuwa should have the chance to drink from Tokyo Bay. Alright, Jinjiu asked Vodka to order another drink, addressing Lin Jiayou. Tequila, and Chianti, let's hear your thoughts. Jinjiu. Chianti slammed the table again, excitedly shouting at Jinjiu that TMD must be cleaned up on Tsukikage Island. I want to go. Fine Lin Jiayou was quite tolerant of Qianti's enthusiastic remarks, lighting a cigarette and casually saying count you in. Any more? Jin turned his gaze toward Lin Jiayou and Lilac, primarily toward Lin Jiayou. Lilac had already declared during their last meeting that he would join the purge of these drug dealers. So far Lin Jiayou remained the only one yet to commit. He however felt utterly indifferent, though assisting Conan with this assignment struck him as somewhat disadvantageous. Yet upon reflection, these drug dealers were swimming in wealth. This mission might well prove a lucrative side opportunity, albeit. Lin Jiayou glanced sidelong at Jin, sensing an uncanny resemblance to how his high school sports committee once recruited volunteers for the grueling 300-meter race. "He'll go," Lin Jiayou stated, flatly expressionless. A flicker of satisfaction glinted in Jin's eyes. Though Moonshadow Island promised rich spoils, it also entailed travel expenses, and with them a reduction in the extortion fees had otherwise pay the boss. With Cherry volunteering alongside Lilac and Kirari's success was virtually assured. Sigh. As Tokyo branch chief, he had, after all these years, finally tasted a sliver of relief. No longer did every operation demand his personal oversight. Cherry. Lilac stared in genuine surprise. Deep within his eyes flickered quiet gratitude. Cherry, whose motto was no profit, no action, had actually volunteered. Lilac was profoundly moved. Was this friendship? Was this bond? Thank you. The middle-aged man lacked eloquence, so 1,000 sentiments condensed into 3 words. Watching Lilac's self-indulgent display of emotion, Lin Jiayou parted his lips slightly, as if about to speak. It's fine. Damn it, this accursed body. Lin Jiayou blinked helplessly. He truly had intended to clarify. Lilac clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Brother, you're in my heart. Turning then to Kirari, he added. Kirari, thank you again for your trouble this time. Lilac, what kind of talk is that? Kirari, ever forthright, feigned indignation. I despise those vermin just as much. They all deserve to die. It was merely coincidence before. As she spoke, Kirari pulled a can of beer from beneath her seat, popped it open, and draped her arm heavily over Lilac's shoulder with a grin. To hell with it, brothers. Words are unnecessary. Everything's in the beer. Lilac likewise retrieved a can, cracked it open with one hand, clinked it against Kirari's, and rumbled. Everything's in the beer. After the toast, Lilac remembered his loyal comrade Lin Jiayou, promptly tapping his glass as well. Cherry, thank you. Lin Jiayou nodded calmly, lifted the glass, and took a substantial sip. Watching Lilac and Kirari drain their cans with rapid rhythmic gulps, he couldn't help but muse internally. No wonder Calvados held no interest in Kirari. Not only did her style verge on the absurd, but her demeanor was thoroughly masculine. A few would ever perceive her as a woman. Jin swept his gaze across the group, raised his glass, and downed its contents in one swallow before saying to Lin Jiayou and the others, matters settled. Carry on. Vodka, let's go. Yes, brother. Vodka hurried after him. Once Jin and Vodka departed, Lin Jiayou, Lilac, and Kirari resumed their revelry. Someone had to keep senior brother Lilac company after all, and so the night passed swiftly. The following afternoon, at the wharf bound for Moonshadow Island, Lin Jiayou met Lilac and Kirari, ready to begin their 3-person operation. Lin Jiayou emphasized that their mission to Moonshadow Island must adhere strictly to one organizational principle: rigorous investigation and severe punishment of illicit goods trading in public organizational spaces, and immediate dismissal per regulations of any peripheral staff involved. Both Lilac and Kirari nodded solemnly in agreement. So, Lilac scratched his head and looked at Lin Jiayou. Cherry, how exactly do we execute this operation? Exactly, Kirari added disgruntled. All this jargon, no concrete plan whatsoever. From now on, stop commanding operations entirely. You misunderstand, Lin Jiayou replied calmly, leaning lightly on his ever-present black umbrella. These directives are the organization's latest official operational guidelines. Memorize them thoroughly. Examinations will follow. Go to hell. Kirari spat. Spit it out fast. Lin Jiayou ceased reciting doctrine. Correcting himself, ceased reciting organizational guidelines. He withdrew his phone with his right hand, opened a pre-drafted email, and sent it instantly to Lilac and Kirari, a document he'd finalized that very morning after hours of preparation. At that thought, Lin Jiayou bristled inwardly. All because of Jin. He'd originally assumed this trip would yield modest extra income, hardly a loss, perhaps even a chance to admire Moonshadow Island scenery. Instead, Jin had sprung the news at the last minute. The operation lacked any plan, and Lin Jiayou was to draft one immediately. He truly. Huff. Lin Jiayou's body betrayed him, autonomously typing understood. In reply to Jin. Thus, rising early that day, Lin Jiayou contacted numerous peripheral organization members and cross-referenced intelligence reports Vodka had sent him on Moonshadow Island, then urgently compiled a comprehensive operational plan. Now he transmitted it to Lilac and Kirari for immediate review. After sending, he checked his wristwatch. Time's nearly up. Prepare yourselves. Lin Jiayou reminded them. They nodded and stowed their phones. The 3 strode together toward a small vessel docked at the wharf. Nearby, a boy in a navy blue suit, large-headed with a prominent forehead, trailed behind a mustachioed man and a horned girl. He watched Lin Jiayou's group depart, then blinked slowly. The man who just walked by. Looks like the uncle who seemed fierce last time, but actually felt quite nice. Is that uncle also going to Moonshadow Island? The little boy in the blue suit thought to himself, oh no, if he really sees that uncle on Moonshadow Island later, he truly has to express his gratitude. Officer Mumu later explained clearly that what they had was indeed a treasure map of the Italian bandits, and those remaining members of the bandit group were still following them armed and ready to ambush. Although Haido Conan had noticed those suspicious men in black at the time, he did not take immediate action. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed overconfident. Once they truly confronted the 3 men in black, the 4 children would have no advantage at all. Thankfully, that uncle took the treasure map away and reminded them to go to the police station, otherwise they would have been in real danger. That uncle must have noticed someone was following them, which is why he thought to scare them into handing over the treasure map. Conan sighed slightly at this thought. That uncle is truly a good person. On the small boat heading to Moonshadow Island, Tequila instinctively sneezed. He wrinkled his nose and murmured, "Could it be that someone is missing me? Perhaps those pests are looking forward to you arriving soon," Lin Jiayou casually remarked, glancing at Tequila with a calm expression. Tequila shrugged. If that were the case, he would satisfy them as quickly as possible. Well, actually, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Vodka confirmed. "We're almost there." Chianti tossed aside her finished cigarette, dragging her suitcase as she spoke to Lin Jiayou and Tequila. Several nearby staff members watched Chianti's actions, wanting to step forward to stop her. However, upon seeing Tequila and Lin Jiayou's height, build, and aura, they quickly dismissed the unnecessary thought. Soon after the small boat docked at the shore, Lin Jiayou, with his classic European features, leaned on a black umbrella, leading Tequila and Chianti off the boat. As soon as they disembarked, the 3 quickly spotted the person coming to greet them. It was a middle-aged man dressed in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt with dark skin and a fisherman's attire. He was holding 3 signs by himself, looking quite strained. The 3 signs read, "Picking up Mr. Long from Huaxia, picking up Ms. Xiang from Huaxia, and picking up Mr. Richard from England." Looking at the signs, Tequila's mouth twitched while Chianti's forehead bulged with veins as she forcibly held back her irritation. Lin Jiayou's expression remained calm as he walked towards the middle-aged man with Tequila and Chianti. This sign was originally designed by him, and the meaning behind it was painstakingly crafted. I wonder which reader can see the author's intention behind the naming. However, it's understandable, as it is meant to conceal their identities. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Richard from England and Mr. Long and Ms. Xiang from Huaxia?" The middle-aged man's face was filled with smiles as he bowed to Lin Jiayou and the others, saying, "I am Yi Mukashima, a local of Moonshadow Island. Please take care of me." "What?" Lin Jiayou with his British accent frowned and asked Tequila and Chianti beside him, "Ta zai shua shinma." "He means my name is Yuichi Mukashima," Tequila explained to Lin Jiayou in an English dialect with a pseudo-Huaxia Kansai accent, recalling the script he memorized on the boat. Tequila was trying very hard to pretend to be translating for Lin Jiayou. Chianti, on the other hand, was holding her suitcase with one hand and placing the other on her waist, half of her body, shielding Lin Jiayou, presenting the image of a dedicated bodyguard. Lin Jiayou nodded expressionlessly and calmly said a few sentences in English to Tequila. After hearing this, Tequila nodded and took 2 steps forward. A tall, fierce-looking man over 2 meters approached him, and Yuichi Mukashima, who was already nervous, became even more panicked. "Mr. Long, let's talk this over calmly." "It's all right," Tequila grinned, patting Yuichi Mukashima's shoulder, speaking in a deep voice. "We are partners, don't be afraid. By the way, where is the village chief of Haiyan? Hurry and take us to him. Our boss wants to discuss the fishing village renovation plan with him." "Fishing village renovation plan?" Yuichi Mukashima was slightly taken aback, then recalled the instructions from village chief Haiyan Shinzi and understood what was going on. That's quite professional, Yuichi Mukashima thought to himself. On the surface, he maintained a smiling face, while showing a very troubled expression. "Well, Mr. Long, the thing is our village chief has arranged a very important meeting and currently has no time. Please let Mr. Richard know if it would be possible to postpone it a little." "What do you mean by that?" Tequila's previously smiling face suddenly froze, turning dark. He took half a step forward, his towering, rugged figure overshadowing Yuichi Mukashima's line of sight. "Are you saying you want our boss to wait?" As he spoke, the murderous aura that Tequila had accumulated over the years surged forth like a tide, pressing down on Yuichi Mukashima. At that moment, Yuichi Mukashima felt exactly like Conan did when he first encountered Tequila in the original story. The terrifying height, fierce appearance, and criminal-like aura made him feel like a child in comparison. "Mr. Long." Yuichi Mukashima, who had rehearsed in his mind for a long time, could not utter a single word when it came down to it, trembling all over too. "Didn't mean that." "Then take us to see your village chief," Tequila said with a cold face, gently rubbing the hand he had placed on Yuichi Mukashima's shoulder. It seemed that if Yuichi Mukashima said a single no, he would exert force, rendering Yuichi Mukashima half paralyzed. Yuichi Mukashima felt very troubled. He did not dare to resist, but he also did not dare not to resist. Fortunately, a phone ringing timely rescued him. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Tequila sharply turned his gaze towards the pocket of Yuichi Mukashima's pants, where something was slightly trembling, which should be the action phone. He released his grip on Yuichi Mukashima, signaling him to answer the phone. Yuichi Mukashima felt as if he had received a great reprieve, exhaling deeply, hurriedly taking out the phone from his pocket, swiftly pressing the answer button, and respectfully saying, "Village chief, the situation is as follows." Hi, I got it. Mu Dao Xiong, he nodded repeatedly as he listened to the voice on the other end of the phone. He did not hang up the phone, but cautiously handed it over to Long Shalon, saying, "Mr. Long, our village chief would like to speak with Mr. Richard personally." Long Xilan furrowed his brows and glanced at Lin Jiayou, who had a European face. The bodyguard Jianti leaned in to whisper something in Lin Jiaou's ear. Lin Jiayou maintained his expression, merely furrowing his brow slightly, as he raised his empty right hand gesturing towards Long Xilan. Upon seeing this, Long Xilan nodded, indicating for Mu Dao Xiong to pass the phone over. Mu Dao Xiong smiled obsequiously and jogged over to Lin Jiayou, presenting the mobile phone with both hands. Lin Jiayou grabbed the phone and continued speaking in less than perfect Japanese, saying, "Village Chief, Hei Yin. Ha ha ha, it's a pleasure to meet you, Richard. I have long admired your name," said the person on the other end after a brief silence, switching to a cheerful laugh and greeting Lin Jiayou in a distinctly Japanese accented English. "I am Hei Yin Chinzi, the village chief of Moonshadow Island. On behalf of the villagers of Moonshadow Island, I wish to express our sincere respect for your willingness to invest and develop in our island." "What does village chief Hei Yin mean?" Lin Jiayou replied in a standard British accent, engaging in conversation with Hei Yin Chinzi in English. Hei Yin Chinzi chuckled and said, "Haha, Mr. Richard, as you know well. The fishing village renovation plan. The fishing village renovation plan is a rather large undertaking. We will need some time to prepare, and we also need to obtain the consent of many villagers." Lin Jiayou raised an eyebrow inwardly, silently translating Hei Yin Chinzi's words. A large undertaking equates to a lot of goods needed. Needing time to prepare means time to raise funds, and obtaining villagers' consent means this isn't solely his decision. It also requires consulting other partners. This statement was perfectly aligned with his thoughts. However, he couldn't just agree on the surface. Village Chief Hei Yin, Lin Jiayou's voice became a bit heavier, speaking faster in English. "You must understand that given the current economic downturn, it will be hard to find someone like me willing to invest in the renovation of a fishing village." I understand. Hei Yin Chinzi wiped the sweat from his brow on the other end and hurriedly replied, "We are also very grateful that Mr. Richard is willing to invest in our Moonshadow Island. For the fishing village renovation plan, that's precisely why we must be responsible to you and to the villagers. Just give us a time when..." Lin Jiayou calmly interrupted Hei Yin Chinzi, stating directly. Hei Yin Chinzi paused for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Tomorrow morning." "No," Lin Jiayou decisively rejected, "at the latest tonight." He slightly reminded Hei Yin Chinzi, "Mr. Hei Yin, you must understand this is not a delivery." Lin Jiayou's implied message was that tonight's meeting was merely a simple discussion about pricing, not an actual delivery. They didn't need so much time to prepare. Having such a meeting on the first encounter puts me, as an English businessman, in a difficult position. Tonight. Hei Yin Chinzi pondered for a moment, seemingly calculating and considering. After a while, his voice rang out again. "All right, let's set it for 9 o'clock tonight. Please, Mr. Richard, come to the Civic Center, where we will discuss the fishing village renovation plan together." "Okay," Lin Jiayou replied flatly. He then tossed the phone to the side towards Mu Dao Xiong, who caught it and repeatedly bowed with a smile. After everything was settled, Mu Dao Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the other party was truly overwhelming. After politely asking if they needed company to find a hotel, which Lin Jiayou and the others declined, he hurriedly left. Once he left, Lin Jiayou and the others exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes they saw the same two words, "Done." On the other side, in the village chief's office of the Civic Center, Hei Yin Chinzi hung up the landline phone and rubbed the muscles beside his mouth. "Damn, I haven't spoken English in ages." It felt like I was fumbling over my words, especially regarding that fishing village renovation plan. Damn, just thinking about it makes my tongue feel uncomfortable. "Dad." On the office sofa, Hei Yin Lingzi, dressed in a black formal outfit with big waves in her hair, called out as she saw her father hang up the phone, "How did it go? Can he be trusted?" "It's hard to say." Hei Yin Chinzi frowned and shook his head. He stroked his chin and analyzed that Mr. Richard should indeed be a genuine Brit. His accent is very accurate. When I went to England with that guy also back in the day, the people there had a similar accent. He patted a small television on the table. From the visuals and sounds transmitted from there, although only 3 people came, they are all quite formidable. Those 2 bodyguards are no ordinary folks, and that Richard is certainly not comparable to the regular partners we've dealt with before. Is there a high possibility that they are police?" A young man inside the room wearing a long sweater and a knitted hat squinted and asked. He was Morikawa Shuichi, Hei Yin Lingzi's fiancé. This time Hei Yin Chinzi did not hesitate and directly stated, "No, they are not police." "Then Dad, what are you hesitating for?" Hei Yin Lingzi couldn't help but interject, "They are not police. Richard's identity should be fine. They seem to have strength, so why wait until tomorrow or tonight? Just let them come over quickly and let's finalize it. This is a big deal. Selling this batch of goods, we won't have to worry for half a year." "Do you think I don't want that?" Hei Yin Chinzi snorted coldly, pointing at Hei Yin Lingzi and saying with exasperation, "In our line of work, the most important thing is caution. Caution. I'm not afraid of the other party being police right now. What I'm most worried about is them engaging in black market deals. Do you understand?" "They dare it." Black Rock Lingzi screamed. Haiyan Shinji sneered without responding to his daughter, instead looking at his future son-in-law villager Zhou Yi, and said, "Zhou Yi, please take your brothers and patrol the island a few more times, ensuring that there are indeed only 3 of them." "Don't worry, Dad." Zhou Yi grinned and nodded. "I will make sure there are only 3 of them." Haiyan Shinji nodded in satisfaction. His daughter's capabilities were lacking, but he was quite pleased with Zhou Yi, the prospective son-in-law. Look, he merely mentioned confirmation, yet the other party directly ensured it. This indicates that if more than 3 people come, Zhou Yi will lead the way to eliminate them. Eliminating the excess means ensuring that only 3 remain, right? Haiyan Chenji said with a smile. In that case, even if they intend to fight among themselves, what can 3 individuals do? Exactly. Zhou Yi concurred with a smile, just 3 people. No matter how strong they are, can they match our 10 or so brothers and their numerous guns? Haiyan Chenji and Zhou Yi shared a knowing smile. Black Rock Lingzi beside them rolled her eyes, wondering why they didn't just get married. Haiyan Chenji thought for a moment, and then said to Black Rock Lingzi, Lingzi, have Ping Tian notify that guy Chuan Dao immediately, telling him a big deal is coming up and urging him to mobilize his people as well. Got it, Dad, Black Rock Lingzi replied impatiently. Inside a hotel on Moon Shadow Island, Lin Jiayou, Long Shalon, and Jindy had booked the entire place, and after thoroughly inspecting the internal facilities, they finally relaxed a bit. Jindy placed the luggage down, while Lin Jiayou and Long Shalon each found a sofa to sit on. Let's review the target situation and action plan for this operation again, Lin Jiayou said, pulling out a stack of photos from his trench coat pocket and addressing Long Shalon and Jindy. The two of them turned serious and nodded. The primary targets are the 2 heads of these drug dealers. Lin Jiayou took out 2 photos, one of a bald man with a fat face, the other of a cunning-looking middle-aged man, placing the photos atop the coffee table and stating solemnly, Village Chief Haiyan Chenji and the notorious capitalist from Moon Shadow Island, Chuan Daoingfu. Chuan Daoingfu is responsible for external sales, while Haiyan Chenji utilizes his position to manufacture drugs. Although they have collaborated for many years, they are not united in purpose. We are bypassing Chuan Daoingfu to contact Haiyan Chenji directly for that reason. Each of them commands a small armed force of over 10 men. Chuan Dao Yingfu's men are directly under him, while Haiyan Chenji delegates authority to his prospective son-in-law Zhou Yi. Moreover, Haiyan Chenji's daughter Black Rock Lingzi and Secretary Ping Tian are also representatives of this village chief Haiyan Chenji in the outside world. Lin Jiayou then pulled out 2 more photos of Black Rock Lingzi and Ping Tian, placing them next to Zhou Yi's picture. He concluded the 5 individuals above are our main targets. We will eliminate them tonight and also deal with the armed forces they brought along, which is the objective of this mission. Additionally, there is one person who previously sold goods with them. Lin Jiayou took out another photo of a disheveled middle-aged man and placed it further away from the 5 associated with Haiyan Chenji. His name is Shibin Jian, who withdrew from Haiyan Chenji and Chuan Dao Yingfu's ranks 2 years ago for unknown reasons, living a life of lethargy at home. He must have been frightened by something and is not worth worrying about. Speaking of which, Lin Jiayou glanced at Long Shalon and Jindy, casually saying, of course, if you want, you can also eliminate him along the way. I don't mind, Long Shalon said, shaking his head indifferently. Jindy, however, looked at the pile of photos on the table with disgust and said without hesitation, then I'll go take him out. None of these guys deserve to live. Yes, Lin Jiayou replied. In just a few minutes, a table full of lives was casually concluded in their conversation. As for the action plan, Lin Jiayou continued, speaking calmly. Due to my recent conversation with Haiyan Chenji, he will likely call all the main personnel except Shibin Jian to the Civic Center and deploy what he believes to be a tight armed force. Our plan is quite simple. Jindy will handle sniping and reconnaissance, while Long Shalon and I will charge in hidden. No problem, right? Due to the urgency of this operation, Lin Jiayou hadn't formulated many detailed plans. Essentially, the goal is to exploit Haiyan Chenji's psychology, approaching him in the persona of Mr. Richard, recommended by Tsukuwa Hidehoshi, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, to negotiate a significant partnership promising to pay in advance. The purpose is to compel Haiyan Chenji to gather the main personnel, saving them the trouble of searching for and eliminating them one by one. They can withstand scrutiny anyway, as they aren't exactly good people. Oh no, they're still good people, they just need to withstand scrutiny. When the other party sees that there are only 3 of them, they won't think that a mere 3 individuals could overturn them and will naturally lower their guard. The piglets have already gathered together. Those who slaughter pigs only need to pick up the knife and walk over. No problem. Long Shalon nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Jindy couldn't help but lick his lips. Don't worry, none of them will escape. He'll make you a mask first, and you can disguise yourself later. Lin Jiayou said to Jindy casually. Disguise. Jindy was taken aback for a moment, smacking his lips. I never thought there would come a day when I could experience disguise technique. Hasn't beer mode ever let you use it before? Lin Jiayou glanced at Jindy and Long Shalon, casually asking. Long Shalon shrugged and said, beer mode has been active in America for years, and I've mostly been in Japan. Where would I have the chance to use it? Otherwise, I wouldn't have made you help me out last time. I was quite curious about this thing. There's nothing to be curious about, Lin Jiayou said, while taking out some items from his trench coat. In simple terms, it's just a sticky substance applied to the face. Is it because Jiandy hasn't been to America much? Jiandy scoffed. I just don't get along with that woman Belmont. Is it a case of same-sex repulsion? Lin Jiayou said calmly. He secretly wondered if Jiandy was jealous of Belmont for being older than her. Although Jiandy was a tough woman, she might care about this aspect as well. I just can't stand her acting all high and mighty with everyone. Jiandy crossed her arms and said discontentedly. Understanding dawned on Lin Jiayou. Indeed, it was jealousy. Sai women are truly jealous creatures. Wait a minute. Lin Jiayou suddenly thought of a frightening idea. Calvados was being overly attentive to everyone, especially Belmod, yet he referred to Giandy as brother. Could it be that jaundiced discontent with Belmod was due to Calvados? Tisk, I never expected that the interpersonal relationships within the organization could be so interesting. When he retires, should he write a book titled The Grievances and Affections of Organization Members? I've heard that Pisco loves to publish works, so I should find an opportunity to get to know him and brainstorm together. Alright, we'll talk about Belmod later, Lin Jiayou said as he prepared all his tools addressing Giandy. Sit tight, I'm going to do your makeup. Lin Jiayou pointed to the chair instructing Giandy not to move while he worked on her makeup. Giandy naturally sat quietly without saying much. Not long after, looking at the face reflected in the mirror, Giandy couldn't help but exclaim, truly impressive skills. Is this really me? In the mirror, Jaundice's previously tattooed face had completely vanished, replaced by the appearance of an unremarkable middle-aged woman. Her reddish-brown bob had also transformed into long black hair, cascading over her shoulders. Aside from her voice, she could be said to have completely changed into another person. You can't change your voice, and be careful about that when you go out, Lin Jiayou gently reminded the admiring Giandy. Pay attention. Not only was Giandy admiring her face, but Lin Jiayou was also appraising his work. He felt quite satisfied with what he had accomplished. After some practice, he was now able to create a decent human skin mask in a short time. It's no big deal, Giandy waved her hand dismissively. I'm just using this face to fool those pests watching us. It doesn't matter if I talk or not. Lin Jiayou nodded slightly. After finishing the disguise, Giandy began to check her gear. Her favorite PSG-1 sniper rifle along with 2 handguns and several grenades. While she was preparing, Lin Jiayou and Tequila had already stepped out of the door. Where are we going first, Cherry? Before setting off, Tequila asked Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou with a calm expression looked in a certain direction and said, let's first take a look at Namleon. What? Tequila looked confused. In front of the clinic on Moonshadow Island. Be good, Iong, remember to take your medicine on time. When you go home, listen to your mother, okay? Got it, Sister Changshi. I'm really grateful to Dr. Changshi. Watching the beautiful woman in a white coat send off a mother and child, Lin Jiayou couldn't help but sigh. How could she look so much alike? What looks so much alike? Tequila looked at Lin Jiayou with curiosity. Oh no. Lin Jiayou's heart skipped. It seemed he had accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. It's nothing, he replied expressionlessly to Tequila. Tequila still looked doubtful. He carefully scrutinized the white coat doctor inside the clinic. Lively, cute, gentle, and patient with patience. She was simply the epitome of a virtuous wife and good mother. Just now the way she wiped her sweat with her hand and breathed lightly was simply adorable. Could it be? Tequila swallowed hard, unconsciously stealing a glance at Lin Jiayou. Is this Cherry's old flame? No. Since Cherry said, why does she look so much alike, it means it's not the person herself. Cherry isn't very old, so it should be Cherry's older sister or younger sister. Such a cute girl, must be the younger sister. Cherry's voice carried a hint of emotion, something he had never seen in him before, indicating how deep his feelings were upon seeing this person. In youth, the two were in love. If family opposition led to unfulfilled love, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, the young man looks back only to find the beauty has passed away. Tequila felt he understood. The super soldier traverses the underworld seemingly invincible, yet he harbors a hint of regret. In a chance mission, he discovers that his long-deceased first love has a younger sister who is currently trapped in a den of drugs, a doctor by day, and suffering various humiliations by night. In a fit of rage, the soldier leads an army of 10,000 to crush the drug dealer's base, all to compensate for his longing for her. Sigh. Tequila couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Oh, how moving, how stirring. Hearing Tequila's sigh, Lin Jiayou glanced at him, feeling a slight pang of emotion. His brother Tequila is also a man with a story. Perhaps he was reminded of the pests while reminiscing. While thinking this, Tequila patted Lin Jiayou on the shoulder and shook his head slightly. Cherry, oh no, Mr. Richard. The past is the past. We should look forward. Lin Jiayou nodded slightly. That's right, brother Tequila, the past is the past. We should look ahead. Tequila, looking resolute, promised Lin Jiayou. Don't worry, tonight I'll accompany you to flatten the civic center. Lin Jiayou suddenly sensed something was off. Why is it accompanying me? Wait, did Tequila misunderstand something? Inside the clinic, Changshi Asakai held a thermos cup with both hands, peeking cautiously outside. The two men in black outside had been standing there for a long time without coming in. What on earth did they want? What would it do? I'm so scared. I always feel like you were thinking of something not so good. Lin Jiayou squinted as he looked at Long Shilian. Long Shilian quickly straightened his face and said seriously, No, how could I think of anything bad? Absolutely not. Damn. Lin Jiayou looked at Long Shilian's expression and was even more convinced that he was thinking inappropriately. No, Lin Jiayou really doesn't like Namleon. Let's go inside first. Lin Jiayou sighed inwardly and calmly said to Long Shilian. Long Shilian nodded. He understood Cherry's feelings too well. Such buried memories surging up suddenly were hard to restrain. Lin Jiayou felt helpless, sensing that Long Shilian was thinking of some messy things again. Never mind. He walked directly into the clinic. Long Shilian followed closely behind and entered as well. Seeing the two approaching figures, Asakai Narushi hastily found a seat at the clinic's table and sat down. Oh no, he clutched the hem of his white coat tightly under the table and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What to do? Those two men in black seemed to be coming in. They can't be. Isekai Narushi's mind flashed with several figures. The bald fat man Hei Yinshin Ci the cunning Chuan, Dowing Fu the frightened Kamaima Yu, and that Nishimoto Ken. Who? Isekai Narushi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Calm down, Narushi, you must remain calm. You are no longer that helpless child. You are Asakai, the doctor of Yueyang Island. No one has discovered you, do not lose your composure. Lin Jiayou walked in first and saw Isekai Narushi sitting behind the consultation table. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the table and sat down. Hello. Isekai Narushi forcibly suppressed her nervousness and asked Lin Jiayou with a trembling voice, do you have any discomfort? Lin Jiayou did not answer, but instead scrutinized Isekai Narushi closely. Long Shilian standing behind Lin Jiayou couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Alas, the word emotion is quite harmful. Even someone as calm as Cherry can be troubled by it. Ahem. Long Shilian intentionally coughed a couple of times, casting a glance at Lin Jiayou. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop staring at the girl. He blinked vigorously as if trying to express his thoughts. Lin Jiayou noticed Long Shilian's gaze on him, but chose to ignore it. Long Shilian had been fidgety since earlier, probably getting excited about something. Sir, you? Isekai Narushi cautiously asked Lin Jiayou. Lin Jiayou extended a hand and placed it on the table. Isekai Narushi blinked. Is this? Can you take my pulse? Lin Jiayou asked casually. This question was asked in an English accent. Asking a Japanese person if they can take a pulse in English seemed a bit odd. Isekai Narushi slightly parted her cherry lips, looking adorably dazed. Nah. Nanny. As a graduate student from a prestigious university, her English was quite good. She just didn't react at first. After hearing what the other person said, clearly Isekai Narushi quickly came back to her senses, apologetically, sticking out her tongue, and said, I'm really sorry, sir. I haven't learned knowledge related to Huaxia. How about this? He'll use a stethoscope to listen to you. As she spoke, Isekai Narushi was about to turn to get the stethoscope. Lin Jiayou quickly grabbed Isekai Narushi's hand. No need. Isekai Narushi's face flushed instantly from the pull, and she shyly said, Okay. Lin Jiayou immediately released his hand. He sighed inwardly. There was truly not a single flaw. Earlier he had observed closely without noticing the Adam's apple. When he pulled her, Isekai Narushi's hand was as soft as if it had no bones, better maintained than most girls. At this distance, Lin Jiayou could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Isekai Narushi, coupled with those adorable little movements and subtle expressions. Is this really Nanliang? If Nanliang is all like this, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Ugh. Lin Jiayou immediately criticized himself for the fleeting thought that arose in his mind. How could he think like this? He bore the heavy responsibility of the Lin family's heritage and couldn't indulge in Nanliang. With that in mind, Lin Jiayou stood up and said in a light British accent, let's leave it at that. With that, he leaned on his black umbrella and turned to leave. Long Shilian was stunned. Little brother, I know you're not good with words, but keeping everything bottled up inside can be harmful. Long Shilian gritted his teeth, thinking that as the older brother, he should use his decades of experience at this moment. He decided to help his little brother Cherry resolve this knot. Just like Cherry promised yesterday to accompany him to Yueyang Island. He didn't follow immediately, but leaned closer to Isekai Narushi and said in a low voice, little sister. Oh. Isekai Narushi was startled by Long Shilian's sudden approach. Hearing that he seemed to be calling her, she quickly nodded slightly and cautiously asked, is there something you need? Looking at the child who appeared to be scared out of her wits, Long Shilian felt even more pity. Those vile drug trafficking groups are truly despicable. These drug dealers are the scum of society, scaring the poor girl to this extent, almost driving her mad. For Cherry Sake, Long Shilian decided not to reveal everything, but instead subtly hinted to the little girl. Ahem. Long Shilian coughed a couple of times and said softly, little girl, don't be afraid. Everything will be over soon. Remember, don't go near the civic center tonight. If you have any questions, come to the dock at 2 in the morning and you'll understand everything. After speaking, Long Shilian turned around, his trench coat billowing in the breeze as he strode out of the clinic. Only Isekai Narushi remained dazed and confused. What does this man in black mean? Did he not speak Japanese? Why can't I understand anything? At the door, Lin Jiayou stood quietly, one hand resting on the black umbrella, the other hand raised to check the time. Long Shilian walked out from behind the door. Why have you been gone so long? Lin Jiayou's face revealed no emotion as he said calmly. Long Shilian immediately began to explain quickly. No, I was just kindly reminding her not to go running towards the civic center tonight. Lin Jiayou listened to Long Shilian's words, casting him a sidelong glance, feeling a bit strange. Long Shilian. Could it be that he's taken a liking to Isekai Narushi? The mere thought of Long Shilian and Izai Chungshir together sent a chill down Lin Jiayou's spine. No, he shook his head inwardly. That is Nanliang, it cannot be given away. No way, he cannot let Long Shilian be harmed. You seem to. Lin Jiayou was about to probe straight ahead. Long Shilian quickly denied. No, I have no interest in her at all. What a joke. What if Cherry sees this and thinks that this Izai doctor is a stand-in for his old flame? Then wouldn't Long Shilian be betraying Cherry? He certainly did not want to have an uneasy sleep at night. At over 40, he had no need to become a bull-headed man. Lin Jiayou nodded silently. He understood Long Shilian's mindset, feeling that he was too old and did not want to hold anyone back. He understood. Well, since Long Shilian did not admit it, let it be for now. They could discuss it again when the opportunity arose. In any case, they would not have many chances to meet Izai Chungshur in the future. He had come to the clinic on Moonshadow Island just to see what the famous beauty of the Conan world looked like without any intention of recruiting her into the organization. The vendetta would soon be avenged, the young girl. Oh no, the young man could just be a doctor quietly with no need to join the organization and live in fear. Although Lin Jiayou did not feel any fear at the moment. Let's stroll around. Lin Jiayou said to Long Shilon casually, if those guys want to follow, let them follow slowly. Long Shilon nodded nonchalantly. He was still pondering one thing, did Cherry truly believe he had no feelings for Izai Doctor, or was it a pretense? This concerned whether he would still become a bull-headed man. No, it was about whether he would be knocked dead by Cherry in the middle of the night. Damn, his mind only remembered that lovely little sister. Long Shilon couldn't help but pat his head. It was probably due to his recent anger. After returning, he would definitely find vodka to vent. Thus Lin Jiayou and Long Shilon began their leisurely stroll on Moonshadow Island. 10 minutes after they left the clinic, excuse me, how do I get to the Citizens Hall? An uncle with a mustache and a girl with horns accompanied by a large-headed boy in a blue suit knocked on the clinic's glass door. Their voices also jolted the bewildered Izai Chungshur back to reality. He shook his head, no longer thinking about the words of the man in black. At 6 in the evening, after Lin Jiayou and Long Shilon had a simple dinner, they returned to the inn. After Lin Jiayou and Long Shilon returned, Qiani went out, as it was a good habit to get some fresh air in advance. Back at the inn, Lin Jiayou and Long Shilon conducted their usual checks, confirming there were no issues before starting their preparations. In fact, it was mainly Long Shilon preparing. He had brought a lot of equipment. This included a shotgun, 2 submachine guns, 2 large-caliber handguns, 8 grenades, and several bullets, essentially a mobile armory. According to him, it was better to be prepared. The shotgun was placed in his suitcase disguised as emergency funds, while the 2 submachine guns and handguns along with grenades were on his person. Long Shilon stood over 2 meters tall with a robust physique. When he wore a long coat, even an additional submachine gun would go unnoticed. In comparison, Lin Jia's preparations were much simpler. As usual, he carried a black umbrella, a Beretta 92F beloved by his friend, and several bullets. Once prepared, Long Shilon leaned back on the sofa, took out a cigar, lit it, and quietly smoked. Observing this, Lin Jiayou pulled out his Peace brand cigarette, lighting it as well. Secondhand smoke is more harmful than firsthand smoke. He absolutely does not smoke secondhand smoke. He offered this smoke hoping for world peace once finished. After 5 minutes, Lin Jiayou was done. Long Shilon continued. However, Lin Jiayou casually glanced at him and found that Long Shilon had pulled out 2 photographs from somewhere. Long Shilon was lost in thought as he looked at the photos. He let the expensive cigar burn slowly in his hand without taking another puff. Someone important. Lin Jiayou responded with a steady gaze, lighting another piece and taking a puff before casually speaking. In the room were only the 2 of them, and Long Shilon knew Lin Jiayou was asking him. He replied with a somewhat heavy voice, my daughter. As he spoke, he took a deep puff from the cigar. This time he inhaled deeply, and even a man of his stature coughed 3 times from the harshness. Cough, cough, cough. Long Shilon covered his mouth with his hand and placed the cigar into the ashtray beside him. He shook his head, adjusted his emotions, and then smiled, bringing the photographs closer to Lin Jiayou, asking, what do you think, is she pretty, eh? Finally, Lin Jiayou looked at the photographs, examining them closely. The first photo was taken from the side, capturing a girl with a backpack on her way to school. The photographer had chosen a great angle. The morning sunlight illuminated the girl's profile, adding a touch of elegance to the composition. Rising sun, youthful girl heading towards a school that symbolizes future and brightness. The second photo was of the girl spiking a volleyball shot from a 45-degree angle. The leaping girl, poised and powerful in her strike, had a determined gaze and a charming, spirited face. Pretty, Lin Jiayou stated expressionlessly, affirming the beauty. By his standards, the girl deserved an 80 or 90 points. The only thing he didn't understand was that neither photo showed a front view. Right. Long Shilon beamed with pride upon hearing Lin Jia's praise. Nothing pleases a father more than hearing compliments about his child. He smiled contentedly, withdrawing slightly, and saying with a grin, this child has always taken after me, handsome. Lin Jiayou fell silent. The words he heard since childhood were indeed handsome. As a father, these 2 statements are fine on their own. Tequila's child cannot be ignored. Indeed, he is quite handsome. Lin Jiayou glanced again at the photo of the beautiful girl who had both grace and heroism, and then looked at Tequila, who could frighten children even during the day. Tisk, eliminating absurd possibilities. Tequila's wife must be incredibly beautiful. Her mother was very beautiful, Tequila said, scratching his head somewhat regretfully. If it weren't for my dragging her down, this child could have been even more beautiful. Tequila nodded, seemingly recalling something, his mood growing heavy. It's too dangerous here. With organized care, she can receive better education over there. Moreover, Tequila chuckled self-deprecatingly. She probably doesn't want to see me either. Lin Jiayou looked at Tequila without speaking. But his eyes expressed what he wanted to say. Why? Her mother died in my hands, Tequila said, as if answering his own question, clutching the photo, his voice flat. Her mother was harmed and became addicted to drugs. The money I sent over the past few years was all wasted on that. She didn't want to burden us anymore and asked me to help her find peace. I agreed. Tequila fell silent for a moment at this point. Though it was just a few brief sentences lightly brushed over, Lin Jiayou knew that this rugged man Tequila was not as calm inside as he appeared. Cherry, Tequila spoke again, sighing. This time his voice carried a hint of sadness. In our line of work, after experiencing so much, one realizes that sometimes living is harder than dying. I watched her skin become riddled with scars from drug use, and I knew that for her death would actually be a form of relief. So I personally saw her off. Does your daughter know about this? Lin Jiayou listened to Tequila's words, feeling contemplative yet maintaining a calm demeanor. Tequila nodded. Of course she knows. I know she knows, but this is something difficult for a child to accept. Lin Jiayou slightly nodded. Since Tequila had his own understanding of the situation, he wouldn't say more. Every family has its own difficulties. However challenging the scriptures may be, they are ultimately each family's own matters. Tequila had been in the organization for many years and had seen and done more than Kiani and Cohen combined. Lin Jiayou believed he wouldn't let these memories and emotions affect his state. However, this could also explain why Tequila harbors such hatred towards drug dealers. Lin Jiayou could see that Tequila, Kiani, and Jin had different attitudes towards drug dealers. Jin's feelings were a mix of disgust and aversion due to the fact that drugs corrode a person's body and willpower, which is undoubtedly fatal for those like them who tread on the edge of danger. As a model worker in Jin's organization, he naturally would not allow himself or his colleagues to fall prey to such substances. Tequila and Kiani, on the other hand, felt hatred more out of the people or events surrounding them. Lin Jiayou already knew about Tequila's matters, only as for Kiantis, he had no interest in probing into others' pasts, as it was none of his business. He slightly raised his head and glanced at the clock in the room, the hour hand just nearing 8 o'clock. Get ready. Tequila nodded. He meticulously checked the armory on himself once again, ensuring everything was in order. For the first time, Lin Jiayou maintained his black umbrella in front of his colleagues in the organization. At this point, Tequila realized that Cherry had been carrying such a lethal weapon all along. The two donned their earpieces connected to a 3-person channel and stepped out of the hotel door. 8:50 a.m. Lin Jiayou leaned on his black umbrella while Tequila carried a briefcase and a suitcase, arriving at the entrance of the Civic Center. Perhaps because this evening was the memorial service for the former mayor of Moonshadow Island, Guishanyu, the streets of Moonshadow Island were unexpectedly sparse. At the entrance of the Civic Center, the same Yuichi Muki, who was previously responsible for welcoming Lin Jiayou's group, came out to receive the two. Beside him stood 2 guards likely responsible for the Civic Center's main entrance. Mr. Richard, Mr. Tequila, welcome, welcome. Yuichi Muki bowed slightly, his face filled with smiles. Thank you both for coming out so late. Please follow me. Our mayor and Mr. Kawashima have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Lin Jiayou and Tequila did not respond to Yuichi Muki's welcoming words. In their earpieces, Kiantis' voice simultaneously came through. Cherry, Tequila, Kiani lay on the only slightly elevated building on Moonshadow Island, looking through the scope, and spoke. The Civic Center staff has been evacuated, and everyone else has gone to the memorial service. Now only their people are inside the Civic Center. In front of you at the main entrance, there are 3. There are 2 at the back entrance of the Civic Center, patrolling around the place. There are a total of 4 people currently in the northeast direction. 3 minutes until they reach the main entrance. I previously counted the number of people inside the Civic Center. It won't exceed 20. Okay, Kiani. Tequila grinned, a hint of bloodlust flashing across his face. Yuichi Muki was taken aback, wondering what Kiani meant. At the moment, he and the guard hadn't reacted. Tequila and Lin Jiayou moved simultaneously. Tequila dropped the briefcase and suitcase, his massive hands swiftly grabbing and twisting. The head of the right guard instantly turned at a sharp angle, clearly no longer able to survive. Lin Jiayou's speed was even faster. His right hand reached for the handle of the black umbrella for the first time, and in an instant a white streak pierced the silent night sky. Swish. The left guard's head soared into the air like the victims of Dolorica Paradise, blood gushing from his neck. Holy shit. Kiantis' excited and astonished voice came through the earpiece. Cherry, your knife is so damn fast. Kiani swore she had never seen such swift swordsmanship. Even from a distance, all she could see was a flash of white light. And then it was over. The guard lay dead, while Cherry's black umbrella remained as unremarkable as ever, quietly held in her hand. At the entrance of the Civic Hall, Lin Jiayou and Long Zhelan, having dealt with the 2 guards, turned their gaze toward Mu Dao Xiongyi. That palm strike seemed light as a feather, yet it was as swift as lightning. It struck Mu Dao Xiongyi's forehead without making a sound. Mu Dao Xiongyi too could not produce a sound, collapsing straight down. A flicker of surprise flashed in Long Zealand's eyes. He had not caught the speed of that knife, nor understood the force of that palm strike. Fortunately, Cherry was on his side and had a decent relationship with him. Long Zhelan thought to himself. The two did not linger and walked straight into the Civic Hall. Inside the reception hall, Lin Jiayou and Long Zhelan immediately spotted the 5 primary targets set for today. Heinz Qinzi and Chuan Daoingfu stood at the forefront, firmly occupying the main seat. Hirata Akira stood to the right of Heinz Qinzi, while Murazawa Shuichi stood to the left of Chuan Daoingfu, his waist slightly bulging, clearly prepared with weapons. Naturally, Heinz Reiko followed closely behind her fiancé. On both sides of the hall, there were also 8 characters dressed in short shirts and shorts resembling street thugs, standing in 2 rows. Seeing Lin Jiayou and Long Zhelan enter, without Mu Dao Xiong, Heinz Qinzi and Chuan Daoingfu both frowned slightly. Heinz Qinzi quickly adjusted himself, laughed heartily, and said to Lin Jiayou and Long Zhelan, Mr. Richard, Mr. Long, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. You two are collaborating with us today, but bringing sincerity. Of course, Long Zhelan replied, placing the suitcase aside and speaking in a low voice, "We brought the advance payment we agreed upon." As Long Zhilan spoke, he lifted the suitcase in his hand. Seeing this, Haiyan Qinzi and Chuan Daoing-fu frowned again. Haiyan Qinzi glanced at Hirata Akira beside him, signaling him to go and retrieve the item. Just as Hirata Akira was about to step forward, Long Zhilan grinned, "No need to trouble yourselves, I'll give it to you." Saying this, he tossed the suitcase towards Haiyan Qinzi and Chuan Daoing-fu. Haiyan Qinzi and Chuan Daoing-fu were startled and instinctively froze. It was Murazawa Shuichi who reacted quickly, shouting to his future father-in-law, "Dad, get out of the way." Only then did Haiyan Qinzi and the others react quickly, covering their heads with their hands and scattering to the sides. Bang! The suitcase exploded the moment it hit the ground. In an instant, a cloud of dust and smoke spread through the hall of the Civic Center. Black eats black. At that moment, everyone, including Haiyan Qinzi, realized this guess. The moment Lin Jiayou and Long Zhilan entered, they had the same thought, but couldn't believe that the other side with only 2 people would dare to do such a thing. Murazawa Shuichi immediately organized his armed forces to counterattack. However, Lin Jiayou and Long Zhilan were even faster. Long Zhilan reached into his black trench coat, and when he pulled out his hands again, 2 submachine guns were already in his grip. Bang, 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 bang. He turned his body to the right, aiming at the 8 drug dealers on the right side, pulling the trigger as bullets poured out wildly. In an instant, 4 of the 8 on the other side fell, and the remaining 4 scattered like birds and beasts, having no desire to counterattack. Long Zhilan immediately put down the submachine gun, slid his hands to his waist, and 2 handguns were already in his grasp. Bang, bang, bang. Accurate strikes suppressed the 4 who could neither counterattack nor escape. On the other side, Lin Jiayou held a Beretta in his right hand, drawing it in 0.3 seconds, completing precise point shooting in an instant. The remaining 6, along with Murazawa Shuichi and Haiyan Reiko, quickly organized a counterattack. With 6 people plus Murazawa Shuichi and Haiyan Reiko each armed with a handgun, though all 7 had Tokarev pistols, the area covered under a barrage was extensive. Lin Jiayou remained unhurried, gently pressing the hidden compartment on the handle of his black umbrella, which opened to shield him. Clang, 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 clang. Under Lin Jiayou's terrifying dynamic vision, all the bullets were blocked by the black umbrella. Meanwhile, his right hand was not idle. With 2 shots, he eliminated another 2 opponents. Recovering from the aftermath of the explosion, Haiyan Qinzi, Chuan Daoing-fu, and Hirata Akira were all left dumbfounded. They did not expect that the other side with only 2 people could inflict such heavy casualties on their armed forces in such a short time. Moreover, Long Zhilan had taken down 2 more, leaving only 2 hiding behind cover, being heavily suppressed. On Lin Jiayou's side, with one hand attacking and the other defending, he remained unharmed while effortlessly taking down one opponent after another. Seeing their comrades being taken out one after another, Hirata Akira was so frightened he could not even stand. As 2 seasoned drug lords with over 30 years of experience, Haiyan Qinzi and Chuan Daoing-fu knew escape was a dead end, only a desperate fight offered a chance of survival. Thus, Chuan Daoing-fu pulled out his handgun and aimed at Long Zhilan. Bang! Long Zhilan's reflexes would not allow a weakling like Chuan Daoing-fu to sneak attack. He maintained pressure with one hand while raising the other to shoot, penetrating Chuan Daoing-fu's palm. Ah! Chuan Daoing-fu cried out in pain. That cry of pain seemed to symbolize the complete defeat of the Moon Shadow Island drug trafficking group. Boom! Long Zhilan wasted no time, throwing 2 grenades to end the battle. Lin Jiayou's judgment was about to fall upon Murazawa Shuichi and Haiyan Reiko, the engaged couple. Oh! Haiyan Qinzi suddenly let out a furious roar. He pulled out a makeshift shotgun from somewhere, aiming to shoot Long Zhilan, who had his back turned. Die! Bang! A distant bullet pierced through the air, striking Haiyan Qinzi's hand precisely, causing his right hand to explode. Thanks, Chianti. Aha! Chianti laughed boldly. I'll leave those inside to you. I'll handle the ones outside. Fine. Tequila replied flatly, his hands never pausing as he fired 4 precise shots, shattering the legs of both Kuroiwa Shintaro and Kawashima Aiho. Lin Jiayou eliminated Murazawa Shuichi and Kuroiwa Reiko with 2 clean shots. Though Kuroiwa Reiko was striking in appearance, chivalry had no place here. Murazawa Shuichi attempted a desperate counterattack, but as everyone knew, beyond 7 paces a gun is swift, within 7 paces it is both swift and unerring. A last-ditch defiance was simply impossible. Thus, in the Grand Hall of the Civic Center, the 20-odd members of the narcotics syndicate were reduced to only 2 surviving leaders, Kuroiwa Shintaro and Kawashima Aiho. Lin Jiayou glanced impassively at the 2 men writhing on the floor, clutching their wounds, and said coolly, "They're yours." Tequila had volunteered for this operation, so naturally the final 2 high-value targets were left to him. He nodded once without hesitation. First, he dragged over the suitcase he'd earlier placed nearby, then walked slowly toward Kuroiwa Shintaro and Kawashima Aiho. Boom! A grenade was thrust into Kawashima Aiho's mouth and detonated in his final despairing instant. Next, Tequila opened the suitcase and withdrew the Remington he'd prepared in advance, leveling it at Kuroiwa Shintaro. Thinking of ambushing me? Try mine. Bang! Kuroiwa Shintaro's face contorted in sheer terror just before Tequila sent him to reunite with his daughter. Silence descended once more upon the Civic Center. The Moon Shadow Island drug manufacturing and trafficking ring had been utterly dismantled by an organization committed to safeguarding world peace. Lin Jiayou spoke calmly into his earpiece. "Have you wrapped things up there?" "Long finished," Chianti replied, her voice light and buoyant with post-action elation. Cleaning them out was like splitting watermelons, absolutely exhilarating. Understood, Lin Jiayou said evenly. You withdraw first. We've secured our end too. Chianti hummed in acknowledgement, followed by faint rustling sounds through the earpiece, likely her packing equipment. Seeing this, Lin Jiayou exchanged a subtle glance with Tequila, who instantly understood. Together, they exited the civic center through its main doors. In the courtyard outside, 4 thugs lay scattered, presumably the patrol quartet Chianti had mentioned earlier. It appeared the 2 guarding the rear entrance were also gone. The 3 regrouped it therein, one after another, and began erasing all traces of their presence. Elsewhere at the memorial service for Komayama, Isamu Ase Narumi stood motionless among the mourners, a flicker of quiet disappointment crossing his eyes. His primary targets, Kawashima Aiho and Kuroiwa Shintaro, were absent. Even Nishimoto Ken, now unemployed, had failed to appear. That was inconceivable. Komayama Isamu had been their former comrade. Surely they owed him at least the courtesy of attending his memorial. Dr. Ase, you've come to pay respects at Mr. Komayama's memorial. Ase Narumi turned to find the family of 3 he'd encountered that afternoon standing beside him. The mustachioed man who called himself a great detective grinned at him with unsettling familiarity. Ase Narumi sighed inwardly. Seeing this very man, the one he'd chosen, up close, he couldn't help but wonder whether he'd been mistaken to pin even a sliver of hope for redemption upon him. Though weary in spirit, Ase Narumi maintained his gentle, approachable demeanor, smiling warmly at Muri Kagoro as he replied, Yes, Mr. Muri. I arrived on Moonshadow Island 3 years ago, and it was thanks to Mr. Komayama's kindness that I stand where I am today. By the way, how is your investigation into Asanokiba Keiji progressing? Don't even mention it. Muri Kagoro waved dismissively, annoyance edging his voice. Some jerk pulled a cruel prank, sending me a letter under the name of a man dead for nearly 20 years. Should have known better than to chase that one's yen fee. He complained openly, even in front of the very person who'd commissioned the case. The more he spoke, the deeper Ase Narumi's disillusionment grew. So this was the so-called great detective, a title utterly undeserved. A quiet sigh escaped him as he instinctively sought guidance from his father now in heaven. Father, must I truly go through with this? Time allowed no further reflection. Soon the memorial service commenced. Shimizu Masato, the village head candidate backed by numerous local fishermen, presided over the ceremony. With a high-ranking monk summoned from Tokyo performing rites, everything proceeded with solemn, unhurried precision. Until, boom, boom, a faint, distant rumbling echoed from beyond the silent altar hall. Though soft, it pierced the hushed stillness like a shard of glass. What was that? Before anyone could react, another boom reverberated, louder, sharper, impossible to ignore. Mourners in the hall shifted uneasily, glancing about. Some restless villagers had already begun whispering among themselves. Even Muri Kagoro, who dozed off to the rhythmic beat of the wooden fish, jolted awake, bewildered, staring blankly at Ran and Conan. She shook her head gently. She knew nothing either. Conan, however, bristled with excitement. He was certain the sound was no illusion. It matched the unmistakable signature of an explosive detonation. He darted to Ase Narumi's side and whispered urgently, Dr. Ase, does the Civic Center have staff working tonight? The Civic Center? Ase Narumi blinked, momentarily startled, then answered reflexively, No, it should be closed. Mrs. Kobayashi told me everyone had left by 5 o'clock today to prepare for Mr. Komayama's memorial. Only then did he grasp Conan's implication and stared at the boy astonished. Young man, are you suggesting that sound came from the Civic Center? I believe so. Conan's expression darkened. Ase Narumi froze stunned into silence. Then, like lightning, he recalled the afternoon's encounter, the grim-faced man in black who'd warned him, remember, stay away from the Civic Center tonight. Had that man known something? And why were Kuroiwa Shintaro and Kawashima Aiho both absent tonight? Without conscious thought, Ase Narumi seized Conan's hand and rushed toward Shimizu Masato, the ceremony's presiding host. After Ase Narumi relayed Conan's suspicion and noted the conspicuous absence of Kuroiwa Shintaro, Kawashima Aiho, and others, Shimizu Masato immediately resolved to lead the villagers to investigate the Civic Center. Muri Kagoro, ever confident in his reputation as Tokyo's preeminent detective, stepped forward to volunteer, and Ran, of course, followed closely behind. The group wound through 2 narrow alleys and arrived at the Civic Center's entrance. They were shocked by the scene before them. At the entrance of the community center, 3 corpses lay haphazardly on the ground. On the left, one person had a cleanly severed neck with the head lying beside the body and blood splattered everywhere. On the right, another person had twisted their neck backward over 100 degrees, their eyes wide open, having lost all signs of life. In the middle, a person showed no visible wounds, lying on the ground, as if they were merely asleep, appearing remarkably tranquil. It's Mu Dao Xiongyi. Shimizu Masato shouted at the crowd, pointing at the still body lying in the middle. A couple of the bolder villagers stepped forward to confirm, nodding in agreement. Mori Kagoro's face turned grave as all the drowsiness he had accumulated in the morning hall vanished without a trace. He hurriedly introduced himself, stepping forward to briefly examine the 3 corpses. He primarily focused on Mu Dao Xiong. After all, the other 2 were clearly dead, one with a severed head and the other with a twisted neck. After a simple examination of the breath, Mori Kagoro shook his head. This is a murder case of extremely heinous nature. Mori Kagoro spoke with a serious expression. He turned to Ase Narumi and said, Dr. Ase, I fear we will need your assistance this time. Please help with the autopsy. At that moment, Ase Narumi was still immersed in a complex mix of emotions, finally understanding what the earlier figure in black had meant. Now 3 people had already died at the entrance of the community center, and with no sign of Hei Yin Shinsei and Kawashima Hideo, it seemed likely they had met a similar fate. The deep-seated hatred that had weighed on his heart for many years inexplicably vanished. Ase Narumi felt it was surreal. Just 30 minutes ago, he had been praying with his father, and now he discovered that his father, who had died many years ago, had manifested. He never expected that the 2 figures in black would be such terrifying individuals, yet they held goodwill towards him. But why? Ase Narumi felt very confused, only responding with a simple to Mori Kagoro's words. Mori Kagoro frowned, about to say something further when Conan spoke up. Uncle Mori. Conan pointed toward the flickering lights in the dark interior of the community center, saying to everyone, shouldn't we go in first? 3 people have already died at the entrance. Shimizu Masato and Mori Kagoro suddenly reacted and nodded. Shimizu Masato immediately rallied the accompanying villagers, helping to calm those who were initially panicking. The group moved together toward the community center. The further they advanced, the more terrified the villagers became. Mori Kagoro and Conan's expressions grew more serious, while Ase Narumi felt increasingly uneasy. In the courtyard of the community center, 4 corpses lay scattered about. All had been shot dead, either with a bullet to the heart or their heads blown apart. Further inside, the situation in the community center was even more tragic. The entire reception hall was riddled with bullet holes, with several remnants of explosions scattered about. On both sides, the fallen bodies were too numerous to count. Eventually, the group conducted another search inside the community center, discovering 2 more corpses at the back door. After a thorough examination and tally by Ase Narumi and Mori Kagoro, the confirmed death toll stood at 29. Kawashima Hideo's body was unrecognizable. What left Ase Narumi and Mori Kagoro feeling incredulous was not the scene of devastation in the hall, but the body of Mu Dao Xiong at the entrance. The body bore no wounds whatsoever, showing no signs of death by external injury. However, the brutal circumstances at the scene suggested that there was obviously no time for poisoning, which truly baffled Mori Kagoro and the others. Although there were doubts, everyone quickly called the police. Due to the poor conditions of the police station on Moonshadow Island, they directly contacted the Metropolitan Police Department. The Metropolitan Police Department classified it as a major violent crime, placing high importance on the case, claiming they would dispatch officers at the fastest speed, while sealing off all routes into and out of the island to capture the murderer as quickly as possible. To be practical, the Metropolitan Police Department would dispatch personnel from the Public Security Department, arriving at Moonshadow Island by helicopter. Before the police arrived, Shimizu Masato decided to stay with 2 villagers at the community center to protect the crime scene, while Mori Kagoro also volunteered. Conan had initially thought of joining them, but was sternly admonished by Mori Kagoro and led away by Ran. Ase Narumi did not stay behind. His mind was filled with too many thoughts. He needed some peace. Meanwhile, Lin Jiayou, Long Jilan, and Jianti had already packed their belongings, changed into different outfits, and donned various human masks as they left the inn. They headed straight to the dock. By the way, Jianti had already casually taken care of Nishimoto-ken on the way back, but no one knew. At the dock, Ase Narumi, dressed casually with a ponytail, had been waiting for a long time. Long Jilan looked at the lovely figure standing there, feeling a sense of great satisfaction. Very good, a promising pupil indeed. Jianti, not understanding, instinctively placed her hand on her waist, remaining vigilant. Seeing this, Long Jilan patted Jianti's shoulder, signaling her to relax a bit. Then Long Jilan stepped forward and said in a low voice, Dr. Ase, you have arrived. It was him. Ase Narumi's heart jolted. Although their appearances were drastically different, the other man's strong build and thick, distinctive Kansai accent immediately made Ase Narumi recognize him. He nodded at Long Jilan and said, I have come. You still came. I did indeed come. You shouldn't have come. I had to come. After a rather classical exchange between Long Jilan and Ase Narumi, Lin Jiayou could no longer bear it and swiftly interrupted. What's going on? He asked, gently nudging Long Jilan's shoulder with an expressionless face. Though inwardly he couldn't help but smirk. So, old man Long Jilan, you claimed earlier you had nothing to do with Ase Narumi. Yet here she is chasing you all the way to the dock. Long Jilan cast a subtle glance at Lin Jiayou and thought to himself, you keep up the act, boy. He knew that although Cherry's face remained calm, her heart was surely fluttering with suppressed excitement. This young man possesses a rich inner emotional world, yet lacks the ability to express it. In time, he must be encouraged to participate more actively in organizational activities alongside Cone to experience the warmth of camaraderie among colleagues. He patted Lin Jiayou's shoulder and spoke earnestly, rest assured. It's all settled. Lin Jiayou felt utterly bewildered. Settled? What exactly had been settled? Long Jilan immediately called out toward Ase Narumi across the way, Dr. Ase, please come over. Pointing at Lin Jiayou, he added, he is the one you seek. Speak with him, and everything will become clear. Nanny. Lin Jiayou stared at Long Jilan's gesture. His previously impassive face betrayed sudden widening of his cold, distant pupils. Ask him. Ase Narumi stole a furtive glance at Lin Jiayou, timid and delicate, like a fawn who had never once descended from the mountain. He mused inwardly, if this 2-meter-tall figure in black could alter his appearance so effortlessly, then others likely possessed the same ability. This black-clad man stood nearly the same height as the European figure he'd encountered before. Surely it was the same person in disguise. At the mere thought of that man, Ase Narumi's heart began to race. There was something profoundly strange about him. Upon entering, he had scrutinized Ase Narumi with unnerving intensity, then insisted upon having his pulse taken. Could it be? Dr. Ase, ask already. Longshan grew impatient as Ase Narumi lingered in silence. How else would he hear the full story? No, not that. How else would he gain insight into his reclusive colleague Cherry's inner life? How else might he truly connect with him, foster genuine rapport, and achieve shared excellence? Nearby Kiante, who had initially remained wary, now wore only pure curiosity. Her eyes widened, darting repeatedly between Lin Jiayou and Ase Narumi. Her expression plainly declared, I'm dying to hear the gossip. Under Longshan's urging, Ase Narumi finally spoke. He shrank slightly, gazing up at Lin Jiayou with quiet trepidation. You. What exactly do you? No, I don't. Lin Jiayou cut him off, coldly refusing to let him finish. Then he turned his gaze toward Longshan, its temperature dropping steadily. You wily old fox, you had me sympathizing with you mourning your lost wife and distant daughter, only to turn around and try to hand me over to the Southern Liang faction. Truly, devious and insidious. Longshan, however, was unmoved by Lin Jiayou's icy glare. Having long since deduced Cherry's outward frost and inner warmth, he spoke with patient earnestness. Cherry, some things shouldn't remain bottled up forever. They need an outlet for release. Look at me. I've even shared my own past with you. Ah, here it comes. Longshan silently applauded himself. This was his classic technique, casting a brick to draw jade, laying bare his own truth first, thereby coaxing Cherry to open up in turn. Present facts. Reason logically. Reveal his own experience, then soften Cherry's resistance. Lin Jiayou's nerves were already fraying. Longshan was right. Suppression breeds distortion. Our unspoken burdens may twist the soul into something as chilling as gins. Yet, he wasn't bottling anything up. Was he really expected to confess how in his previous life he'd imitated classmates writing love letters in elementary school, only to get summoned to the principal's office? That was absolutely unspeakable. No. Lin Jiayou's voice sharpened with unmistakable force. Absolutely not. Cherry. Longshan shook his head in exasperated disappointment. His carefully crafted brick-to-jade strategy had failed. Unforgivable. Nearby Kiante continued watching with unabashed fascination, while Ase Narumi now questioned whether coming here tonight had been a grave mistake. Were these black-clad figures truly the terrifying individuals who'd avenged him? Their hesitant, awkward demeanor hardly matched the brutal efficiency of Kamaima Isamu, who admittedly had died instantly after attempting action. Fine. If you won't speak, then I'll speak for you. Longshan steeled himself, raised his hand decisively, and plunged forward. Adopting a theatrical lovesick tone, he sighed deeply. Ah, how uncannily alike. How could it be so alike? His swaying posture and thick Kansai accent made Lin Jiayou's fists clench instinctively. Fortunately, Longshan fell silent just in time. Turning sharply to Lin Jiayou, he demanded, tell me, didn't you say exactly that back then? Lin Jiayou's expression stiffened faintly, and he opened his mouth to explain. Yes, but this is... Yes, that's all that matters. Longshan seized the moment, cutting off any chance for evasion. He'd realized Cherry was exceptionally skilled at crafting justifications. That was avoidance. And avoidance was shameful. Dr. Ase, Longshan pivoted solemnly toward him. Now you understand, don't you? Contrary to Longshan's expectation, Ase Narumi's mind instead raced with a different suspicion. Does this black-clad man know I'm cross-dressing? No, that can't be right. Ase Narumi quickly shook his head. The other black-clad man clearly had no inkling of this fact. It made no sense for such information to remain sealed within their ranks. It wasn't a secret of strategic importance to them. So could it be? Ase Narumi considered a chilling possibility when Longshan's voice, raised in volume, snapped him back from his tangled thoughts. His eyes gleamed with intellectual fervor, as if he'd transformed into a master detective, peeling away layer after layer to uncover the frozen core of Cherry's heart. Do you have an elder sister? And do you bear a striking resemblance to her? At last Longshan voiced the pivotal question. Boom! Ase Narumi's mind reeled. In that instant, every detail, from the black-clad figure's arrival to this very moment, flooded his consciousness, coalescing into a single undeniable thread. Did he have an elder sister? Yes, he truly did. Yet she, along with their parents, had perished forever in the inferno of that fateful fire. Do I resemble my sister? The answer is affirmative. Since childhood, Qianjing Chengshi has always presented a male form with a female appearance, and after growing long hair, he is nearly indistinguishable from his sister. Even he often gazes at his reflection in the mirror, reminiscing about his past family. Of course, this refers to his sister, who never reached adulthood before her death. However, Qianjing Chengshi believes that perhaps his sister would have looked just like him when she grew up, albeit with a softer demeanor. I see, Qianjing Chengshi murmured, his lips moving gently. He understood it all. No wonder these two men in black lingered at the clinic's entrance for so long. It was because the one known as Cherry was hesitating within. No wonder he scrutinized me carefully upon entering. He must be reminiscing about a departed friend. No wonder he asked me to take his pulse as soon as he sat down, for my sister had done the same once. A look of nostalgia flickered in Qianjing Chengshi's eyes. Back then his sister was quite fond of traditional Chinese medicine. He still remembers how she would play at being an elderly doctor taking his pulse even if it was just a game. Yet it was her influence that led him to choose to study medicine, though he was unable to learn traditional Chinese medicine. Everything is connected. Qianjing Chengshi looked at Lin Jiayou with a complex expression. His sister had passed away 12 years ago, yet someone still remembers her. Someone still remembers the Ma Sheng family. Thank you. Qianjing Chengshi felt a surge of emotion, unable to contain himself any longer, his eyes reddening as he whispered. Long Zhelan gazed at Qianjing Chengshi with great satisfaction. He then turned to Lin Jiayou, coughed twice, and said seriously, Cherry, it's not too late to clarify now. As men, we must dare to express our feelings, not suffer in silence. Just like with your tasks, if you don't report back, how will the organization know you completed them? Huh. Lin Jiayou let out a helpless sigh. He finally understood what Long Zhelan had been implying. It turned out he had overthought things, drawing conclusions from mere fragments of conversation, believing he shared a deep bond with Qianjing Chengshi's sister, thinking that he had taken Qianjing Chengshi as a substitute for his deceased lover. This overthinking is quite impressive. He could never have imagined such a ludicrous line of thought. However, Long Zhelan did speak a truth. It's still fine to clarify. Now it's not too late. Perhaps. Dr. Qianjing, Lin Jiayou said lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Don't think too much. I have no connection with your sister. What I did before was merely out of curiosity about your identity. You should have noticed that we can change our appearances. Your little disguise is insignificant in my eyes. Disguise? What disguise? Long Zhelan and Jianti were slightly taken aback, unsure of what Lin Jiayou was talking about. However, Qianjing Chengshi understood. Indeed, this brother named Cherry had already known that his identity and gender were both false. He must have conducted prior investigations into my information to be so certain. As for the words he spoke now, they must be intended to spare me concern and burdens. With deep feelings within yet appearing calm on the surface, perhaps this is what a true man is. Qianjing Chengshi admired him silently. He smiled and shook his head softly, saying, I understand, brother. Brother, I understand everything. You. Lin Jiayou cursed, inwardly wondering what the hell he understood. He began to suspect if there was something wrong with how he had approached this world. Otherwise, why were the people in this world so prone to overthinking? Lin Jiayou frowned and coldly stated, you don't understand. Once again, I have no relation to your sister or the Ma Sheng family. I am merely curious about your identity. Cherry, you. Long Zhelan pointed at Lin Jiayou, grinding his teeth in anger. You brat, I've made this crystal clear, and yet you're still so stubborn. However, Qianjing Chengshi was unfazed by Lin Jiayou's cold words. Instead, he felt a hint of joy. Brother, Qianjing Chengshi said with a sly glint in his eyes and a smile, it's wrong to lie, you know. If there truly were no connection, how would you know? My surname is Ma Sheng. This uncle beside me, it seems he is unaware of this. Boom. Qianjing Chengshi's words struck like a bolt from the blue. A fatal blow. Lin Jiayou's pupils constricted. He had slipped up. Yes, Long Zhelan did not know that Qianjing Chengshi was Ma Sheng Chengshi, as the organization would not investigate matters from 12 years ago. However, Lin Jiayou knew, for he had seen the plot. Yet if he truly had no relation, he shouldn't know, because he wouldn't investigate. So, have I dug a pit for myself? Long Zhelan was overjoyed upon witnessing this. Goodness, this little girl is impressive. What he had said before paled in comparison to her precise strike now. Lin Jiayou wanted to argue further. I was in Europe before hardly ever coming to Japan. There was simply no way for me to know your sister. No, you did. Qianjing Chengshi felt a surge of confidence, directly interrupting Lin Jiayou. My father was a world-renowned pianist. He took us on tours around the world since childhood, most of which were in Europe. You must have met during my father's tour while residing in Europe. Lin Jiayou's mouth opened slightly, yet he was speechless. He felt he could no longer explain himself. The cause, process, and outcome had all been filled in by others. The main character had already been departed, and everything formed a circle. What was there left to explain? As Lin Jiayou ceased his resistance, the three, Qianjing Chengshi, Long Zhelan, and Jianti, reached a conclusion in their hearts. Lin Jiayou had fallen in love with Qianjing Chengshi's sister during his youth, while accompanying his father on a tour in Europe. Subsequently, Qianjing Chengshi's family was murdered, and only he escaped. After many years of trials, Lin Jiayou became a legendary assassin, finally avenging his enemies, yet he could never see his beloved's face again. The three shook their heads inwardly. In this world, most things do not go as one wishes. After hearing the gossip, Jianti could no longer contain her excitement. She quickly pulled out her phone, edited a message, and sent it to the organization's chatroom. Shock. The Cherry in the mission unexpectedly encountered that person. A brief discussion on Cherry's past loves and grievances, how a top ace of the organization was forged. It's time. Lin Jiayou glanced at his watch and said calmly, since the matter cannot be explained, then there is no need to explain it at all. After all, he wouldn't lose a single hair. Or would he? Indeed, it is time. Long Zhelan also glanced at the time and nodded. He then said to Ase Narumi, Dr. Ase, how about you? Lin Jiayou frowned. Could it be that Long Zhelan was still thinking of bringing Ase Narumi back to the organization? Ase Narumi looked at Lin Jiayou, then smiled and shook her head at Long Zhelan. No, we'll stay on Moonshadow Island tonight. Just for tonight, though? After tonight, I can't guarantee anything. Ase Narumi thought silently. Long Zhelan didn't understand her thoughts and was still trying to persuade her. Lin Jiayou wouldn't give him that chance and quickly grabbed him. Let's go, the boat has arrived, don't waste any more time. Long Zhelan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Forget it, let Cherry handle her own matters. Ase Narumi smiled. and waved goodbye to everyone, then left the dock. Lin Jiayou also took Long Zhelan and Kaianti onto the boat. Moments after boarding done, Kaianti finally put down her phone and wiped her brow in relief, a proud smile appearing on her face. Her years of experience reading novels were not in vain now. When it came to writing copy, she was skilled at it. Buzz, Lin Jiayou, and Long Zhelan simultaneously felt their phones vibrate. The two of them instinctively took out their phones and checked their inboxes. No emails. Long Zhelan was slightly taken aback. Lin Jiayou frowned, then opened the chat room of the Tokyo branch of the organization. Normally, it was a quiet chat room with no unnecessary chatter, but now it was bustling. What first caught his eye was a long article. Shocking. Cherry encountered that person during the mission. A brief discussion on Cherry's past loves and hates, how the organization's ace was forged. Lin Jiayou's gaze froze as he quickly flipped through it. From a literary perspective, this article was quite good, the content captivating and gripping with small climaxes leading to a larger climax, the words flowing with a touch of melancholy that could bring one to tears. What the hell? Lin Jiayou clenched his phone, his gaze fixed fiercely on Kaianti. The article clearly bore the label Kaianti. Ding dong, someone replied. Tequila, this article by Kaianti is really well written. Kaianti, thank you for the compliment. Long Zhelan, not good at all. Lin Jiayou turned his head and glared at Long Zhelan, only to see him completely ignoring him, grinning happily at his phone. Looking again at Kaianti, she was acting just like Long Zhelan. Damn it. Lin Jiayou gritted his teeth, ready to type a message to curse them out. Ding dong. More messages came in. Calvados, what the hell? What the hell? What am I seeing? Calvados, Cherry is actually this kind of person. Shocked. JPG. Lin Jiayou hurriedly typed a reply, I am not. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The continuous notifications and vibrations forced Lin Jiayou to stop what he was doing and check the messages in the chat room. In the chat room, the formal members were very active. Corn, I understand, Cherry. Vodka. Hold on, I'm going to call the boss. Jin, no need him here. Calvados, is this true? Where are you now? What does that girl look like? Hurry, and send a picture, send a picture. Raising hand. JPG with Calvados strong urging, everyone followed suit, with Jin rushing ahead. Jin, 1 tequila, 1 vodka, 1 corn, 1 Kaianti looked at the long line of ones above her vanity, greatly satisfied. No author would not be happy to be liked for their work. A smug smile crossed her lips as she quickly selected a picture and clicked send. There's truth in the picture. Attached below. Swish. The picture was uploaded to the chat room. Everyone quickly checked it. This picture was taken by Kaianti at an unknown time, showing Lin Jiayou standing sideways, gazing into the distance. The distant lights illuminated his profile, adding a hint of melancholy to his usually cold demeanor. Not far from Lin Jiayou stood a ponytailed girl staring at him with a complex expression filled with admiration and gratitude, along with an unexpressed desire to speak. For a moment, the chat room started flooding with messages again. Calvados took the lead. Calvados, what the hell? What the hell? This is amazing. Calvados, why doesn't any sister look at me like this? Calvados, I also want a sister like this. Calvados patted his round belly, claiming he was about to explode. Corncherry, please take good care of her. Vodka took off his sunglasses, expressing his approval. Tequila, don't worry, everyone, I've already kept an eye on Cherry. Lin Jiayou watched the string of messages, his initial anger turning into numbness. His eyes were vacant, unsure of where he was now. He had merely come to complete a mission, just curious to see Nan Liang, and now he had an imaginary scandalous girlfriend, and all his colleagues in the organization were aware of it. Lin Jiayou looked at the messages above once more. Very good. Jin didn't say anything after seeing the picture. He knew that the organization's model worker, the face of the black side, was observant, believing they wouldn't easily trust such nonsense, as there's truth in the picture. An astute person could see at a glance that in this photo Lin Jiayou was merely waiting to pick up their boat, and it was nothing to do with reminiscing about a past lover. Taking advantage of the fact that Jin didn't believe it either, he quickly sent a message to clarify, while also asking Jin to help speak up for him. Just as Lin Jiayou was thinking this, a ding sounded, and Jin's message arrived. Jin, Cherry, Jin shared a contact card with you, Chardonnay. Jin, contact Chardonnay yourself. Lin Jiayou. What does Jin mean by this? Ding dong. Calvados, wah, I also want Sister Chardonnay to send me out. Jin patted Calvados' head and tapped his own beretta. Jin, did you complete yesterday's mission? Calvados, reporting to the boss it's about to be completed. Jin patted Calvados' head and tapped his own beretta. A few people casually chatted. The sudden buzz in the chat room even brought out many longtime lurkers. Pisco, Irish, can someone come out and explain to this old man? Tequila, whoa, even Pisco has come out. Tequila was somewhat surprised. Usually Pisco never engages in such youthful activities. Today he surprisingly showed interest. Irish, tagged by Pisco, quickly responded. Irish, father, please check the previous chat records. Pisco was silent for a while, seemingly reviewing the chat history. However, another heavyweight member appeared. Vermouth, oh my, the new little brother in the organization is so cute. Well, as soon as Vermouth made her entrance, Kaianti's smile vanished. She transformed into a ruthless typing machine, furiously typing a bunch of words, and then deleted them just as quickly. Kaianti, why is that Vermouth guy in the group? Vermouth, oh dear, doesn't my beloved Kaianti welcome me? Vermouth, I might get sad, you know. Kaianti, not welcome. Kaianti, get lost. Vermouth, what a pity it was Jin who brought me in. Jin, Vermouth joining is to facilitate information exchange. Calvados, that's right, we need to frequently exchange information with Vermouth. Calvados, he'll take on this arduous task. Calvados, Jin. Jin patted Calvados' head and tapped his own Beretta. Damn it. Chianti watched vermouth being so popular her teeth clenched in anger. Just as she was about to continue typing, she suddenly felt a chill in the air. Chianti stiffly turned her head. She discovered that Tequila, who should have been friendly in the chat room, was now obediently standing to the side. Next to him was Lin Jiayou, who was looking at her with a gaze that could freeze. Typing. Why did you stop typing? The chilling glare from Lin Jiayou made Chianti instinctively shrink her neck. Oh no. She had been so caught up in the chat that she completely forgot Cherry was right beside her. She wouldn't be the first to get knocked out offline, would she? Ha ha ha. Chianti forced a laugh, hiding her hands behind her back, awkwardly saying, I'm Cherry. Now that it has come to this, you wouldn't mind, would you? What do you think? Lin Jiayou replied coldly. He patted his waist. The meaning was very clear. Chianti helplessly said, then what do you suggest? Lin Jiayou's gaze swept over Chianti, finally focusing on her hands. Chianti's face went pale. No, not with my hands. Damn it. Lin Jiayou could no longer hold back and slapped Chianti on the head. He had a blank expression, but his voice was grim as he said, hurry up and delete that article. It couldn't continue spreading. If this goes on tomorrow, that gentleman might personally call him to check up on him. Seeing this, Chianti smiled mischievously, sprang up, and saluted Lin Jiayou. Okay, Cherry, you'll complete the task right away. Chianti immediately took out her phone and quickly deleted the article. Then she posted an announcement. Due to special reasons, the article has been sealed by a certain person. Please take care of yourselves. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. In an instant, a continuous stream of message notifications buzzed in. For this, Chianti was once again mercilessly scolded by Lin Jiayou. In the end, Tequila pleaded desperately, and Chianti agreed to offer 5 banquets at various hotels before Lin Jiayou finally relented. Meanwhile, at the Baijiu Pharmaceutical Company, Director Gonya returned to his room after a busy day and opened his computer. Initially, he intended to browse casually, but accidentally clicked on the chat room. Most of the topics there were about luxury brands. Buying various luxury items with his salary was one of Director Gonya's few hobbies. He had wanted to share his shopping experience with everyone today, but discovered a chat room that he usually barely noticed was now glowing red. Is this the organization's chat room? Director Gonya blinked. Usually the organization's chat room was always lifeless. What major event happened today? Why are so many people chatting? Could it be that Pisco's company was raided by the police? No way. Director Gonya clicked in just in time to catch Pisco bubbling up. She glanced at Irish's reply and immediately scrolled up to the article posted by Chianti. Shock. Cherry and the mission unexpectedly encountered that person. A brief discussion on Cherry's past loves and hates, how a top player of the organization was forged. Calm and composed Director Gonya stared at the title with a strong UC vibe, her mouth agape. This title made one so eager to read on. Director Gonya's eyes lit up. She really wanted to know about Cherry's past loves and hates, especially considering he wouldn't even pay for cake. Director Gonya skimmed through the entire article quickly. After reading it, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She never expected that cold and icy guy had such a past. Watching everyone in the chat room spreading the news and attacking Cherry, Director Gonya couldn't help but scoff. These guys' combat power is too weak. Can this really make Cherry break down? Watch me join the fight. Director Gonya rolled up her lab coat sleeves, placing her hands firmly on the keyboard, her eyes sharp and determined. Just as she was about to start. Due to special reasons, the article has been sealed by a certain person. Please take care of yourselves. Looking at the suddenly appeared latest message, Director Gonya was stunned. No way, sir. Can't take a joke. She placed her hands on the keyboard for a long time and finally typed out a single character, Sherry. The boat from Moonshadow Island slowly docked as Lin Jiayou, with a dark expression, led the still chuckling Long Jialan and Giant Didi off the vessel. After disembarking, they chose not to go anywhere else, but to return to their respective homes. The mission was successfully completed, having drunk all day the day before yesterday, and the cleaning last night had consumed their energy, so it was time to go back and rest well. Giant Didi and Long Jialan did not bring up Lin Jiayou's matter again, occasionally lightening the mood as it had become rather dull. On the other side, a female host from a television station had just disembarked from a plane and returned to her apartment, where she also opened her phone. Looking at the content in the chat room, the woman with a couple of curly strands of hair framing her forehead fell into deep thought. Cherry, could this unfamiliar codename belong to a new member of the organization? However, judging by how he joked with the other members, he didn't seem like a newcomer. So another formidable person has arrived in Tokyo. Time flew by, and 3 days quickly passed. Lin Jiayou, dressed in casual home attire after finishing breakfast for the first time, put down the black umbrella in his hand and slowly walked into the basement of the villa. In the basement, Lin Jiayou passed through a training area and entered a small sealed room. In the center of the room stood a screen with a sofa in front of it and speakers on either side, resembling an audiovisual room. Lin Jiayou walked into the room, closed the door behind him, and sat down on the sofa with his legs together and hands resting on his thighs. He stared ahead, seemingly waiting for something. Clang. As the speakers emitted a strange sound, the room lit up. It wasn't an ordinary light, rather it dazzled the eyes like a disco hall swaying in bizarre beams. Swish. The screen in front of Lin Jiayou also emanated a burst of white light, which then turned into a faint yellow glow. The strange sound that initially emerged gradually faded away, transforming into a sound akin to cicadas chirping in summer. Sigh. At this moment, a barely audible sigh came from the speakers reaching Lin Jiayou's ears. Lin Jiayou's eyes shifted, his once black pupils gradually turning into a glowing yellow. Sir. Lin Jiayou's expressionless calm voice echoed in the room, as if he were speaking to himself. Fortunately, Lin Jiayou did not go mad. In the peculiar room, an electronic synthesized voice responded to him. My dear child, long time no see. So how has your time in Tokyo been? Very well. Lin Jiayou responded calmly to the greeting from the electronic voice. His hands resting on his thighs seemed to be flowing with a transparent energy unnoticed by anyone. The electronic voice sighed again. That's good. Half an hour later, Lin Jiayou nonchalantly walked out of the basement. He was still himself. He was still Lin Jiayou. He picked up the black umbrella, placed it beside him, then quietly sat down on the sofa and lit a 7-star cigarette, smoking it casually. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling. A series of ringing sounds continued to resonate. Lin Jiayou picked up the phone, glanced at the 7-character label on it, and answered the call. As expected, a thick Kansai accent came from the other end. Hello, Cherry. What's up, Long Jilon? Lin Jiayou casually asked while smoking. Long Jilon chuckled and said, Ha Cherry, it's like this. I encountered a slight issue with my task and wanted to ask for your help. Go on. Lin Jiayou exhaled smoke, replying calmly. Long Jilon smiled and said, I don't know if you are aware, but I had a long-term task where I was responsible for maintaining contact with a certain target to ensure they help complete a procedure. This task isn't troublesome, it just requires some time occasionally. For example, today that target happens to be changing locations, and if I want to keep following them, I also need to spend some time to keep up. Continue. Lin Jiayou said blandly. Long Jilon scratched his head and said awkwardly, well, this shouldn't be a problem, but coincidentally, I have another job today. When I accepted the previous task, I didn't expect to run into this long-term task, so you want me to help you with one? Lin Jiayou extinguished his cigarette and said. Long Jilon nodded. Yes, that's the idea. Compensation. Lin Jiayou stated expressionlessly. Work should be compensated. Hiring someone for work requires even more compensation. Long Jilon relaxed and smiled. No problem, compensation can be discussed. How about this? I will transfer you the entire payment for today's task, plus take you out for a drink. Long Jilon's tone turned suggestive at the end. A drink. Would it be sake, or something floral, or perhaps sherry? All right. Lin Jiayou agreed, without hesitation upon hearing there would be compensation. He simply wanted to earn a bit of pocket money, not out of greed for Long Jilon's drinks. After all, staying at home for 3 days had made him feel somewhat rusty. If it weren't for the hand muscle exercises, he would feel too weak to throw a punch. He needed to get out and move around. Send over the plan and actions for today's task. Lin Jiayou said to Long Jilon on the phone. Long Jilon cheerfully chuckled. Then thank you, Cherry. By the way, Long Jilon suddenly reminded. He'll take care of today's task, Cherry. You help follow up on that old task. Is there anything special about it? Lin Jiayou asked with a slight frown, wanting to know more. The old task was one he had been following, so Long Jilon should be more familiar with it. Long Jilon casually replied. Nothing special, just that the old task doesn't require meeting the person. Cherry, just install a hidden camera or listening device near the new location he's changing to ensure he doesn't escape. I have an appointment with the client for the new task, so changing people isn't convenient. Understood. Lin Jiayou nodded expressionlessly. That makes sense. He said that it makes no sense for Long Jilon to choose a short-term task over a long-term one. Then it's settled. I will send you the location that guy has switched to, and you can also mobilize several of the peripheral members there as you wish. After Long Jilon finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Jiayou was not in a hurry and just waited. After a moment, Long Jilon's message didn't come, but the call from Jinjiao arrived first. Hello, Jinjiao. Have you settled everything? Jinjiao's cold voice came through, but he was saying things that Lin Jiayou found puzzling. What do you mean by settle? Your old lover's sister, Jinjiao said casually. Sha Dan and I said you didn't go look for her. Let me remind you, Tokyo is not safe right now. I suggest you use Sha Dan NIS connections to send your little sister to America. Long Jilan's daughter is there as well, so they can keep each other company. Jinjiao's seemingly cold, yet rambling words continued to come through. Lin Jiayou twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling helpless inside, but calmly replied, she's not exactly my old lover's sister, she's more like a brother at most. Also, when did you become so chatty? Hehe, if you don't want to listen, then fine. Jinjiao sneered. Did he care about others occasionally, only to have that kindness viewed as a burden? Wait, did he just hear some strange phrase? You said? Jinjiao's cold voice broke, slightly filled with disbelief. That's a brother. Yes, Lin Jiayou replied flatly. He's a male after all. Can't you tell? Jinjiao. His voice gradually turned icy, questioning Lin Jiayou with some irritation. Do you think we can tell? Oh, sorry. Lin Jiayou said expressionlessly with no sincerity. He felt secretly pleased. Today's task, teasing Jinjiao, accomplished. You came here today just to tell me this? Lin Jiayou asked calmly. He quickly needed to shift the topic. If he continued to tease, Jinjiao might drive over in his Porsche and crush him. Are you planning to help Long Jilon with his long-term task? Jinjiao followed Lin Jiayou's lead and steered the conversation back. Lin Jiayou nodded in response. Well, since I don't have much to do anyway, making some money wouldn't hurt. That task is more important than you think. Jinjiao's voice carried a serious warning. No matter what method you use, you must not allow that guy to slip out of the organization's control, understood? Jinjiao's serious words surprised Lin Jiayou slightly. No matter what tasks were assigned before, even a not-Sosmal drug trafficking group on Moonshadow Island, Lin Jiayou had always looked down on his opponents strategically. To put it exaggeratively, Lin Jiayou didn't take these opponents seriously at all. This, however, indicated that this long-term task was truly very, very important. Just then, buzz, Lin Jiayou's phone vibrated slightly. Long Jilan's email arrived. Opening the email, Lin Jiayou casually glanced at it and saw a name he was very familiar with, Ban Songjua. So that's what it is. Lin Jiayou thought to himself, so it's him. Hey Cherry, let me remind you once more, Lin Jiayou's voice was more serious, solemnly stating, that guy is very important to the organization. If you mess it up, even if you are that gentleman's, you will still be affected. I understand. Lin Jiayou responded in a voice as calm as usual. Lin Jiayou didn't know whether he truly understood or not. For someone like Lin Jiayou, who always had the same expression and demeanor, Lin Jiayou was feeling somewhat weary. You handle it yourself. Lin Jiayou was too lazy to say more, decisively changing the subject. By the way, if you need explosives, talk to Vodka. The organization just received a batch of explosives recently. Oh, Lin Jiayou moved slightly and casually asked, which munitions depot did you rob? Bought from the Italians, Lin Jiayou said coldly, secretly adding in his mind that it was just a zero-cost purchase. Lin Jiayou guessed it was a zero-cost deal. After all, half of these things were obtained through black market dealings. Wait a minute, if it's explosives? Lin Jiayou's eyes turned as if he thought of something. He furrowed his brows slightly and asked Lin Jiayou, was that new train explosion yesterday done by us? Vodka and I did it. Lin Jiayou didn't avoid the topic, directly stating. There was nothing to hide about such matters. He casually commented, the power is decent, reliable. Alright, if I need anything I will contact you. Lin Jiayou said nonchalantly. Lin Jiayou nodded and then hung up the phone. After ending the call, Lin Jiayou first seriously read the email sent by Long Jilan, Ban Songjua, a character that laid the groundwork for the entire play in the early stages of the series. It seems to be the closest Conan has come to death. The distance between him and Lin Jiayou's Beretta was only separated by a layer of a safe. Lin Jiayou narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing through. If the plot were to develop as before, perhaps he could use Ban Songjua's situation to create some work. However, there was now an even more pressing matter he needed to be wary of. Lin Jiayou thought to himself. He turned on the television where the news of the explosion beside the new train from yesterday was currently being aired. In the news, he could also see the familiar figure of that big-head little boy. Lin Jiayou was completely certain that Conan already knew Lin Jiayou's codename. Thus, he could no longer casually expose his codename outside, otherwise it would be no fun if he got a plot kill. As for eliminating Conan, don't mess around. Why should he remove the target that's right out in the open? It's better to keep it there to continue attracting attention. Wait a minute. Lin Jiayou suddenly thought of something. Since Conan knew their codenames, it meant the main storyline was about to start. And what's the next event in the main storyline but? Lin Jiayou quickly picked up his phone, found Long Jilan's number, and dialed. This was truly urgent. If he waited a bit longer, Long Jilan might be gone. After making a call to Lin Jiayou, Long Jilan walked into the company. He glanced at his watch. There was less than an hour left before the transaction. Well, it seems that even if he completed the task here, he would still have time to handle the other matter. Forget it, it's already entrusted to Cherry. He would send the items to him later. Long Jilan shook his head and entered the restroom of the company as agreed. Soon he would exit this restroom, casually bump into the target of his mission, and effortlessly obtain the target's identification tag. Using the identification tag, he could retrieve the briefcase that the target had previously left at the front desk. The list obtained from this transaction would be inside the briefcase. Reflecting on the mission plan, Long Jilan adjusted his collar. Even though he was already old, he still looked quite handsome in this suit. Long Jilan looked at himself in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. He tidied his clothes, turned around, struck a cool pose, gauged the time, and strode confidently towards the restroom door. Here they come. Long Jilan's eyes brightened. The transaction target had arrived. It was finally his turn to make an appearance. With one hand in his pocket and the other by his side, squinting, he exuded an air of intimidation as he headed straight for the target. Bang! Ouch, what are you doing? The young man with the center-part haircut was knocked to the ground by the burly Long Jilan, letting out an exaggerated groan of pain. In the instant they made contact, Long Jilan swiftly took the identification tag handed over by the young man, completing the exchange. He was quite satisfied and was about to give the young man a menacing glance before turning to leave when that uncle, a child's voice suddenly called from behind, causing the good-natured Long Jilan to instinctively halt his steps. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Long Jilan turned around, but saw no one, only to feel his pant leg being tugged. Looking down, he saw a familiar little student in a blue suit with a red bow tie staring up at him eagerly. Uncle, are you here for the Man Paradise press conference too? Conan raised his head, exchanged glances with Long Jilan, and made a cute smile. Earlier, because he stood too close to the center-parted young man, when the young man fell, he was also pulled down along with him. Just as Conan was about to take a good look at who dared to bump into the Grim Reaper student, he recognized Long Jilan's distinctly recognizable face. With his towering height and unique appearance, Long Jilan was instantly recognized by Conan. Conan almost reflexively called out to him. On one hand, he wanted to thank Long Jilan for the reminder during the treasure map incident. On the other hand, he wanted to know about the massacre that occurred on Moonshadow Island. Could it be this seemingly fierce uncle? Oh, it's you, little friend. Seeing a familiar face, especially a child, and with the transaction already completed, Long Jilan instinctively relaxed his guard. He smiled slightly at Conan. I'm here to attend the Man Paradise press conference. As well, my daughter loves the games from Man Paradise. This is the truth. His daughter indeed loved the games from Man Paradise when she was younger. Although Long Shilon looked fierce and his smile was quite ugly. Yet, Conan could still clearly sense the friendliness and charm emanating from him. This uncle must really love children. Being his daughter must be very happy. Conan thought to himself. Thank you, uncle, for reminding us last time. Oh, otherwise we would have been in danger. Conan smiled at Long Shilon while bringing up the previous incident. Long Shilon waved his hand casually, smiling indifferently. It's nothing, just a casual act. Hey uncle, did you find the treasure after taking that treasure map last time? Conan feigned innocence as he said this. Seeing that Conan was still talking about the previous incident, Long Shilon frowned slightly, then smiled and said, no, last time a bad guy asked me to get it and I just handed it over to him. Oh, I see. Conan looked as if he had just realized something. Long Shilon chuckled inwardly. After all, what he said was not a lie. It indeed was that bad guy Cherry who had asked him to get it, and he did give it to him afterward. He did not deceive the child at all. Long Shilon glanced at his watch, patted Conan on the head, and said, all right, uncle has already bought what he needed. I need to hurry back to bring it to my daughter. Take care, uncle. Conan nodded repeatedly, very obediently. The young man beside them stared blankly at their conversation, not daring to say a word. He seriously suspected that this little child might have some gang background, otherwise how could he get along with that man in black so harmoniously? Hiss. The more the young man thought about it, the more he felt it was very likely the little child's sister just now almost smashed the machine with a punch. Clearly someone who often got into fights. It seemed like she came from a well-educated family. Watching Long Shilon's figure gradually fade away, Conan felt very uneasy. He had just casually tested the waters, yet the uncle's reaction seemed off. Could it be that the gold coin was truly taken by him? Moreover, Conan narrowed his eyes, the lenses gleaming. That uncle clearly boarded the ship to Moon Shadow Island last time, but during the comprehensive search the next day, he was nowhere to be found. Conan had asked several residents, and they all said they had not seen him. It was too clean, too unusual. Conan gritted his teeth, and leaving the center-parted young man behind, stealthily followed Long Shilon. As he followed, Conan felt increasingly that something was off. This uncle was clearly not a person from Man Paradise Company, yet he approached the counter, presented an identification tag, and claimed a briefcase from Man Paradise Company. Could it be? Conan connected the dots from the times he had seen Long Shilon combined with the fact that Long Shilon was always dressed in black. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Could he be a member of that organization? Just thinking about this possibility made Conan's little heart race uncontrollably. Would it be? Would it be? Running swiftly, he followed Long Shilon out of Man Paradise Company. Outside, Long Shilon believed he had completed the transaction, stepping out with a cheerful mood. He was just about to find a place to check if the items from the transaction were correct. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Long Shilon took out his phone and saw it was a call from his good brother, so he immediately answered. Hello, Cherry. Hey, Cherry. Tequila answered the call, her voice relaxed as she spoke into the receiver. Is there something unclear about that assignment? I've wrapped things up here. They'll fill you in when I get back. Tequila, where are you right now? Lin Jiayou's voice was cool, yet edged with urgency. Tequila paused, slightly taken aback. Me? I'm on an assignment. It's straightforward. Just retrieve the exchanged item, and we're done. Right now I'm double-checking it. Once confirmed, I'll head back. You're not going to Paradise Full, are you? Lin Jiayou frowned, asking coldly. Tequila's eyes widened. How did you know, Cherry? Did Jin tell you? Damn it. Lin Jiayou cursed inwardly. Tequila, do you even know how to hold a conversation? In one sentence, you've just exposed 2 code names. Could you possibly be a mole? Don't speak yet. Lin Jiayou remained expressionless, her mind seething, her tone icy calm. Now listen carefully, you'll speak. You answer only with brief replies. Yeah. Though utterly baffled by Lin Jiayou's sudden intensity, Tequila still trusted Cherry implicitly. Surely he wouldn't eliminate me just because I accidentally revealed Cherry's past romance. No, that couldn't happen, could it? Have you already completed the exchange? Lin Jiayou asked, voice glacial. Tequila nodded. Yes. Did you retrieve the briefcase? Lin Jiayou pressed further. Tequila flinched, then instinctively blurted out, Cherry, how? Stop. Lin Jiayou cut in sharply, though perhaps too late. Just answer yes or no. Yes. Tequila nodded again. Lin Jiayou's gaze flickered. Did you encounter anyone familiar? For instance, the boy you met during that gold coin search. Tequila stared, eyes widening at Lin Jiayou's words, and reflexively scanned the street beside him. There aren't any surveillance cameras here. Did you, or didn't you? Seeing Tequila hesitate, Lin Jiayou demanded immediately. Snapping back to awareness, Tequila gave a quiet hum in affirmation. Yet even after answering, he couldn't help glancing around. Seriously, there really aren't any cameras here. He'd chosen this spot deliberately. Huh. As Tequila turned his head, his peripheral vision caught a sliver of blue fabric tucked into a corner wall. That's... A flash of cold light sharpened in Tequila's eyes. Someone's eavesdropping. The thought struck him instantly. A predatory smile curled Tequila's lips. Into the phone he murmured softly, Cherry, there's a rat listening in. I'll deal with it. Wait, Tequila, that briefcase. Before Lin Jiayou could finish, Tequila ended the call. Lin Jiayou, could it be? The elementary school detective has been discovered. Lin Jiayou blinked slowly. already picturing Conan the pint-sized sleuth being lifted aloft by Tequila's massive hand, then dangled helplessly amid the man's terrifying guttural laughter before vanishing into oblivion. He glanced down at his phone, narrowing his eyes. Should I plead for Conan's life? Nah, let things unfold naturally. Keeping Conan alive certainly had its merits, but provoking a colleague's resentment would be profoundly unwise. Still, did Tequila even hear my last warning? Over there. After hanging up, Tequila slid his right hand toward his waist. In 2 swift shumpa-like strides he vanished, reappearing instantly beside the wall. Then, no lurking spy greeted him, only a faint tug at his ankle. He looked down, to find the very same well-behaved little boy who just bid him farewell, now standing quietly at his feet. Frowning slightly, Tequila crouched low, softening his features into what he hoped was a warm, approachable smile. Little brother, what brings you here? Aunt. Conan blinked, innocently radiating childlike charm as he piped up in his sweetest voice. Uncle, I came looking for you. Tequila feigned wide-eyed astonishment, as if playing with a toddler, then ruffled Conan's hair gently. And why, pray tell, did you come looking for Uncle? Because of this. Conan pointed eagerly at the briefcase in Tequila's hand, voice bright and guileless. Oh, look, it's got the Paradise Full logo on it. This can't be your case, Uncle. The front desk lady must have mixed them up. Conan carried on his act, heart hammering against his ribs. Oh God, what did I just overhear? Jin. That's his code name. And the other person speaking with this giant uncle over the phone, her name is Sherry Wine. Judging from Jin's appearance and code name, and vodkas as well. Sherry must be a woman. Right, Sherry Wine is complex, crisp, sweet, and fragrant. Perhaps she's a vivacious, cheerful young woman, just like Ran. As Conan mused, saliva nearly escaped his mouth. Then he quickly spat it out, mentally replacing it with fierce dread and righteous fury toward the black organization. He vehemently condemned their atrocities. Yet, how precisely could he now deflect this towering uncle's suspicion? Tequila studied Conan for 2 silent seconds, then suddenly recalled Cherry's unfinished warning. Is there something wrong with this briefcase? Instinctively, Tequila glanced down at it. With that, he affectionately tousled Conan's hair again and smiled. So, you came to warn Uncle that he'd grabbed the wrong case. Conan nodded vigorously, wearing the earnest expression of someone genuinely concerned for another's welfare. Tequila, reassured, felt a quiet swell of warmth instead of suspicion. Truly, one must strive to be kind. Look, when you extend goodwill in daily life, children respond in kind. Well, I'll be, so it is true. Tequila lifted the briefcase, inspecting it closely, then adopted a look of sudden theatrical realization. He shook his head at Conan with a gentle chuckle. Oh dear, Uncle's getting old. My eyes must have failed me just now. I'll call right away to return it. You run along home now, little brother. You've been out too long. Your parents must be worried. Okay, bye-bye, Uncle. Conan nodded brightly, waving his tiny hand with pure, unfeigned innocence. Relief washed over him. He dared not probe further, hurrying off to process everything he'd just uncovered. Watching the small figure of Conan gradually fade away, Long Jalan's smile slowly disappeared. He took out his phone again and called Lin Jiayou, saying, Cherry, it's done. He's a naive and kind-hearted child. I've managed to deceive him. Lin Jiayou. Does Long Jalan have some misunderstanding about naivety and kindness? Is it that he is too old to see clearly? By the way, didn't you want to tell me something about the suitcase? Long Jalan quickly pressed for details. There shouldn't be any problems with this transaction, partner, right? Could it be that the contents of the suitcase are fake? There's a problem with the suitcase. Upon hearing Long Jalan bring it up, Lin Jiayou quickly stated. His voice was flat, yet it made Long Jalan furious inside. There really is a problem. That damn boy with the middle part today, I must rip his head off. Is it that the kid didn't give us the items for the transaction? Long Jalan pressed further. Lin Jiayou did not respond, but calmly said, just return the suitcase to him, and you'll know. Hee, that's the logic. Long Jalan chuckled. He didn't think for a moment that Lin Jiayou would deceive him. No one in the organization would deceive a member who was on a mission, not even an undercover agent. Perfect, it also fulfills the promise made to that little boy, so it can't be said to be a deception. After stopping Long Jalan from delivering it, Lin Jiayou confidently hung up the phone and put it down. Long Jalan also put away his phone, coldly smiling to himself as he grabbed the suitcase and turned back to the Paradise Company. He first kindly greeted little Conan, then walked straight towards the transaction partner. This is yours, right? Long Jalan forced a friendly smile, but it appeared insincere. The young man with the middle part was terrified, trembling, and unable to utter a word. In the puzzled, confused, and shocked gaze of Conan, Long Jalan returned the suitcase to the young man, with the middle part patting him on the shoulder. It must have been a mix-up when we bumped into each other at the restroom door earlier. Here, it's back to you. Okay. The young man stammered, unsure of what to say. Only when he felt Long Jalan's gaze grow increasingly fierce did he hurriedly nod and accept the suitcase. This scene left Conan utterly bewildered. Wasn't that item their transaction item? Why was it suddenly switched back? Could it be? A ridiculous thought suddenly appeared in Conan's mind. Could it be that the old man realized he had taken the wrong suitcase after listening to him and decided to switch it back? No. If that were the case, this old man would be too careless. Didn't that blonde man even let him open it? Could it be that he isn't a member of the organization? No, he clearly heard the old man's phone call just now, and he distinctly called out the code name of that blonde man along with another female code name. Could it be that he misheard? After all, this uncle had a heavy accent, making it somewhat difficult to understand. No, let's not consider that possibility for now. Conan shook his head internally, bringing his thoughts back. If he truly was a member of the organization, why would this old man listen to his words and actively return the mission item? Unless the suitcase itself had a problem. Conan's mind was a bit chaotic due to Long Zhilan's attitude. He had been holding onto a sliver of hope that he was good-hearted. This led him to hesitate in recalling the situation. While Conan was lost in thought, Long Zhilan had already kindly waved goodbye to the young man with the middle part. The young man was utterly confused, unsure of what Long Zhilan was up to. Long Zhilan's mood was rather indifferent. Not being able to successfully complete such a simple transaction made him feel that the pressure on this kid from earlier was insufficient. The outer members of the organization still needed to be trained. He shot a glare at the young man with the middle part, his eyes clearly stating, "If you dare to spill our business, you're dead." After seeing the young man tremblingly nod, Long Zhilan walked towards the exit. Once he left, the young man finally returned to normal. He clenched his fists, not understanding why the other party suddenly terminated the transaction and even took back the money they had given him. What would he do without this money to pay off the high-interest loans he owed? The young man shook his head, deciding to find another opportunity to sell the information. Having stolen it, he couldn't possibly return it right. With that thought, he intended to open the suitcase and check if the information was still inside. If the information was gone, he would be in big trouble. As he placed his hand on the suitcase, several gazes suddenly turned towards him. Not far away, a man in a blue suit rushed over at top speed amidst the suspicious gazes of the crowd, loudly shouting, "Nakajima." No, Long Zhilan walked out of the Paradise Company with the suitcase he had brought. As soon as he stepped out, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. While smoking, he secretly cursed to himself. That damn kid dared to play tricks on him. Next time he would make him pay. He would immediately send outer members to silence him, and the reason was ample: to prevent the organization from being exposed. That kid was so despicable, he should be blown up. Next time, have someone plant a bomb at his home and blow him up thoroughly. Boom! A huge rumble echoed from within the Paradise Company. The intense shockwave and surging air current made Long Zhilan, who was smoking outside, feel a tremor. He instinctively looked inside. The rolling flames and scattered smoke made Long Zhilan instinctively open his mouth, and the half-smoked cigarette fell from his lips. What? Did an explosion just happen? He hadn't even had anyone install a bomb yet. Realizing this, Long Zhilan hurriedly took a taxi and left quickly. The next day in the bar of the big black building, let me tell you, if it weren't for Cherry's timely reminder this time, I would have really been done for. Long Zhilan sat boldly in the bar booth, one hand holding a cigar and the other a drink, boastfully recounting his tale. At that moment when Cherry reminded me, I was suddenly startled. Countless possibilities flashed through my mind. I suddenly realized, this suitcase has a problem. Long Zhilan was boasting over there, while Lin Jiayou quietly stared at him. Come on, keep bragging. I'm just watching you keep bragging. I clearly told you that the suitcase has a problem. Do you need to suddenly realize it? If you get blown up, it would be a good death. I heard Long Zhilan exhale a puff of smoke, shake his head, and say leisurely, and it's not just Cherry. There was also a little boy I met once who came to remind me. He told me, "Uncle, it seems like you took the wrong suitcase," and I was really touched at that moment. Long Zhilan said with some emotion, "A person should accumulate virtue and do good deeds. It's because I usually treat others well, especially caring for children, that I have this kind of blessing." As if he was moved by himself, Long Zhilan smacked his lips, looking deeply touched. Lin Jiayou's expressionless mouth began to twitch. "You do treat people well." You directly revealed all the code names to them. He truly laughed. I suggest Long Zhilan find a temple to retire to and focus on vegetarianism and chanting. Wait. Lin Jiayou suddenly thought, could Long Zhilan's original work being blown up be because he kicked the Grim Reaper elementary school student? Now that he has that connection with Conan, he didn't die so abruptly. Oh, that's not right. By that logic, Jin should have been torn to pieces and then reassembled over and over. After all, he knocked out the Grim Reaper elementary school student. Hiss. No, that's not right either. After Conan shrank, it might not necessarily be a bad thing for him. He couldn't take a bath with Ran when he was Kudo Shinichi. Speaking of which, Jin really shouldn't have died. Instead, he should have received great rewards. While Lin Jiayou was lost in thought, his drinking companions Kiani and Calvados were already keenly offering Long Zhilan and Lin Jiayou compliments as colleagues. Cherry strategizes from within, triumphing from 1,000 miles away, truly the wisdom of the organization. Long Zhilan accumulates virtue and does good, hence must have blessings, while all evil cannot approach him. Long Zhilan laughed heartily, repeatedly waving his hands, claiming he could not accept such praise. The atmosphere among the organization was harmonious. Lin Jiayou silently took a sip of his drink, fully aware of everyone's abilities, and was not surprised at all. After recalling Long Zhilan's adventurous tales from earlier today, Kiani suddenly stood up, raised his glass, and said boldly, "Gentlemen, our gathering today is destined to happen. Let's drink this toast since that big ice block Jin isn't here." Saying this, he downed his drink in one go. Long Zhilan and Calvados quickly followed. Lin Jiayou blinked, feeling offended again. He then took a small sip. Then Calvados poked Lin Jiayou and asked in a low voice, "Hey Cherry, don't you feel that Kiani has been using idioms a bit too much lately?" Lin Jiayou nodded silently. Not only has he been using them more, but they are also not very standard. Clearly Calvados' voice was not low enough. Kiani, hands on his hips, complained, "What? I've been studying knowledge recently, okay? Especially Chinese culture, it's truly profound. Chianti said with some emotion. Long Zhelan, listening to Chianti, smiled and said, "Hey, actually I really like Chinese culture too. I've been watching a new Chinese drama recently." "What?" Lin Jiayou asked with some curiosity. At this time he might or might not have seen that drama. Long Zhelan raised his eyebrows and grinned. Hee, that drama is called Heroes." "Heroes?" Lin Jiayou was slightly taken aback. Could it be that one? Once Long Zhelan began talking about it, he became very talkative. "Let me tell you, Cherry, the protagonist, Yin Shuangying, feels even more incredible than you. Does your China really have unparalleled kung fu, like inner strength, and so on?" Ah, he knew it. Lin Jiayou was speechless. However, speaking of inner strength, Lin Jiayou's mind turned expressionless as he extended his palm over the wine glass. Then a gap opened in the marble slab beneath the wine glass. He quickly retracted his outstretched hand, his face calm, and said lightly, "Clearly it exists." Crack. Chianti's glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Calvados's mouth dropped open, unable to close. Long Zhelan crushed his cigar, his eyes wide. Lin Jiayou remained calm, feeling smug inside. "Hey, I just pretended to be impressive again." Then Long Zhelan and the others desperately pleaded to learn the true kung fu. Lin Jiayou rejected them all, saying that their foundations were set, and they couldn't learn. To be honest, he himself didn't even know how he practiced it. He initially thought everyone in China who practiced martial arts had it, but later found out he seemed to be an exception. Thus this matter was passed over. And so they indulged in food and drink. Just as they were about to leave, Long Zhelan slapped his forehead and said to Lin Jiayou, "By the way, Cherry, thank you for today's matters." "It's nothing," Lin Jiayou said indifferently. They were colleagues, and he got along well with Long Zhelan, who had a daughter scoring about 80 or 90 points. There's no reason for him to know about the matter and not lend a helping hand. Long Zhelan frowned, his expression serious, and said, "Cherry, you might think it's nothing, but I cannot take it lightly. This is a life-saving grace." Saying this, Long Zhelan waved his hand. "How about this? I'll treat you tomorrow night. Let's go to the karaoke place." Lin Jiayou's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm. He said in a flat tone, "Is that okay?" "No problem, big brother will treat." Long Zhelan patted his chest and said, "Just relax and enjoy." Lin Jiayou blinked, his eyes filled with a naive look. It's indeed hard to refuse the words of the big brother. So should he go for a visit. The next evening, under the glow of the setting sun, the Porsche 356A slowly came to a stop at the entrance of a karaoke hall. Qin Jiao turned off the engine, gazing ahead, and coldly said to Lin Jiayou, whose expression was calm beside him, "We're here, get out." Lin Jiayou sneered unhurriedly, using the lighter from Qin Jiao's car to light a cigarette. This line again, nothing new. After casually finishing this sentence, he pushed open the car door and stepped out. Qin Jiao put away the keys, shooting a glance at Lin Jiayou that could freeze a person, but said nothing, and also got out of the car. Watching Qin Jiao step out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth, Lin Jiayou raised an eyebrow, slightly. "What's up? You coming too? When we talked about drinking yesterday, you weren't invited." Lin Jiayou's expression remained impassive, as if stating a fact. Hearing Lin Jiayou's words, Qin Jiao instinctively placed his left hand on his waist. Then realizing it, he squinted his eyes and coldly said, "I'm here to supervise you guys. I don't want my subordinates and colleagues getting hooked on drugs or something. As for your two drinking buddies from yesterday, they won't be coming." "Oh." Lin Jiayou glanced at Qin Jiao and casually remarked, "Did you kill them?" Qin Jiao, what the hell? He really wanted to pull out the Beretta from his waist and shoot a hole in Lin Jiayou's head. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Qin Jiao snorted coldly, slightly raising his head as he said, "Jiang Ti and Calvados have received new tasks and can't come." New tasks? Lin Jiayou was slightly taken aback. Jiang Ti and Calvados didn't seem like the type to miss karaoke for a task. Could it be? Lin Jiayou glanced at Qin Jiao, understanding in his heart. So that's it, they were assigned tasks, huh? Stopping their banter, the two walked toward the karaoke hall. As they walked, Lin Jiayou casually asked Qin Jiao, "Is this place also an organization property?" "No," Qin Jiao said dismissively, without even turning his head. "If Long Zhelan wants to treat, he won't choose the organization's property. That's insincere. This is the best karaoke hall in Mihua Town, well worth the money." Lin Jiayou nodded. Long Zhelan is great. When he says he's treating, he really treats and picks the best. Not like Qin Jiao. Lin Jiayou wondered if he would ever get a meal from Qin Jiao in his lifetime. Wait, did Qin Jiao seem a little off today? Lin Jiayou stopped in his tracks and carefully scrutinized Qin Jiao. Still blonde, not overworked to the point of turning gray, his gaze remained sharp and unsoftened, the Beretta still at his waist, but what was missing? Lin Jiayou suddenly realized, and with a flat expression asked Qin Jiao, "What happened to vodka? You stopped just for this?" Qin Jiao felt veins popping on his smooth forehead. He really wanted to use the Beretta to crack open Lin Jiayou's head and see what was inside. Qin Jiao quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, swiftly lit one, took a deep drag, then regained his composure and coldly said, "Vodka is already inside with Long Zhelan." Lin Jiayou nodded. That's good. He thought vodka had been left out because Qin Jiao was driving too well. With the waiter guiding them, Lin Jiayou and Qin Jiao quickly found the private room that Long Zhelan and vodka had booked. Before they even pushed the door open, Lin Jiayou and Qin Jiao could vaguely hear Long Zhelan's rugged voice coming from inside the room. It seemed like he was already singing. "Looks like it has started," Lin Jiayou said casually. Qin Jiao nodded indifferently. Lin Jiayou reached out to push open the room door and walked in with Qin Jiao closely following. This time they heard the singing more clearly. "Though I wear foreign clothes, my heart remains a Chinese heart. My ancestors have long stamped everything of mine. with the imprint of China. Long Jilan, dressed in a black suit, stood in the center of the room with the mic in hand, his eyes slightly squinted, his tall and sturdy body swaying gently to the music. With a rough yet hoarse tone, he sang a passionate song, filled with longing for his homeland. Long Jilan's volume rose again, marking the beginning of the climactic chorus. Yangtze River, Great Wall, Yellow Mountain. Yellow River weighs heavily in my heart. No matter where, it's the same in my heart. Lin Jiayou felt his entire being go numb. He stared blankly at Long Jilan in the middle of the stage, even unconsciously stopping in his tracks. Lin Jiayou looked around, wondering if he had walked into the wrong place. Was this not Mihua, but Ikebukuro? But even if this were Ikebukuro, it still didn't make sense. Why the hell is Long Jilan singing My Chinese Heart? And moreover, his pronunciation was quite standard. It seemed much better than his own strange Japanese accent. All right, Long Jilan, confess. Oh, were you an undercover agent sent by the Huaxiaolong group 20 years ago? To obtain the elixir of immortality, you infiltrated the organization with great effort, adopting the alias Long Jilan. Lin Jiayou thought secretly. He glanced at Qinjiu, only to find that Qinjiu had already taken a seat on the sofa ahead of him. Not only that, feeling Lin Jiayou's gaze, Qinjiu returned a mocking look, as if to say, "Hell, what's so surprising? Don't be shocked." Am I surprised? Lin Jiayou tried hard to give Qinjiu a fierce glare, but what came out was still calm and composed. His body rebelled against him. Lin Jiayou obediently walked over and sat down beside Qinjiu. He pointed at Long Jilan, who was still singing passionately and even shedding tears, and expressionlessly asked Qinjiu, "You don't mind?" Mind what? Qinjiu frowned, not understanding what Lin Jiayou was trying to say. He casually stated his understanding. Everyone in the organization has their own private lives and hobbies. There's no need for the organization to interfere. Vodka likes chasing stars. Cohen likes riding Ferris wheels. Calvados enjoys being a sycophant. That's all normal. Ooh, I couldn't care less. All right, Lin Jiayou understood. In Qinjiu's view, Long Jilan singing patriotic songs was just like Vodka liking to chase stars or Cohen enjoying riding Ferris wheels. It belonged to personal hobbies. As long as it doesn't affect Long Jilan's ability to pull the trigger, none of this matters.